Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Chapter 1, Third Life. In his first life, Zadiel was nothing more than a normal person, with a normal job and a normal life. His world was one without magic or supernatural beings, but with highly advanced technology that has altered the way of life of every person. The artificial intelligence chip is the crystallization of the technological advancement of that civilization, not only capable of analyzing and storing any type of data, it could be used in experimentations with the use of simulations and their computations abilities that can make experiments and show the information that is generated. Every child at birth gets the implantation of the artificial intelligence chip that will accompany them for their entire life. Zadiel lived a mundane life, without great inspirations. His life came to an end due to old age. If you have to define his life in one word, it will be simple. In his last moments, Zadiel only thought that he would cease to exist. As an atheist, he never believed in things like the soul and the afterlife. So when he closed his eyes, it was supposed to be the end. But he opened his eyes again and found out that he was alive. As he looked at his surroundings, he found himself in a decrepit place with burning winds, and in the sky, there was a fiery red sun. The superficies were full of dark pits. If you look from the sky, you could appreciate an immense river that goes through the land with hundreds of screaming silhouettes. It was the abyss, the birthplace of demons, a chaotic plane of pure evil that had an immense number of layers. Scared and shocked, Zadiel tries to move, but he feels heavy and weird. Full of fear, he starts looking at his body. His hands were more than 3 sizes bigger than the ones of a normal person, with nail-like claws, a white skin full of scars and deformities. His body was hairless and his mouth has become a hole with hundreds of teeth. He was a mane. A mane is the lowest level of a demon of the abyss. Usually, they are human souls who transform after arriving at the abyss and being twisted by the aura and natural energies of the plane. Manes are nothing more than cannon fodder to the rest of the demons and sometimes even just a source of food. Zadiel was terrified and confused due to the events that were happening, but as the minutes passed, his thoughts were being assaulted by an extremely violent and savage will. It is the nature of every demon to become wild killing machines that act on their pure instincts, due to the abyss aura and natural energy that is in their essence, chaotic. This makes the mortality of all demons, especially the weaker ones, incredibly high. After all, even if your enemy is weaker than you, if they make you walk into their trap where everything is planned by them, you will probably die. But there are benefits due to the chaotic nature of the abyss aura. This makes every demon incredibly powerful, not just in their physical bodies but also gives them very high spirit defense, making demons just as powerful as dragons in the same ranks. Of course, there are special demons that are more intelligent and have better control of their impulses than others, and the stronger the demon, the less the chaotic will of the abyss aura affects them. Zadiel was in no way special, and after a couple of minutes, his thoughts were already being corroded by the abyss aura. Lucky for him, his soul was accompanied by the artificial intelligence chip in his journey. Not only did the chip help him control the corrosion of his mind, but it also gave him ways of surviving through danger and advancing through the ranks. After millennia of constant massacre and destruction, Zadiel not only becomes extremely powerful, he rises to the level of an abyss lord, a being of laws with a life so long as the universe itself, but even such beings can die. In his third life, Zadiel was an orphan that got sent to the magic tower after an apprentice saw that he has the talent to become a magus. Of course, this was not done by the kind nature of the person, it was done as part of the jobs that apprentices do in bringing new talent to the magic tower. His life in the tower was one of constant worry. After all, one moment he was just a normal boy not older than 15, and the next he was thrown into a magic tower that looks like a dungeon, full of people with sinister intentions. Zadiel spent his first year in the tower slowly increasing his spirit and reading all the books he could find or doing some menial task to earn some money. One day a group of 3 ranks 2 apprentice magus offer him the chance to join them in a task of the magic tower. The job consists of getting a magic herb known as Shadow Sorrow, which can increase the spirit of an apprentice with affinity with the darkness natural energy. Of course, Zadiel was skeptical of them. After all, he was a rank 1 apprentice with almost no battle power, but according to them, his job was just being the lookout while they took the herb. After some pressure and the promise of giving him some of the herbs, Zadiel finally accepted. On the way to the zone where the Shadow Sorrow was, the three apprentices were very warm and friendly to Zadiel, making him relax and lower his guard, but at the moment they arrived near the herb, he was attacked by them and thrown in the direction where the herb was, as they began to hide. Zadiel didn't have time to wonder what was happening when he heard a roar. As he looked to the place where the noise was made, he saw a shadow wolf, a magical creature that was as powerful as a rank 3 apprentice, and like all magical creatures, it was very territorial, so the moment it saw Zadiel, it attacked him immediately. Zadiel finally understood. They did not want him to be any kind of lookout, but they wanted to use him as bait to distract the shadow wolf as they take the magical herb. Zadiel immediately runs as fast as he can, trying to dodge the attack of the shadow wolf, but how much can a rank 1 apprentice really do against a magical creature? In less than 3 minutes Zadiel was at death's door. If it was not for the creature detecting something wrong and going back to his magical herb, he would have died. Zadiel lay beside the tree with his eyes closed without moving and was going through the information of his previous life. After some minutes he opens his eyes. I, Zadiel, Abyssal Lord, ruler of death and destruction, nightmare of Daz, have awoken. Artificial intelligence chip scan me. Chapter 2, Death Touch. Artificial intelligence chip scan me. BIP. Analyzing the host. Strength, 1.2, Physique, 1.4, Speed, 1.2, Spirit Force, 4 serious injuries all over the body, vital organs are failing. The host must find a way to heal soon. Although he was in danger of death, Zadiel remains calm and he was thinking about the possible ways out of this situation. Spirit Force? That is new, but it is to be expected. After all, humans and demons are different life forms and the laws and natural energies of the abyss and this world are not the same. Luckily, before awakening his previous memories, he was a typical bookworm who learned everything he could in the magic tower. Spirit Force is an inferior form of energy that comes from the soul of every being. To increase it, there are several ways. The most common being the use of meditation techniques that take the natural energies of the world in the body and increases the amount of spirit. My Spirit Force has reached the level of a rank 2 apprentice magus, giving me the ability to use rank 0 magic. Magi or supernatural beings with amazing abilities. They can fly and throw meteorites or blizzards with their hand, they can even resurrect the dead and alter fate. They are powerful life forms that can change the world at their command. Apprentice Magus is the transitional stage that a human has to go through if they want to become a rank 1 Magus. Generally, all humans can become an Apprentice Magus, but the speed at which the Spirit Force grows depends on the potential of the person. A rank 1 apprentice is just someone with a stronger Spirit Force than a regular person, and he or she can manipulate and store the energies of the world into their bodies. When someone reaches a Spirit Force of 4, one has become a rank 2 Apprentice Magus and can start learning rank 0 spells. Although they are stronger than normal people and can use mysterious spells, if a large enough group of mortal soldiers attack them, without care for their lives, they can be killed. A rank 3 Apprentice Magus is much stronger, having an immense Spirit Force. Being the final stage before a rank 1 Magus, they have a deeper understanding of spells and their use in combat. They can instantly cast a spell if certain conditions are met. Although they are not undefeatable against mortals, being able to escape with their life is very easy. Artificial intelligence chip, give a list of the ways to heal myself that I can use with my current abilities. A list of options appeared. Unfortunately, almost every option was of no use at this moment. In the first level of memories, there is mostly general information about his previous life and the rituals that will be needed for his plan. There were some spells, but all of them use Abyss Force, a power belonging to demons, and he could not use them for the time being. After a moment he finally found something that was of use in this situation. Death Touch, rank 0 spell that uses negative energy to absorb life force. It needs to be in contact with the target to be used, and the caster cannot move during casting, which makes it not suitable for battle. Spirit Force Consumption, 1. This was the only spell Zadiel was able to buy after an entire year in the magic tower. To learn a spell you need to know the spell rune corresponding to it. You have to inscribe the rune spell in your consciousness using your spirit, and once it is completed, you need to use your Spirit Force to activate it and use it. In the process of inscribing the rune in your consciousness, if there is a mistake, there will be a backlash that will harm your spirit and you will have to wait a week before you try again. Luckily for Zadiel, the artificial intelligence chip can act as an intermediary and help him in guiding his Spirit Force to inscribe the rune. Even though Death Touch was one of the most basic spells there is, it still took him almost 1 hour to learn it, even with the help of the artificial intelligence chip. Zadiel closes his eyes and concentrates to begin inscribing the rune. Success. Zadiel couldn't help but make a smile. After all, if he had failed just now, that would probably mean his death. Concentrating his magic force toward the rune, he started channeling the negative force that makes a dark glow appear on his hand. Death Touch. The first target of the spell was the huge tree next to Zadiel. The moment his hand touched the bark, it started to rot and his injuries began healing. Now that his wound was no longer an urgent concern, Zadiel starts to wonder about the chip and his memories. Why did the artificial intelligence chip activate at this moment, and the upload of memories only occurred now? Zadiel knows that the world is not a fairy tale where something always happens that saves the protagonist when he is in his last breath. Luckily he now has the artificial intelligence chip which can give him an answer. Host's near-death state caused a burst of potential in the body that increased spirit by 0.2, reaching the spirit force requirement of the rank 2 apprentice Magus and achieving the spirit threshold for the safe activation of the artificial intelligence chip. The artificial intelligence chip is connected to my true soul. Its initial activation will generate a burst of memories in my consciousness that will severely damage my spirit if it is too low, and the division of my memories into levels was for safety reasons. After all, just the first level hurt so much that it almost destroyed my consciousness. Zadiel looks at his surroundings as he remembers the information that he researched before the mission. He was in the Grey Swamp, a danger zone close to a human kingdom under the jurisdiction of the Zainabi Magic Tower. In this place, it is very common to find special herbs and magical creatures. This place was also the hideout of several bandit groups. The bandits groups should be my first target. They are the perfect materials for the ritual. Zadiel's eyes were cold as he pictured the future of his target. Chapter 3, Bandit Camp. The bandits groups should be my first target. They are the perfect materials for the ritual. Zadiel's eyes were cold as he pictures the future of his target. My body is too weak. If I want to complete my goal safely and fast, I need to improve it. The normal stat value of a grown man was of 1. So Zadiel's body was barely stronger than an average person. Of course, he was only 16 and was in no way athletic, but thankfully, the improvement in the spirit force produces a small but still useful overall improvement in the body. Artificial intelligence chip, show me the best ways I can enhance my body fast. Zadiel commanded. Several options were shown. Zadiel reviews them and finally decides to use a breathing technique. Breathing techniques are ways used by the soldiers of the mortal kingdoms to enhance their physical abilities, and those that excel on them are given the title of a warrior. Although it will never give the ability to defeat a true magus, if a warrior takes an apprentice by surprise, he can strike a fatal blow before the apprentice can even react. When Zadiel entered the tower, he was given a meditation technique and a breathing technique. Although the spirit force is much more important to most apprentices than their physical attributes, having a strong body not only reduces fatigue but also diminishes the time the body needs to sleep, giving more time for other tasks. Although using the breathing technique was tempting in the beginning, Zadiel's improvement in his spirit force was very low, so he focused all his time on his meditation technique. Breathing techniques generally use a set of movements and a way of breathing to enhance the vital energy in the body. Although some give the user the ability to use some kind of spells like fire and lightning, they are nothing more than parlor tricks before a true spell used by an apprentice. So the breathing technique that is used in the tower just improves the abilities of the body and shows a set of moves useful in combat. As Zadiel was going through the information, something occurred to him. If the goal of the technique was improving the vital energy of the user, why not use it in combination with Death Touch? Artificial intelligence chip, is there a way to combine Death Touch and the breathing technique? BIP. Calculating data, using a virtual module to experiment. Estimated time to result in 2 hours, that's slow. The computation abilities of the artificial intelligence chip is connected to my soul. The stronger I am, the faster it is. Expecting it to be as fast as my previous life is not realistic. Well, I suppose there is no other thing to do but wait. It is not like I can move in my current condition. Although his condition has improved tremendously using Death Touch, it still will take a long time for him to be fully healed. After 2 hours, the artificial intelligence chip finally gave the result. Improved breathing technique, use the life force of other individuals to enhance that of the user. Only useful in the initial stages of body strengthening, good, transfer the way of using it directly to my brain and start immediately. The information was very little, so Zadiel just felt an electric current in his brain and he learned immediately how to use the technique. Without wasting time, he starts to use the technique right away, using part of the life force of the tree to heal his injuries and a part of it to improve his body. 2 days later, a massive crash was heard in the forest as a huge tree fell. The tree that once was full of life now was rotten inside and was so soft that it could be ripped to pieces easily with bare hands. Zadiel was beside the tree, but he was very different when compared to the bloody person that was there a few days ago. Not only have his injuries completely healed, but his body was now 10 centimeters taller, reaching 1.8 meters in height, and under his robe, you could appreciate his well-developed body. Artificial intelligence chip, Show my statistics. BIP, Strength, 2.1, Physique, 2.7, Speed, 1.9, Spirit Force, 4, good. Although the growth was very big, it will be reduced considerably as my body becomes stronger, but it does not matter since after the ritual is completed, I will have a more efficient way of improving it. Although it does not seem much, having 2 points in physique is not so simple as being twice as powerful as a person with 1 point, as the improvement is exponential. For example, with his current physique, if Zadiel finds himself with the same wound that threatened his life just 2 days ago, now he will just need to rest for a half a day to heal it completely. I am currently in the periphery of the Grey Swamp. Most of the bandit groups take refuge in this place and don't dare to enter further inside due to the fear of stronger magical creatures. Artificial intelligence chip scan my surroundings and let me know the moment you find any clue of humans. After giving the order, Zadiel begins to tour the swamp. Now with his 1.9 speed, he was running almost 3 times as fast an Olympic medalist, hence it didn't take long for him to find his first clue, a set of footprints, although whoever left them behind tried to erase it. With the help of the chip, finding the place where he was headed was easy. After running a little more than 5 kilometers, he found what looks like a camp, with 100 tents give or take. There were lookouts in the trees and traps surrounding the entire place. Of course, to Zadiel this was no more than a child's game. This should be a relative big bandit camp. I can't enter directly or else they could surround me, and I will be in trouble if that happens. Besides, it looks like there is someone strong in this place. Zadiel looks to the center of the camp where a huge tent was located. Whoever was there, he certainly had a high concentration of energy on his body. If it is vital or natural energy, he didn't know at this moment. I need to prepare some things before starting, Zadiel thought as he left the bandit camp. Chapter 4, Poison. Lucas was observing the surroundings with a bored face. As a lookout, his responsibility was to make sure that nobody approaches the camp without being noticed. Although he didn't look very strong, thanks to his previous training in the army, he was skilled at his job. Hey Jack, how long until our shift ends? This is so boring. Lucas, you better focus on the job. If something happens and the captain finds that it was your fault, you will end up like that kid from the mercenary group that we killed, says a middle-aged man with a muscle figure and a scarred face, sitting about 10 meters away on top of a tree. Lucas' face immediately shows fear when the fate of the boy was mentioned and starts to look at his surroundings with attention. Come on, I am just kidding. Besides, it doesn't matter if someone comes, with the Capitan here, even if the magical creatures come, they can only die. Jack and Lucas are ex-soldier. Due to their habits of taking every opportunity to steal and rape during battles, they were expelled from the army and ended up as bandits. Due to their previous training, the captain gave them the job of being the lookouts for the camp. Although they were talking to each other, they were constantly assessing the surroundings. Anyway, speaking of the boy, is he still alive? He was alive the last time I saw him. After all, the captain won't let him go easy after he made him bleed. I must say that was impressive, so young and yet so skilled. Although it was just a shallow wound, he still cut him. Well, he is doomed anyway. Who told him to hurt the captain? Said Lucas indifferently. Lucas was going back to lazily looking at his surroundings when he felt something approach him from the back. He was startled by the fact that someone came so close to him and he did not notice, but still, as an ex-soldier and a bandit he was used to life and death situations, so he immediately reached for his sword. But before he could even take it out, a heavy punch landed on the back of his head, knocking him out. When Lucas finally woke up, he realized that he was tied to a tree and together with him was Jack, who had just woken up just now. Before he could talk to his partner and try to figure out the situation, someone speaks to them. Good, you are both awake. I have some questions. As long as you answer them, this will not need to get ugly. Lucas saw the person who was speaking. He was a young man with a strong body and a handsome face. Although he was scared at the beginning, the years of living in danger make him calm down and start to think out a way out of this situation. This person is strong and I definitely can't defeat him, but he is very young and I should be able to intimidate him. If Zadiel could hear his thoughts he would find it hilarious, a mortal human trying to frighten a demon. It should be the first time that this happens. Just as Lucas was about to try and threaten Zadiel, Jack spoke first. Listen up, you little brat. You better release us immediately and cut off a limb as an apology, or we will show you how hell looks like. We have more than 100 brothers and they will hunt you down and will take their sweet time with a pretty boy like you if something happens to us. Lucas never stops looking at Zadiel, so he saw the coldness in his eyes as he heard Jack threaten him. He was about to talk and try to calm down the situation when Zadiel looked at him. He became so scared that he didn't dare to speak. Which one do you want me to cut off? What? I asked which part you want me to cut off. Jack could not help but stammer due to the question. After all, he never thought that the opponent would cut a limb just because of a threat. He was hoping that he would get scared and run away, leaving them tied. The right leg. Although Jack knew something weird was happening, he still answered. Just after speaking, he saw how Zadiel's hand got a dark glow. Jack didn't have time to wonder what was happening when he saw how the hand grabbed his leg with so much strength that it almost breaks it, but the worst had yet to begin. He starts to feel his muscle rotting and his bones begin to break. Ah! Stop, I will tell you everything you want to know, please stop. But no matter how much Jack screamed and begged, Zadiel did not let go. Only when the leg was no more than a puddle of blood did he retrieve his hand. Jack passed out from the pain and foam was coming from his mouth. Lucas was terrified. After all, the psychological pressure of seeing such a gruesome scene and knowing that the same could happen to you in the next moment, is enough to break most men. I hope that you can be more useful than your friend. Zadiel's expression was indifferent, as he approached the shaking bandit as if torturing a person was no different than breathing. 107 bandits, most of them are a bunch of thieves and killers with no formal training, 10 lookouts through the periphery of the camp, about 20 ex-soldiers with some degree of proficiency in vital energy, and that guy they call the captain should be a warrior according to the strength he has shown. Zadiel was thinking of ways to attack the camp as he was going through the information the bandit gave him. A frontal assault was not an option unless he had a death wish. After all, with his current abilities, defeating a warrior will be difficult, much less if another 100 men were attacking from the periphery. Of course, things would be different if he has better spells or some magical equipment. The source of water of the camp should be the well next to the river in the northwest corner of the camp. There are supposed to be 3 bandits protecting it at all times. If I manage to deposit this powder in the water, it will help me tremendously in defeating this group, Zadiel thought as he looks at the powder in a little bag tied to his waist. As soon as it becomes night, Zadiel stealthily gets close to the well while avoiding the bandits. With the AI chip scanning his surroundings, it was pretty easy arriving undetected. Although killing the bandits to sabotage the well would be easy unless they were complete idiots, the rest of the camp will realize something was wrong with the well the moment they find the corpses of the men or notice that it was unprotected, so a distraction was necessary. Picking a rock, Zadiel aimed at an alligator that was by the side of the river, and threw it with all his strength, shattering the eye of the beast. The alligator screams in pain and filled with anger, it charges towards the direction of the projectile. Throwing more rocks, Zadiel manages to make the beast reach the well, alerting the bandits. The moment the alligator sees the bandits, he directs all of his anger at them and attacks them furiously. Boss, an alligator. God damn it. What is this beast doing here? It is hurt, kill it quickly. Although the alligator was a strong beast, it was not a magical creature. Plus, due to its injuries, the bandits defeated it easily, and as they were celebrating having defeated the giant foe, none of them noticed the powder that was dissolving in the well. Chapter 5. The bloody boy. Zadiel was observing the camp as he was preparing to assault it. It has already been 2 days since the poison was mixed in the water, and everyone should have been affected by now. Although the protection team of the well finds it weird that a badly injured beast attacks them out of nowhere, after testing the water of the well and finding nothing, they thought that the alligator was chased out by an opposing beast and randomly arrived at the well. The number of lookouts has increased since last time. It is to be expected after all 2 of their men disappeared. The poison should be already in the system of every bandit by now. When the night came, Zadiel started the attack, flashing from tree to tree. The first thing he did was taking out the lookouts. Even though there were some experienced fighters, none of them could react before being knocked out. Now let the real show begin, Zadiel says while taking a sword from his waist, a present from the first group of bandits he captured. Although he was about to fight 100 men, on his face you could see excitement and a fighting intent as if this was a very enjoyable game. Although during his first and third life he has been a human, his longest time alive was as a demon, and demons are in essence battle machines and to them fighting is a second nature. Actually, if it wasn't because he knew it was suicidal going without preparing beforehand, he would have attacked the camp the moment he found it. Without hesitation, Zadiel charges directly to the entrance of the camp. Having spent the last couple of days training his body, he now has almost 3 points of physique and 2 in agility, giving him the ability to run almost 100 meters every 10 seconds. Enemy. Attack him. The 2 guards at the entrance barely had time to react before Zadiel appeared before them. Since the guards were experienced killers, they attacked him with ferocity. The first guard stabbed his sword directly to Zadiel's head while the second aimed to his waist. Zadiel moves his head to the right just enough to let the sword pass by the side, and using his sword he manages to deflect the attack from the second one. Without pausing, he launches a heavy punch to the chest of the first guard with his free hand. The guard was thrown away 2 meters before crashing on the ground and you could hear the sounds of bones breaking. The second guard tries to attack again but a kick hits him right in his face and throws him in the air. Without stopping, he advances to the camp and the commotion alerts the rest of the bandits. Zadiel charged and attacked any bandit that stood before him, never stopping, dodging the attacks, and finding just the right moment to counterattack. All the bandits were being thrown to the floor with broken bones and sometimes with their arms or legs missing. Sometimes some stronger bandits with some amount of training and vital energy attacked him, but their fate was the same as that of the rest. It should be starting to take effect about now. As if his words were magic, the bandits started to drop to the floor like they were flies. It was of course due to the poison Zadiel mixed with the water 2 days ago. The poison used was a powder made from a plant known as Fighter Doom. It was a tasteless poison that takes effect when the person suffers from a drastic rise in the blood flow like in a fight, hence its name. With a riot and commotion going on, almost every bandit was battling or chasing Zadiel, increasing their heartbeat and worsening their current condition. Just as Zadiel was observing the now defeated bandits, a feeling of danger appeared. Without wasting time, he stepped back and put the sword in front of him. A heavy sword came down on him and crashed against his own, throwing him almost a meter before he could stabilize himself. A burly man, almost 2 meters tall with a square face full of scars and short hair wearing his full armor shows up. So you are the bastard that thinks he can burst into my camp and kill my men? You could say so, and who are you? Zadiel spoke as he was giving the order to the AI chip to scan his opponent. Strength and physique of almost 3 points, hence the poison didn't work. Luckily his agility and mine are around the same, or this could be very difficult. Of course in the worst case, Zadiel would just escape. Stuff like staying and fighting to death with honor, to him, was just stupidity. Good. You are a brave little brat. You can say Captain Robert killed you when you reach hell. Zadiel could not help but show a little smile on his face as he heard those words. After all, imagining a demon, a resident of the abyss going to hell, the land of devils, after his death will be hilarious. Die you little shit. The captain charged at Zadiel and attacked with all his strength, slashing with his sword straight to his head, trying to cut him in two. Zadiel moves to the left, dodging the sword just by a few centimeters. The sword crashed on the ground and made debris fly away, a testament to the strength the blow carried. Angry at his attack missing, the captain continues with a series of slashes from all directions, but no matter how he attacked, Zadiel always finds a way to dodge his blow right at the last moment. After more than 10 minutes, the fight continues the same way, the captain madly attacking and Zadiel skillfully dodging. Zadiel always dodges the attack using the minimum strength required, and when it is possible, he counters with his sword, making small wounds appear all over the places that were not protected by the armor. Although not all of his memories were uploaded, the ones that were uploaded had hundreds of the fights he had as a low-level demon, so his battle experience is way greater than his opponent. You coward, stop jumping around and fight like a man, screamed the captain with anger clear on his face, as he attacked with even more ferocity, making the rocks fly when his sword touches the ground. Zadiel didn't answer at his clear provocation, but he focuses on finding an opening. After all, when an opponent is angry is when he makes the mistakes. After a series of more attacks, the captain landed his sword without control and made it crash on the ground, temporarily getting it stuck. Although it was just a second, in a fight that can be fatal. Now, Zadiel attacked immediately, throwing his sword like lightning at the neck of the captain. But even blinded by her age, the captain was an experienced fighter, moving at the last moment. Although his neck was badly cut and a lot of blood came out, he managed to save his life. Although he failed to kill his enemy, Zadiel didn't show disappointment on his face. Instead of continuing the assault, he separated from the captain and relaxed his guard. Where do you think you are going? The fight has to continue. This little cut is nothing. But the fight has already ended. What are you? The captain didn't finish speaking when he felt his head start to get foggy and his conscience starts to fade. Although your physique keeps you from getting poisoned from food and water, if it is applied directly to your bloodstream it will work, especially in the neck. The captain looked at the bleeding sword and realized what happened. You poisoned your sword. This was a one-on-one fight. You have no dignity. Zadiel sneered at those words. If you do not use every tool at your disposal just because of what others may think, then you deserve to die because of your arrogance and stupidity. Zadiel stops paying attention to the now incapacitated captain and starts to explore the rest of the camp. As he was walking, he arrived at what it seems like a burial pit. You could see bodies of all ages and races in there. As he was assessing the pit, he made a surprised face. Of course, it wasn't because of the number of dead people. After all, as a demon, he saw situations hundreds of times worse. What impressed him was that the artificial intelligence chip detected that someone was still alive. Zadiel gets into the pit and takes him out. It was a boy of around 10 years old. One of his hands was cut off and his left eye was missing. It was obvious that he was tortured for several days from the state of his injuries. So what am I going to do with you? Zadiel says as he looks at the barely breathing boy. Chapter 6, True Freedom. Zadiel was speaking and looking at the boy as he notices how this one uses every strength he has left to straighten his head and look back at him with his only eye left. As Zadiel looks at the boy's eye, he could not help but be impressed by what he saw. What an immense will. In the state that he was currently, any normal human will have already given up. Even some official Magi that take pride in irrationality will surrender to fate. But Zadiel could see in the boy's eye a will that won't allow him to surrender and force him to continue. Definitely a good seed. Since I have enough material for the both of us, I could help him, and judging by what I saw, he will have no problem passing the ritual. But still, it is better to be sure. Zadiel continued to stare at the boy for a minute, and the boy never moved his remaining eye away. Diaresis, I am no saint, but since you have made an impression on me and it will not affect me, I can help you. I give you a choice. I can heal your wounds, but your body is so badly damaged that even then, you will become a cripple for the rest of your life, or I take you out of your misery right now. Zadiel spoke emotionlessly as he looked at the boy and tried to see any change. After all, most people would rather die than become a cripple that can barely move, especially in a world like this where a human life was a lot of the times worthless. Even though the boy was shocked at first, knowing that even if he survives he will forever be disabled, immediately that immense will came back, stopping him from surrendering. Diaris is truly impressive. Even knowing that your life will be hell, you still chose to go on. Can I know why you do it? Zadiel asked patiently, as he put the boy on the ground carefully. The boy looks at Zadiel as he gathers his strength to speak. I want to be free. Zadiel was shocked at the answer of the boy, and how those words make him remember something. A lonely figure was atop a mountain. Darkness covered his body, making it impossible to see his true appearance. His surroundings were full of dead bodies of all types of species. You could see demons and devil, dragons, even the mythical titans and leviathans were among the corpses. Although this scenario was a testament to his incredible power, he knows this was not what he seeks. Exhausted, he looked at his surroundings and he couldn't stop himself from shouting with all his strength. I will break every shackle that exists, become so powerful that nothing can restrain me. I will see how the universe looks like once I remove what makes me blind. I will reach the highest peak and feel true freedom. Zadiel could not help but start to laugh as he remembers those aspirations that fueled his path to power. Ha 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 ha, good, very good. From this moment on you will become my subordinate and together we will search for true freedom together. What do you say? Zadiel asked the boy with excitement on his face. The boy could not understand why someone wants a cripple like him as a subordinate, but after a moment he accepted. Some may say that being a subordinate to someone is not freedom, but deciding who to follow is freedom. Zadiel immediately starts to make a potion with the herbs he has with him, the ones he collected during his preparation before assaulting the bandit camp. Although none of these herbs could do something as magical as regrowing a hand or an eye, they were more than enough to heal the wounds of the boy. Zadiel helps the boy drink the potion and support him against a big rock. Rest here, I have many things to do before I start the ritual, and don't worry about your body. With what I am about to do, regrowing a hand and an eye is but a walk in the park. The boy only nodded as he watched Zadiel move around the camp picking the unconscious bandits and putting them all together. As long as he can remember, Ezequiel was always a slave. According to what he was told by his masters, he was sold when he was a baby. He was brought up to become a slave warrior, a disposable tool to carry deadly missions. So when he was strong enough to stand, he was thrown into hellish training. The training in the slave camp was always brutal. Most of the children died during the first year. But the ones that survived became incredible soldiers able to perform amazing feats. Because he was small and fast, Ezequiel was trained in the way of the assassin. Although every day he was walking between life and death, he was able to overcome every trial and excel as a show of his immense talent. Through the years he becomes more and more proficient in killing, being usually the one tasked with the more difficult tasks despite his young age. Although his identity as a slave never changed, he was often rewarded with every type of pleasure that his masters could arrange, but none of that ever brought him true happiness. If there was something he truly enjoyed, it was watching the birds fly. Seeing them move through the sky completely free and unrestrained was one of the few pleasures he had in life. His last job was to kill the captain of a bandit group that killed the son of an important businessman. He was supposed to join a group of mercenaries that were hired to attack the bandit group and distract the captain so Ezequiel could find an opportunity to kill him. Unfortunately for the group, the information had failed to mention that the captain was a powerful warrior, hence they were completely exterminated. Since he wounded the captain, Ezequiel had to suffer the wrath of the man, because of which he was tortured for many days, and finally thrown alive into the burial pit to die. When Ezequiel thought his life was over, he did not feel scared. What he felt was frustration. He has always lived doing what others tell him to do, what others desire, and now he will die because of others' decisions. What he has always wanted and will never have now, was freedom. Freedom to live how he desires, and to die because of his own choices. But then he shows up, a man not much older than himself but so incredibly powerful that not only did he defeat the captain, whom he thought was invincible, but also all of the bandits in the camp by himself. When the man gives him the option that he can cure him and he will be able to live the life of a cripple or kill him to end his suffering, Ezequiel didn't think much and chose to continue to live, so he could keep pursuing his wish. Who would have thought that the man would start laughing when he told him his desire and would offer him to be his subordinate? At that moment Ezequiel felt something telling him that this is the most important decision of his entire life, that this was the point in which his true path will begin. I will follow this person, this will be the first real choice of my life. Chapter 7. Ritual. Ezequiel was gathering all of the bandits in the center of the camp, he even brought the lookouts that were thrown outside. All the bandits were unconscious. But although most of the bandits were severely hurt, and despite the fact that some of them were missing limbs, every single one of them was alive. When all of them were put together, Ezequiel picked up a jar from the captain's tent and with his sword, he cut his arm and filled it with his blood. When there was about 10 liters of blood in the jar, he stopped and sat down to rest. A normal person has just about 6 to 7 liters of blood in their system and losing a fifth of that can kill you, but with his physique of almost 3 points, it only makes Ezequiel very tired and weak. Ezequiel was sitting and focusing on getting to his optimal condition when he felt someone closing in. So you are strong enough to walk already, good. The person that was closing in was a little boy with a hand and an eye missing. Of course, he was Ezequiel whose body had already healed enough to move. After all, the potion that Ezequiel gave him was potent enough to heal a warrior, and since the stronger you are the more energy is needed to heal you, the vice versa also applies. While Ezequiel was looking at Ezequiel on the huge amount of blood by his side, he was a little startled, but after a moment he calmed down. I should not try to understand a monster like him, at least not yet. Ezequiel stopped looking at Ezequiel and focused on the bandit, but as he did, he started to get confused. Even though as an assassin he has excellent control over his body language and he seems perfectly fine, how could he hope to trick Ezequiel? You are wondering why I didn't kill them, Ezequiel says as if he could read the boy's thoughts. Ezequiel could just nod, already accepting that he could not hide anything from his new master. They have a purpose and you will soon find out what it is. As Ezequiel says those words, for a moment coldness appears in his eyes as he looks at the bandits. Anyways, you are my subordinate now, so I need to ask you a few questions. First of all, let's introduce ourselves. I am Ezequiel. What is your name? Ezequiel. The second question, since we are leaving this place very soon, do you have a loved one that you need to find or someone you need to ensure is safe? No. Ezequiel was a little surprised about that question but he answers without much thought. After all, with his previous identity as a slave, he knows that caring for someone just puts them in danger. Okay, that is all, Ezequiel says casually. Ezequiel was a little startled. After all, who would have a subordinate with a past that you know nothing about? Master I. Ezequiel was about to speak when he saw how Ezequiel just raises his hand to stop him. I don't care about your past. Since the moment you decided to become my subordinate, your life started over. The only thing I need from you is your loyalty. As long as I have it, I will always be there to help you. But you need to remember something. Ezequiel made a pause as he looked at the boy's eye while coldness and savagery radiated from him. The feeling was so suffocating that Ezequiel could swear that he was drowning in mercury. He felt like in front of him, there was not a man but a nightmarish life form that could swallow him at any moment. If it wasn't for his incredible will, he would have blacked out already, but even so, he could not stop himself from kneeling. Never betray me. If you even think of doing that I will know, and when that happens you will never know the sweet release of death. After Ezequiel stopped speaking, the pressure vanished like it never existed. Ezequiel's state was understandable. After all, if you put a normal man in front of a tiger, even if the animal does not attack him, the pressure that it generates can put him in a terrified state, and even though Ezequiel was no longer a powerful being, his years of slaughter were still with him. Ezequiel started to stand up slowly as he looked at Ezequiel. When his breath was normal again, he kneeled on one knee. I have chosen to follow you, and I will never regret the decisions I made in my life. Determination radiated from his eye as he spoke. Although words of eternal loyalty were easy to say, they were rarely true. But with his knowledge, Ezequiel could easily see that the boy spoke with absolute resolution with his soul. Ha ha ha, I didn't make a mistake with you. Since Ezequiel is a bit long, I will call you Little as Ezequiel laughed, a trace of warmth could be seen in his eyes. This feeling is not bad at all, although in his second life as an Abyss Lord, Ezequiel had millions of underlings, all of those demons would have stabbed him in the back the first moment they got the chance, if that means giving them some profit. So having a person that will give you true loyalty and friendship, it is a feeling that he didn't have in a very long time. Although Ezekiel could not help but feel awkward about the childish nickname, a little smile appeared on his face. After a number of hours of rest, Zadiel was finally in his peak condition again and was ready to begin the ritual. Okay then, little Ez, what I am about to do is very complex and incredibly dangerous for normal people. I now need you to back out 1,000 meters, and no matter what, you can't, under any circumstance, come closer before I call you, Zadiel says with a serious face. Ezekiel could see that this was something very important and delicate, and he didn't dare to misbehave and cause an accident, so he immediately moved away. Seeing that Ezekiel was at a safe distance, Zadiel picked up the jar and started to inscribe word symbols made out of his blood on the ground surrounding the bandits. Weirdly enough, although every moment was skilled, Zadiel never looked directly at the symbols. I have to be careful. If I see these abyss runes directly with how weak my soul is at this moment, blacking out will be the best scenario. Runes are the language of the laws, a way of using the energy of the universe. They are a set of symbols that, if put in the correct order using the right material, can bring about unimaginable effects. They are also incredibly complex and full of variations. So understanding them and activating them before being powerful enough is a dream. A rune inscribed on a weapon like a sword can make it sharper or have the ability to produce flames if a source of energy is fueling it. But more incredible uses of runes is putting them in the body of a person. This can give someone incredible abilities. Knowledge of high-level runes is incredibly hard to get, and the ones that have them are powerful groups that will never reveal them. What Zadiel was drawing was a set of runes that will allow him to communicate and make a direct sacrifice to the abyss. This was one of the two more important pieces of information present in the first set of memories. To make runes work, two core things cannot be missing. First, the right materials to make the rune, and second, the source of energy to activate them. For the materials for this rune, it is necessary to have blood tainted with the Abyss aura, and although Zadiel was no longer a demon, his true soul will always carry the Abyss aura from his second life. The hard part was the source of energy. Luckily the Abyss is a plane that takes any chaotic and evil soul that dies, and the bandits easily fulfill the last part. So the only thing that Zadiel has to do was to activate the secondary runes that will create a chaotic state of mind in the life forms that are inside the array, and make the bandits kill each other, making the Abyss itself come for the souls by activating the runes. Although the sub-array will take energy, his current spirit force will be barely enough to activate it. Without wasting time, Zadiel activates the sub-array runes, his face becomes pale and he almost faints from the extreme depletion of spirit force. A small part of the runes started to activate, making a red glow cover the bandits. After a moment all the bandits started to wake up, but their eyes were completely red. Without wasting a moment, they start to attack each other. They madly attacked anything in their sight without regards for anything. It was a truly bloody and crazy scene. If their hands didn't work, they used their feet. If their feet could not move, they used their teeth. One way or another they dismembered each other apart. After a couple of minutes, almost every single one of them was dead. Even the captain now was left with only half of his face and was on his last breath. The moment the last bandit dies, the rest of the runes start to activate and an immense pressure descends on the camp. It was so chaotic that just being close to it will make someone a crazy killing machine if their will is not strong enough. Even Zadiel felt difficult to be calm in front of it. So he finally arrives, Zadiel thought with a solemn expression. The entity that Zadiel was sacrificing the souls of the bandits was no demon. After all, doing deals with a demon is one of the most stupid things you can do. Just getting a tenth of the worth of your sacrifice will be a miracle, and most of the time, the demon will just kill you and take everything for himself. So the one Zadiel was communicating was the consciousness of the Abyss itself. Every plane or world has a consciousness that it develops slowly through the years. Although most of the time, this consciousness is very basic, some are incredibly complex as well. They are even able to achieve self-consciousness, meaning that they consider themselves as an individual. Although the Abyss was an immense plane due to its chaotic nature, its consciousness was very basic. So it makes the perfect trading partner. Of course only someone as Zadiel with his knowledge could communicate with the consciousness of the Abyss before being strong enough. As the consciousness of the Abyss was taking the souls of the bandits, Zadiel started to use the runes to communicate what he desires. Although 100 or so mortals were insignificant for the Abyss, and it will not give anything of true value, what Zadiel needs right now is something the Abyss has to spare. He needs the Abyss aura, the one of the highest quality from the deepest part of the Abyss. The bodies of the bandits started to melt, creating a black liquid that started to gather in the center of the array. When all of the bodies were gone, a 1-meter orb in diameter was left. It was so dark that it looked like it could consume all light, and everything in its surroundings was beginning to decay, even the ground. After all, Abyss aura is the source of energy for demons but a poison to any other life form. Zadiel could not help but get excited as he saw the liquid concentration of the Abyss aura. Finally, It is time for the most powerful life form to be born. Chapter 8, Chaotic Core. Zadiel looked at the Abyss Aura and started to meditate on the spot to heal his depleted spirit. Once all of the bodies were converted into the Abyss Aura, the consciousness of the Abyss started to retreat. Zadiel didn't say anything and just watched as the chaotic pressure soon vanished. It's time to begin. Zadiel manipulated the array runes again to split the Abyss Aura into two parts, one big and one small. That should be enough for little Ez. After that was completed, Zadiel walked to the center of the array, and stopped 1 meter away from the biggest orb of Abyss Aura, adopting a meditation position. After a couple of minutes, Zadiel started to manipulate the Abyss Aura again. The liquid started to turn into threads that moved into his body. It started to enter inside him from his eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. If any other life form not having reached rank 1 were to do that, allowing such a high concentration of Abyss Aura to enter his body, they will die in the best case scenario, and if they were to survive miraculously, they will transform into a mindless killing machine which is even inferior to a common mane. Here is where the second most important information became useful. The transformation into the strongest life form that exists, the one that resulted in millions of years of research even with the abilities of a being of laws, and it was only possible thanks to the help he got from the ones he called grayish bastards. The transformation into a neo-demon. Neo-demons are an artificial race that was created to be the perfect soldier, having abilities way superior to demons and racial traits so powerful that even titans, the race with one of the most powerful bloodlines created by the universe, would feel envy. Although Zadiel was very excited, he could not allow himself to be distracted. After all, even with the help of the array runes, manipulating the Abyss Aura inside his body was extremely difficult and complex, and he constantly had to withstand the impact of the chaotic influence that the aura was releasing. As the Abyss Aura was entering his body, all of it started to concentrate on his heart. This is the most crucial part, the formation of the Chaotic Core. The Chaotic Core is the basic source of power for all the Neo-Demons. It is what allows the body of the carrier to make a transformation and not only give them access to a myriad of incredible abilities, but also it is the most important part a Neo-Demon has to nurture if it wants to keep becoming more and more powerful and ascend through the higher ranks. The Chaotic Core is made from thousands of minuscule runes which are in turn made from pure Abyss Aura. The runes were so minute that it was impossible for the current Zadiel to inscribe them. But this is where his always useful companion started to work. A.I Chip, commence the construction of the Chaotic Core, Zadiel commanded his companion as he was withstanding the horrifying pain that threatened to destroy his consciousness. Bip. Initiating the creation of the Chaotic Core. Estimated time to finish is 2 hours and a half. The host must withstand the impact of the Abyss Aura at all times inside his consciousness or it will result in severe backlash and possible death. 2 hours and a half, a child's game. Zadiel's face showed resolution and he closed his eyes and stopped making any sound or expression, behaving as if the head-splitting pain didn't even exist. As the minutes passed by, the Chaotic Core was beginning to become more and more complete. The runes started to connect with each other and a mysterious glow was appearing in it. Once more than 50% of the core was completed, it started to spin. Using the arteries connected to the heart, it was pumping the Abyss Aura to the rest of his body. Every time the core rotated, more and more of the Abyss Aura was filling his body. It was nurturing it and making it incredibly powerful. Soon Zadiel's body started to grow and his hair began to turn into an ash color. With every single rotation of the core, the body was being constantly nurtured by the Abyss Aura, and as for the innate chaotic nature that affects the consciousness of any being because of the Abyss Aura, the core was constantly compressing it and keeping it inside itself. As the chaotic core kept rotating, Zadiel started to relax since now the ability of the core to suppress the chaotic pressure was taking effect. After the 2.5 hours were done, the chaotic core was finally completed. It was like a sun, constantly rotating and releasing energy. It was truly a wonderful sight to see. Zadiel started to get up with his now 2-meter body, a handsome face, and a muscular constitution. He moved little by little trying to get accustomed to his newfound increase in power. Artificial intelligence chip, show me the state of my body. Bip. Scanning host. Race, Neo-Demon, Strength, 4.7, Physique, 5.4, Speed, 4.2, Abyss Aura, 7.1, Excellent. I can barely be considered to be in the beginning of the infant stage of a Neo-Demon and I am already so powerful, and now thanks to the Chaotic Core's ability to transform the energy of the body into the Abyss Aura, I can finally start using my abyssal spells. Zadiel's excitement was understandable. After all, even if we don't count his Abyss Aura, his physical attributes are amazing. Since 4 points is a threshold that no mortal can surpass even if they use the most amazing breathing technique in the world. Reaching it was only possible for the ones that combine arcane knowledge and body experimentation like some body refinement apprentice magus. My Abyssal is currently as powerful as the spirit force of a rank 3 apprentice Magi, and this is just the beginning. Truly worthy of being the race that I spend so much energy creating. Now that I have finished my transformation, it is time for that little kid. Zadiel inhaled with all his strength and gave an extremely loud shout. Let's, come here. Zadiel could not help but laugh at his childish attitude. Well, what is the point of being strong if you do not enjoy yourself when you are in a good mood? While Zadiel was thinking, Ezekiel was already arriving at the array runes, and the first thing that caught his attention was a black orb made of liquid that gave him a terrifying feeling. But when he saw Zadiel, he was startled. After all, it was not more than 6 hours the last time he saw him, and there was already such a huge difference, and especially the feeling he was having was that his master was much more powerful now. Master, what happened to you? Ezekiel could not help but ask. You will find out soon enough. Little as, what I am about to give you now is a path to become someone truly powerful in the universe and being able to truly break the shackles. But I have to warn you, this process is extremely dangerous. If at any moment your will weakens, what awaits you is nothing but death. Ezekiel didn't answer immediately, but his remaining eye was shining with a resolution to take anything that comes in his way and a desire to the path of true power. A good seed indeed, this kid will have no problem in withstanding this, Zadiel thought as he looked at the boy with pride. Sit down and focus at all times. Remember to always maintain your concentration. I will begin now, Zadiel says as he started to manipulate the Abyss Aura. Although this amount of Abyss Aura was smaller than the one Zadiel used, the initial power of the chaotic core has to be enough to carry out the transformation into a neo-demon, but not so strong that it will kill its bearer because they are not powerful enough to sustain such a huge amount of energy. So the weaker the individual is, the smaller the chaotic core is at the beginning. Actually, the amount which Ezekiel needed was much less than this, but Zadiel was going to use a part of the aura to regenerate his hand and eye. The Abyss Aura started to enter Ezekiel, and he could feel the searing pain from having the liquid enter his body and the chaotic pressure that threatened to make him crazy. But one of the reasons why Zadiel picked him was due to his monstrous will. It helped him maintain sobriety and keep going. Zadiel was not wasting any time either. Using the rune array and the artificial intelligence chip, he was constantly monitoring the Abyss Aura and creating a chaotic core in Ezekiel's heart. If you could see the runes that created the chaotic core inside Ezekiel, you could realize that there were some small differences in comparison with the ones in Zadiel. The reason was that Zadiel's core was a primordialist core made to be the origin of every single other chaotic core that will exist, and thus making Zadiel the ancestor of every single neo-demons that will be born. Ezekiel's core was a genus core, meaning a core made for the descendants. The difference in the abilities between the two cores is almost null. After all, Ezekiel was a direct descendant. But when he has kids, those children will be born as neo-demons with genus core in their hearts, and their potential will depend on the strength of their parents. The most important thing about the primordial's core is that it will make any neo-demons have an inherent desire to serve him. Ezekiel's process took just about an hour, and when he was finished, his body was completely different. He was now almost 1.5 meters tall, with white hair, and his body had just the right amount of muscle necessary to be able to use his maximum speed. Well done, how do you feel? I feel powerful. Ezekiel could not help but get excited as he felt the immense strength running through his body. It's normal to get excited, but remember, little as. Zadiel's face got serious as he got to this point, and Ezekiel didn't dare to not pay attention. We are too weak right now, and there are millions of people that could kill us, so never reveal anything related to the chaotic core. As Zadiel spoke the last phrase, he used his primordial's core to make those words as an order that Ezekiel could not disobey. Although restricting Ezekiel didn't feel good, especially knowing the loyalty of the little boy, the information of the chaotic core and the neo-demons was so important that it will doom them if the wrong people find out just how special they are. Ezekiel felt quite weird as he heard the command and felt as if something was ingrained in his heart ensuring that he would never speak to anyone about the core. Of course, even without the command, he would not do it, at least not consciously. After all, even though he was technically a child, his years as an assassin taught him that having wealth without power is a sin. Seeing the expression in Ezekiel's eyes, Zadiel nodded. Well, it is time to leave this place, but before we do that, it's time for some payback, Zadiel said as he looked in the direction of a certain magical beast. Chapter 9, Innate Spell. Two figures could be seen moving through the forest. They were so fast that they reached an incredible speed of 2 kilometers per minute, and even then, you could see that it was not even close to their maximum speed since they had relaxed expressions on their faces. Of course, they were Zadiel and Ezekiel that were going to the Shadow Wolf's lair. Zadiel has always been someone that returns every single grievance 1,000 times more. Of course, if the creature is too powerful, he would just wait and take revenge on it when the time was right. After all, There is nothing wrong in seeking revenge. But if you do it when you are too weak, then you are just stupid. As Zadiel was running, he could see that Ezequiel was keeping up with his speed with no problems. Neo-demons are not all the same. The chaotic core improves the body according to their previous aptitudes before the transformation, and this is just the beginning. As they grow stronger, the changes are more and more pronounced. So speed is one of his main attributes. Interesting. I chip, scan him, dip. Scanning, name, Ezequiel, race, Neo-demon, strength, 3.5, physique, 3.6, speed, 4.2, abyss aura, 5.2, not bad at all. His attributes are inferior to mine, but that is to be expected. After all, before the transformation, I was already as strong as a warrior and little as was just a normal human, and his abyss aura is pretty strong already, so it won't be long before he reaches the 7 points to make him equal to a rank 3 apprentice magus. As Zadiel was running, he started to look through the rank 0 spells that were in the first layer of memories. Normally, someone will choose a spell according to their affinity to natural energy, like flame or darkness. But Neo-demons don't need to worry about that. They can use their abyss aura to create any type of spell. Of course, it is better to reduce the range of types of energies you use to make it easier to improve your proficiency in a particular type of magic. As Zadiel was looking at the spells, 4 of them attracted his attention. Shadow form uses darkness energy to cover the user in a shadow mantle that enhances his agility by 30%, and it also reduces the possibility of the opponent detecting him. Consumption, abyss aura -1 every minute. Corrosive fireball, produce a fireball which generates flames when it comes in contact with air, and attach themselves to the enemy and start to expand themselves. Damage 10 degrees. Effective distance 15 meters. Consumption, abyss aura -3, somber sphere, create a spear made of dark energy that generates itself from the target's shadow and throw it at him. Damage 8 degrees. Effective distance 10 meters. Consumption, abyss aura -2, death enchantment, can temporarily enhance a weapon with negative energy and adding 3 degrees of magical damage with each blow, and also infect the wound with death energy. Consumption, abyss aura -1 every minute. As Zadiel was looking at the spells, he started to search for the information about the classification of the strength of spells that he got in the magic tower. The damage in this world is calculated according to magical crystals. They are the basic currency that magus use and also the source of power for most types of magical machines and magic towers. Every magical crystal can release about 1 degree of energy when they explode. Although he has even more powerful spells, these were the most battle-effective spells at this moment with his current abyss aura, and besides they were pretty powerful themselves. After all, the maximum damage a rank 3 apprentice can hope to do is between 15 and 20 degrees of damage, and that is only when they have reached the peak of rank 3 and are considered pseudo-magus. But Zadiel was barely beginning his path as Neo-demon, and he is already capable of doing such damage. There is also a long path before he would reach the peak of the infant stage of a Neo-demons. I will start with Shadow Form and Death Enchantment. They will be useful all the way up to rank 1. As for ranged attacks, although Corrosive Fireball is powerful, the innate spell that all Neo-demons have should be even stronger. While Zadiel was thinking about the innate spell, he could not help but get excited. After all, it is very simple yet so powerful that even when he becomes stronger, it will still be effective. Now with his spell already decided, Zadiel started to think about a useful spell for Ezequiel. His main way of combat is being fast and deadly. In that case, this spell should be an excellent choice for him. As Ezequiel was running through the forest, a voice was heard in his head. Little Ez, I will send you a spell. Practice it, and if you have any doubt, ask me. Before he even had the time to wonder what was happening, information about a spell and the method of practicing it was sent directly into his consciousness. Lightning Armor uses lightning energy to coat the user, enhancing his speed and strength, and the lightning also offers protection against attacks. During this state, the user can't use any other spell due to the constant transformation of the abyss aura into lightning natural energy. Enhances strength and speed by 30% and offers protection of 8 degrees of magical and physical damage. Consumption, abyss aura -1 every minute. Ezequiel was shocked, not only because he could communicate directly with Zadiel, but an immense amount of information was directly imprinted in his brain and he could feel like he knew it all this time. Zadiel almost laughs at the face that Ezequiel made when he heard his voice in his mind. To supernatural beings at or above rank 1, communicating with their consciousness is very easy, but being able to transmit knowledge will take time, and even then it will not be as clear as Ezequiel felt it in his mind. Zadiel was able to do it thanks to the chaotic core. All the cores can establish communication between them as long as they are in the same plane and transfer knowledge if they are in close distance. After Zadiel explained how he performed this type of communication, Both of them began to practice their spells. Neo-demons don't need to inscribe spell runes into their consciousness, they just need to manipulate the Abyss Aura and activate the spell, gain proficiency in them, and the more they use the spell, the better the body can perform it, and not only does the consumption of Abyss Aura diminish, but the strength of the spell also grows. This is thanks to the chaotic core familiarizing with the way the spell works and making it easier for the Abyss Aura to activate them. As they were running, you could see shadows forming around Zadiel and lightning covering Ezequiel, enhancing his speed. It didn't take long before they arrived at the magical creature's lair. As soon as they arrived, a howl could be heard, and the shadow wolf appeared before them. Last time Zadiel was too busy to take a good look, but now he could see the almost 3-meter wolf with a powerful body and furious expression. Zadiel looked at the beast and started to walk towards him as he activated his shadow form. "Do you remember me, little doggy?" said Zadiel as he looked at the wolf as if it was dead meat already. The shadow wolf could not communicate with words, but as a magical creature, he can understand the human language, and although the person before him looks familiar, the moment he heard the insult, anger showed on his face as he threw himself towards Zadiel with his jaw open to bite his head off. Zadiel dodges the attack with ease, and before the wolf could land, he grabs its hind leg, raises it over his head and smashes it against the ground, making rocks fly. Before the wolf could even howl in pain, a heavy kick landed right in its ribs, throwing it 7 meters in the air. Without waiting for the wolf to land, he jumped and punched it right on the head, throwing it through the air and making it crash against a tree. Zadiel looked at the badly wounded wolf without any joy or excitement. After all, for him this beast was nothing more than an insignificant event in his life. Things are in constant change. Once you are the hunter and the next moment, you are the prey. The moment you become complacent with your strength is the moment you sealed your fate. It's time to end this. As Zadiel was about to give the finishing blow, shadows started to cover the wolf as he stood up and released a monstrous howl. His eyes were red and blood was falling through his mouth as his body was growing in size. A last desperate attempt. "Okay, you will be the first to experience the might of the first innate spell of a neo-demon." Zadiel's eyes became serious for the first time in the fight as he commanded the artificial intelligence chip to analyze the might of the spell he was about to use. An innate spell is a technique that can't be taught. They are usually the signature moves of a species, like a dragon's breath or the petrifying gaze of gorgons. They are engraved in the mind of the species and they know it since the moment they are born. Zadiel's seriousness was normal. After all, he is the first neo-demon, so this attack was only theoretical and this will be the first time it is used. The now berserker shadow wolf attacked without any regard for anything with a speed almost twice as compared to before. Zadiel did not move or try to dodge, he just stood there, and as the beast was closing in, he raised his hands. When the beast was barely 5 meters from him, he activated the spell. Abyssal Blast. A concentrated beam of pure abyssal aura was released from his hand with a diameter of 2.5 meters. The attack was so fast and potent that the wolf didn't have the time to react before he was swallowed by the attack and disintegrated, and even then, the blast traveled for another 20 meters and destroyed a couple of trees before stopping. Zadiel couldn't help but make a surprised face as he saw the damage the attack made. After all, he wasn't even close to becoming a rank 1 neo-demon, but this attack was almost as powerful as an attack from a newly ascended rank 1 magus. Ha ha ha, neo-demons are truly the strongest race that exists. Zadiel could not help but laugh from the excitement and pride that he felt for being able to create such a powerful life form. But of course, there is no way I can truly fight a rank 1 Magi at this moment. Even if they just stand still, and do nothing, their defensive spell will be enough to at least block the first attack, and this spell has an obvious restriction. The Abyssal Blast was certainly powerful. One of the reasons it is powerful is that it doesn't use the Abyssal Aura that Zadiel has in his body, but the one that is concentrated inside the chaotic core, and it is boosted with the chaotic mental impact that is being filtered from the Abyss Aura in the body. So not only does it generate immense magic damage but also affects the consciousness of the enemy. Due to this, it is only able to be released once a day, hence making it not very practical in a prolonged fight. As my chaotic core grows, the number of times I will be able to release this attack will grow, and so will its power. Speaking of that, artificial intelligence chip show me the result. BIP. Abyssal Blast. User fires a potent beam made of pure and concentrated Abyss Aura that is generated in the chaotic core, along with a mental impact on the target if the attack reaches. The number of times it can be used per day, 1. As long as the chaotic core grows, the ability to store energy will grow as well. The quality of it will also increase, making the attack more strong, and it will be able to be released more number of times. Current damage, 28 degrees, nice. Too bad that there is nothing left from the wolf, it would have made a good meal. As Zadiel was thinking of eating, 5 meters away, Ezequiel was stunned. Since the beginning of the fight, Ezequiel never intended to help. After all, He was certain that the fight with this beast was nothing but a little game for his master, and seeing how the wolf was so badly hurt at the beginning of the fight, proved him right. What shocked him was the abyssal blast that Zadiel used. After all, the attack was so powerful that it disintegrated a beast twice the size of the bull, and what shocked him, even more, was that he knows that he can use that spell too. Since the moment he became a neo-demon, the method to use the spell was already implanted in his brain. Can I be that powerful? Ezekiel thought as he looked at his hands. Hey little brat, stop dreaming. It is time to leave this boring place, Zadiel spoke as he started to leave the area. Zadiel could not help but make fun of Ezekiel as he saw him looking at his hand but said nothing more. After all, seeing someone release an attack so powerful and knowing that you can do it too can distract anyone. Ezekiel got a little embarrassed being found out that he was daydreaming, so he just nodded and didn't say much as he started to follow Zadiel. Soon they left the Grey Swamp and started their journey towards their next destination. Chapter 10, Sinnoh's Magic Tower. The Magi world is a high world, meaning that its laws are extremely well developed and the amount of natural energy it generates is immense. It can be considered one of the principal worlds of the multiverse, with the existence of Magi known to everyone as cruel, pragmatic, and warmongers that cause doom to many of the middle and lower worlds and planes. The more complete a world is, the easier it is to produce strong life forms that not only protects it against invaders, but also attacks other worlds and planes. The Magi world is incredibly huge, with hundreds of continents, and the Magi are the dominant force of this world. There exist hundreds of organizations in the world, but there are three that are the most powerful ones and divide the continents between themselves. One of these three is the Eternum Empire, an organization made of hundreds of Magi clans of all sizes that occupy the center of the Magi world. The Zainabi Tower that Zadiel was previously a part of, was owned by the Zainabi family, a small clan that was part of the Eternum Empire, and it was positioned at the periphery of the empire. When Zadiel left the Grey Swamp, he didn't have second thoughts of going back. If he were to do that, being questioned by the Magus that runs the tower was something that would definitely happen. After all, it has been less than 3 months since he departed from the tower as a rank 1 apprentice Magus, and now he was as strong as a rank 3 apprentice. They may want to extract his memories and dissect his body to find out how he did it. As for the consequences, nobody will question rank 1 Magus if he kills an apprentice no matter how strong the apprentice is. Luckily, he doesn't need to worry about being searched for since those apprentices that brought him to the swamp and threw him to die will invent a story of their own, and say that he died due to some magical creature's attack to cover their tracks. So the destination that Zadiel was going to was the Sinnoh's Magic Tower, which was controlled directly by the Eternum Empire. This magic tower was a strategic point because it was close to the entrance to the underground zone but was also bordering the Endless Forest. The Endless Forest was an uncivilized zone that was full of magical creatures. A few of them were as equally powerful as some of the strongest Magi that you could find in the Magi world. Although it was dangerous, it was also a place full of opportunities, and those that were powerful enough could obtain great wealth. So a lot of unaffiliated Magi and apprentices go there. As for whether they could survive or not, it will depend on their ability and luck. According to the information which Zadiel had, the Grey Swamp was around 10,000 kilometers away from the Sinnoh's Magic Tower. Luckily for them, most of the path which they had to follow was through some human kingdoms and danger zones that did not pose a threat to them. They started to run during the day to improve the efficiency of their agility spells, and in the night, they rested. If they are close to a place with magical creatures, they kill and eat it to improve their strength. The cultivation of the chaotic core can be done in several ways, the most common one being attracting the natural energies of the world inside the body and letting the core absorb it to improve itself, and the amount of Abyssal in the body. Another way is by eating something with a high concentration of energy like magical creatures, so hunting serves to improve their battle skills and overall power. Zadiel lets Ezekiel take care of the magical creatures to let the boy familiarize himself with fighting and battling powerful creatures. Of course, Zadiel was always ready to intervene if something bad were to happen. Right now Ezekiel was fighting a metallic bear. This was a bear-like magical creature with hair that looks like metal. Although the beast was stronger than Ezekiel, the moment the boy activated lightning armor, the fight was one-sided. Ezekiel's weapon was a double-edged dagger that he picked in the bandit camp. He chose it because it would complement his battle style. From time to time you could see how the weapon was covered with lightning, enhancing the damage that it gives to the opponent. Impressive. His proficiency in the spell reached a level that allows him to cover other objects, surpassing the original limitation of only covering his body. Lightning is suitable for him, Zadiel thought as he looked at the boy fighting the beast. During the fight, Ezekiel only attacked when the time was right, and he could damage the vital organs of the beast, demonstrating his years of experience as an assassin. As the fight was ending, Ezekiel's lightning was starting to vanish, so he hurried up and took the opportunity when the beast was hurt to make an opening and attack it on the back of its head, and burying the dagger all the way into its head, killing the beast. Well done, little Ez, but you have to remember to always have control over the amount of Abyss aura you have left in your body, and never let it deplete entirely. Because if you were to do that you would be too weak to react to an unexpected situation, Zadiel said as he judged the boy's battle power. With his abilities, fighting a rank 3 apprentice should be easy, and if he takes them by surprise, perhaps he could even kill a pseudo-magus. Not bad. Ezequiel nodded and started to reflect over the fight, trying to see what mistakes he made and how he can improve his fighting style. Zadiel and Ezequiel continue on their journey, constantly training their spells and killing magical creatures to either eat them or harvest their organs. After a little more than 3 months, Zadiel and Ezequiel arrived at the area controlled by the Sinux magic tower. Both of them were carrying huge bags made with animal skin filled with parts of magical creatures. As they got closer and closer to the tower, more and more buildings began to appear in their surroundings. They could see inns and weapon shops and even some brothels in their surroundings. When they were about to enter the city, a wave of energy went through their bodies, scanning them, and disappeared just a second later. Although most of the apprentices that enter the city won't be able to know what happened, it could not escape Zadiel detection. This is a spell that detects the power of the individuals that enter the city. The moment it saw that our strength was inferior to a rank 1 magus, it retreated immediately. It's understandable, since even the strongest rank 3 apprentice poses no threat to the magic tower. Of course, Zadiel was never worried about his Abyss aura or his chaotic core being exposed. His Abyss aura was created from his chaotic core, using spirit force as the base. So everyone will just feel the spirit force when they detect his energy, and as for the core, it was designed so that no external force could detect it. Unless someone incredibly stronger than him were to scan him, finding it out was almost impossible. As they went deeper into the city, they were startled to see a mind-blowing 300-meter-tall tower. Its exterior was made out of obsidian metal, and you could see inscriptions surrounding the tower that emitted a mystic glow on it from time to time. The tower emitted a majestic pressure that makes most people afraid to look at it directly. It was the first time that Ezequiel saw something so impressive, and thanks to his high affinity for energy, he could feel the immense amount of energy that was concentrated inside the tower. Zadiel saw the look on the boy's face but said nothing. After all, even he was impressed. Of course, what impressed him was not the size of the tower or the amount of energy it had, but it was the runes that were inscribed on its surface. Whoever inscribed those runes certainly has a high level of proficiency in them. Those runes are strong enough to augment the strength of whoever controls the tower to defeat someone a rank above them, Zadiel thought as he continued to walk towards the tower. They headed directly to the tower to register as apprentices there, and decide their next step. As they got closer and closer to the city, the number of apprentices increased exponentially, and by the time they arrived at the tower, the sight of rank 3 apprentices was pretty common. As Zadiel and Ezequiel get closer to the tower, more and more apprentices started to pay attention to them. After all, seeing 2 new people with a concentration of energy in their body corresponding to rank 3 apprentices with a bag full of precious parts of magical creatures is something you don't get to see every day. Although you could see greed in the eyes of most apprentices, none of them acted. It was as if they were waiting for something. It didn't take long for an apprentice to interrupt their path. He was a man of 2.5 meters with a brawny figure, and according to the energy he released, he was a rank 3 apprentice that followed the path of body refinement. On his square face, you could see a vicious smile as he comes closer to Zadiel. Stop there, little brats, you are new, so I will do you a favor for you, and explain how things are done here. I am Nick and I am in charge of checking any type of material that comes to the tower. Now give me the bags so I can assess if there is anything wrong with what you have. If you resist, I will be forced to consider that you are hiding something and will have to take them by force. This was robbery in broad daylight, but none of the other apprentices said anything, as if this was a completely normal thing to happen. The newcomer got bad luck. Humphrey, is their fault for showing their wealth so openly? Nick always does this type of thing. What can we do? After all, he has his brother as his backer. Nick just stood there, and didn't say anything else. He was used to this type of bullying, and it always ends up in one of 2 ways. Either the newcomers resign themselves to their bad luck or they argue and try to resist. In either case, he always got what he wanted. But contrary to his assumptions, what he got today was something completely different. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, it's just that I never thought that such a cliché scene would happen just as I arrived here. But luckily, you arrived just at the right time. I was looking for a guide and you are perfect for the job, Zadiel spoke as he laughed. Nick was furious, not just because of the reply of the boy in front of him, but because of how the rest of the apprentice started to look at him. He knows that if he doesn't teach these newcomers a lesson, he will become the laughing stock in front of everyone in the tower. You little shit, I will show you the price of insulting me. As soon as he finished speaking, Nick threw a punch with all his strength directly at Zadiel's head. If this attack connected, it would be enough to kill any apprentice Magi. But before his fist could even get close to his opponent's head, a lightning-covered figure showed up by his side, and threw a kick directly at his head. It was so fast that Nick could barely react in time and raise his arms to block the attack. The lightning exploded on his arm, throwing his body 5 meters behind before he could stabilize himself. "You bastard!" Nick was furious and was cursing at his enemy, but before he could even finish speaking, the lightning figure showed up again. This time, it appeared right in front of him, and launched a punch directly at his stomach. Nick didn't have time to react as the punch buried itself on his body, making him spit blood, but this was not the end. The lightning figure started to attack him from all directions, treating Nick like a punching bag. Nick was feeling like his bones were breaking under the hits, and his body was burning from the electricity that was running through the fists. Finally, the figure grabbed Nick's head, and crushed it against the ground, making some of his teeth fly away. As Ezekiel retracted the lightning, he could be seen standing by the side of the now badly wounded Nick, and was acting as if nothing happened. The rest of the apprentices were shocked. One of the reasons why Nick could bully newcomers beside his backer was his great strength. But who would have thought that of these two newcomers, the youngest one that looked like a kid would be so powerful that he was able to one-sided defeat a rank 3 body refinement apprentice, and more so, using his body as the main weapon. He is too strong. That boy is terrifying. Nick is badly wounded, his brother won't let this slide. Zadiel didn't care for what the others were saying as he started to walk to the now wounded apprentice. Although he knows that getting attention could land him in some trouble, some degree of dominance has to be displayed or else it will be very difficult to establish a foothold in this place. Once he arrives in front of Nick, he picks him up by the neck and speaks to him. "Now be a good guide, and tell us where the center to register new apprentices is." Chapter 11, Pseudo-Magus. The interior of the tower was the same obsidian black color as the exterior. It was very simple without extravagant stuff like pictures or trophies made of monster parts, truly fitting the pragmatic nature of the Magi. The first level of the tower was the place where apprentices gathered. There were all kinds of stalls, some sold special metals, others potions and herbs, and some sold weapons. Some stalls were used for administrative purposes, like the management center or the exchange center. In a corner, you could see groups of apprentices that looked at the huge screens in the wall. At the entrance of the tower, there was a blue platform accompanied by a statue of a lion. This was the portal to the upper floors of the tower. Zadiel and Ezekiel enter the first level of the tower and are headed to the place where the management center of the tower was located. A lot of apprentices were looking at them and murmuring, but Zadiel ignores them. The reason for the attention was that Zadiel was dragging a wounded person by the neck. Of course, it was Nick who was so terrified from the duo that didn't dare to be stubborn and did as he was told, bringing them to the management center. But beside fear in his eyes, there was hatred as he looked at Zadiel. Although he was trying to hide it, to Zadiel it was so obvious that he may as well scream, but he didn't do anything. Firstly, because to Zadiel this person was insignificant and could never pose a threat, and second because if he were to kill him, they would definitely start a lot of trouble and maybe even rank 1 Magus will involve themselves. After all, they were not part of the tower yet, and although most magic towers don't meddle if apprentices start fighting, killing was prohibited. Zadiel knows that he isn't strong enough to fight against a rank 1 Magus yet, and even if he is, from what he can tell about this tower, the person who controls it is definitely superior to rank 1. After a couple of minutes, they arrived at the management center. There were 4 apprentices in charge of the stall. From what he could see, every one of them was a rank 2 apprentice. Zadiel went to the one that was unoccupied and reading a book. The apprentice was a middle-aged man. Despite his age, he was barely a rank 2 apprentice, meaning that his chance of becoming a Magus was null. "Hello, I want to know the procedure to become part of the tower, and also where I can exchange some magical creature parts for magic crystals," Zadiel asked. The apprentice barely looks at Zadiel with a tired face, but he was instantly startled, not because Zadiel and Ezekiel's strength of rank 3 apprentices. After all, in this place that level of power was not uncommon. What attracted his attention was the wounded person that Zadiel was carrying. He recognized Nick immediately. After all, the apprentice has made himself famous for being a brutal person, but now he was being dragged like an animal. "What are you doing with him?" The apprentice could not help but ask. "Oh, he is just our guy. Don't worry about it. Now you haven't told us what we asked," Zadiel responded like nothing happened. "Yes. Sorry for that, I am Richard. I will give you the information immediately." Richard was scared. He did not dare to offend someone who dares to drag a rank 3 apprentice like a dog. "Good, now that you are no longer needed, you can leave," Zadiel says as Nick falls, making him smash his face on the ground. Nick picked himself off the ground, and contrary to what most were expecting, he started to leave the tower without a word. But although he looked emotionless, if you could see his eyes, you would detect immense hatred. He is not completely stupid, thought Zadiel. Ezekiel saw the man leaving, and his years as an assassin, and instincts as a neo-demon led him to detect the hatred that he was hiding. He knows that it is never good to leave unfinished business, so he was preparing to handle it immediately, but just when he was about to act, a voice was heard in his consciousness through the core. Don't do it, the problems that it will carry outweighs the threat that he represents. If you want to get rid of him, wait until you can do it without anyone knowing, and don't worry, you won't have to wait for long. I am sure that he will come back on his own very soon. Ezekiel looked at Zadiel and nodded. I'm sorry for that, continue. Ah, yes. To become part of the tower and be able to use the facilities, you have to sign a contract. Since you are an apprentice, the contract is very simple. The principal point is that you will have to undertake a certain number of tower missions at every determined amount of time. Of course, if you want to complete more missions, you can do it. The reward is in magic crystals, and merit points. Merit points is a currency used to obtain certain materials that can't be exchanged with simple wealth, Richard says as he delivers the contracts to Zadiel and Ezekiel. It is simple. Although it doesn't provide much help, and we will have to pay to use most of the facilities, we will be able to use the tower to rest and experiment. The best part is that it isn't anything that is too binding. Okay, we have no problem with this. What else needs to be done? We will also have to scan your magnetic force field to make an investigation and be sure that you are not wanted for some crimes. A magnetic force field is produced from the energies that all beings carried on their bodies. The higher the amount of energy, the stronger the force field, and since it is unique to every individual, it is normally used as a means to recognize someone. After all, making some changes in your physical appearance is very easy with spells. It's normal that they investigate, but it doesn't matter. When I became a neo-demon, everything about me changed, and that includes my force field. Okay, you can begin immediately with a scan. Richard nodded and picked a crystal from his desk. After giving the command to the crystal, a wave of energy scanned both Zadiel and Ezekiel. Bip. External energy trying to assess the host, permission to interrupt, denied. This time it was able to act. I guess that the wave at the entrance of the city was too subtle for the chip current abilities. The scan lasted 3 seconds, and information was being sent to Richard through the crystal in his hand. We have no information about a crime associated with any of you, so as long you sign the contract, you will become part of the tower. Zadiel and Ezekiel delivered the signed contract to Richard. I have uploaded the information in the contracts. Now if you follow me, I can take you to the place where you can get your magic robes, and a guidebook about the tower. It is the same place where you can exchange your carcasses. Richard guided them to another stall not far from the one they were, in which an old man who was a rank 2 apprentice was sitting. It is very normal for these jobs to be taken for people with little talent. After all, the other apprentices with a chance to become a magus will never waste their time in this type of job. Hey old Hal, these are the new apprentices. They need magical robes and also need to exchange some parts of magical creatures. Who are the new ones and what do they bring? Oh, so it is you. The apprentice named Old Hal had already seen Zadiel and Ezekiel when they entered, bringing Nick with them, so he knew that these were people he should not offend. He immediately gives them their robes, black for Zadiel and white for Ezekiel, matching the color of their hair, and also a crystal to each one of them. This crystal has all the basic information about the tower as the facilities, the classes you can take and much more. If you give me your sacks, I can evaluate the worth of the materials you brought. Here you go, spoke Zadiel as he and Ezekiel gave their bags to the old man. Although he was old, the apprentice certainly has proficiency in his field. With a crystal, he starts to scan all the magical creatures. As they were waiting for the old man, Zadiel started to explain the use of the crystal to Ezekiel after seeing the boy not knowing what to do with it. Little as, this crystal is the most common way of keeping the information. You just have to put the crystal on your forehead and try to guide your consciousness into it, and the information will start to appear in your mind. Zadiel nodded as he saw the boy starting to go through the information in the crystal. As for him, he has a more efficient and faster way of doing it. Artificial intelligence chip, scan the crystal, and imprint the information directly into my mind. Bip. Starting scan, scanning completed. Uploading information. Zadiel felt a current of electricity go through his brain as the information started to appear in his mind. As he went through the new information, a voice distracted him. Okay, I have finished checking. Most of the magical creatures are on the border of the strength of a rank 2 or 3 apprentice. According to the parameter established for the tower, you will receive 223 magic crystals. That much? Richard could not help but exclaim. After all, his salary was barely 10 crystals a month, and saw someone making a transaction for more money than he makes in a year. Old Hal was already used to this type of transaction, so he didn't say much. Since Zadiel was satisfied with the amount, The transaction ended quickly and the old man handed him a bag with magic crystals. As for the expression of the apprentice, he didn't take it into account. Thanks for the help. It was nothing. Also, this is the place where you deliver the material of the mission, so I guess we will see each other often. See you soon then, and you too, Zadiel says to the old man and Richard, but he doesn't go very far when Richard reaches out to him. Is there something else? Zadiel asked at the apprentice who was making a troubled face. After a moment, and seeing that no one was looking in their direction, Richard came closer to Zadiel, and started to whisper. You have to be careful. Nick's older brother is a pseudo-magus, and a very powerful one. He will definitely come to you for hurting his brother. Zadiel saw the apprentice and understood why he was helping him. Reaching into his bag, he took 30 crystals and gave them to him. Thanks for the help. You're welcome. Richard said as he took the crystal and returned to his desk with a smile on his face. Ezequiel was listening to everything, and concern was shown in his face. He knows that it will be easy to kill a rank 3 apprentice with his strength, but a pseudo-magus is supposed to be much stronger, more strong, and he doesn't know if he can defeat them. Master, there will be trouble? Don't worry, little as long we are in the same rank nothing can present a threat to us, Zadiel spoke with carefree expression. Ezequiel nodded, and his expression returned to his usual calm one. To him, his master is always right. Zadiel looked at the boy and smiled. He still doesn't understand how strong he is. Barely 3 months ago he was just a normal boy, and now he was able to defeat a rank 3 apprentice with just his body. If it wasn't for his opponent having a strong body, he would have killed him in the first exchange. Chapter 12, Abyssal Chain. Zadiel and Ezequiel headed to the spot where most of the apprentices were gathering, the place under the huge screens on the walls. One of these screens was showing the missions that were available at the moment and another was showing the courses that you could take and how much you have to pay to attend. In these places were podiums from which you could get more detailed information about the mission, and with which you could accept them. According to the rules of the tower, every new apprentice has to take a mission when they become part of it. After every mission, you have time to rest before doing the next one. The times vary depending on the difficulty of the mission. For a mission with a difficulty that can be done safely for a rank 1 apprentice, you have a month of rest. For the difficulty corresponding to rank 2 apprentices, you have 3 months. For rank 3 apprentices difficulty you have 6 months of rest, and for pseudo-magus mission, you have a year of rest. Zadiel arrived at the screen and headed straight for the podium, activating its artificial intelligence chip. Search for the missions in which I can obtain the materials to start crafting runes, and have a difficulty level of pseudo-magus. BIP. Beginning search. With our power, we can take a mission for pseudo-magus without a problem. I should pick one that allows me to gather materials to start crafting runes that can enhance mine, and little as abilities. Although the ones I can craft are only basic runes at the moment, they should be enough for now, and I can also sell them to generate some income. It didn't take long for the chip to show a list of missions that fulfill Zadiel's requirements. After going through them, and deciding the mission they will take, he headed to the stall the other apprentices had pointed towards. Little as, pick something that suits you, said Zadiel as he started to look at the magical equipment that was put on display. Ezequiel's previous weapon was destroyed before they arrived at the tower. This was pretty common. After all, normal weapons can't withstand spells going through them for a prolonged amount of time. Most of what was shown was basic magical equipment with some minor enhancements or abilities, like a necklace with an improvement for spirit force of 1 point or night vision goggles. Zadiel finally chooses a sword. It was a one-handed sword, although it didn't have any magical enhancement. What mattered to him was that it was made from mitracium, a very durable and conductive magical metal, letting him worry about changing his weapon because it could not withstand his power. As for Ezequiel, he chose a short sword. It was pretty simple, but in its center, there was a green crystal. This sword could apply paralytic poison in his attacks that were strong enough to knock out a magical creature. Neither Zadiel nor Ezequiel chose anything else. After all, their funds were very limited at the moment, and besides their attributes were already very overbearing, and for defense, they both have their spells, and as neo-demons their bodies were extremely durable. Both swords cost Zadiel 120 magical crystals, plus the 30 that he gave to the apprentice named Richard. He now only has 73 crystals remaining. Wealth vanishes fast, thought Zadiel without really caring for the amount of crystals. After all, he never thought that the amount was anything significant. Little as, I will transfer the information to you about the mission which we are going to do. We will be working separately this time and doing different missions. Ezequiel nodded at the words of Zadiel. Although it will be the first time they separate from each other since they met, Ezequiel wasn't a child whose hand had to be held at every moment. He was more than capable to complete a mission alone. The information about the mission appears in his mind immediately. Pseudo-magus level mission, bring the brains of 5 harpies. These magical creatures have the strength of rank 3 apprentices, with the ability to fly and able to use wind spells. Some of the strongest harpies have the power equal to a pseudo-magus and can use a spell that affects the consciousness of the opponent. Reward, 300 magical crystals and 10 merit points. Together with the information was a map, and the most possible location of the harpies. The more brains you gather, the better, and I will need you to bring the claws of those creatures. Ezequiel didn't ask why they were needed and just nodded. For him, if Zadiel needed something, there was a good reason for it. Zadiel was already accustomed to the attitude of the boy, so he didn't say much about his lack of words. Remember little as, never overestimate your power or underestimate your opponent. The battlefield is always changing, and if you neglect your surroundings for a second, it could be fatal. If you find yourself in a dangerous situation, escape immediately. That is an order, Zadiel says with seriousness in his face. Ezequiel again didn't speak and nodded, but warmth could be seen in his eyes. Master, that person from before, I think he will take the opportunity to attack during our mission, taking advantage of the fact that we are separated from each other, and are away from the tower. According to the regulation of the tower, apprentices that were part of it were prohibited from killing each other, but as long there was no witness, and unless the person has an influential background, no one will investigate the disappearance of an apprentice. They will definitely do it, but don't worry. If they act as I think they will, there won't be a problem. I was going to give you another spell to practice, but I can see that you are breaking the limits of the spell which I taught you, and improving it to make it perfect for yourself. So you should keep with it. Yes, Master. I also felt that the spell can become more powerful, and I can increase the ways I can apply it. Ezequiel was very satisfied with the spell, so he didn't want to split his attention with another one. Zadiel always thought that quality overcomes quantity, especially as a neo-demon. Thanks to the core, the spell can be improved constantly, and the body can increase the proficiency in that type of energy very quickly. He was only going to learn another battle spell to overcome his lack of long-range attacks. And with that, it will be enough for the time being. We should rest for today. Tomorrow we will start with our corresponding mission. Zadiel spoke as he and Ezequiel headed to the portal to the second floor where the apprentices rested. As they were about to use the portal, Zadiel looked at the statue with the form of a lion that was beside it. A golem with a power equal to a rank 1 magus. I have to be careful in this place, or else if I catch too much attention, I could get into serious trouble. Without stopping, he goes into the portal, and vanishes from the first level. After a couple of seconds, Zadiel and Ezequiel appear on the second level. Normally most apprentices will show some discomfort due to the teleportation, but thanks to their physique, neither of them felt different. The second level was full of rectangular houses, one next to the other, made of the same material as the rest of the tower was made, with nothing else but the portal. Zadiel and Ezequiel quickly found those houses corresponding to them. To enter them, you have to use the crystal in which the guidebook was present. Zadiel entered the house. As he inspected the place, he saw that it was a 2-floor house, with a bathroom, a place to sleep, and a kitchen on the first floor, and on the second floor there was a place that could be used for doing different experiments. Not bad, this place is truly comfortable, and has most of the necessary stuff. Zadiel leaves his stuff in a corner and heads to the shower. After a couple of minutes, he gets out with his magic robe on, and he heads to the second floor. On the second floor, there was a place with all kinds of chemical and magical equipment, and there was a closed room with thick walls. The last one was used to practice spells, and on the ground was a carpet which had the ability to calm the mind. Zadiel headed to the room and sat on the carpet as he was thinking about the new spell he was going to learn. My current Abyssal has reached the threshold of 10 points. From this point on, growing it will be difficult without consuming high concentrations of energy. With my current aura, I should be able to use that spell. The spell that Zadiel was thinking of learning was known as Abyssal Chains and was one of the most powerful rank 0 spells which he had. But it was also extremely difficult to control. Artificial intelligence chip, show me the information about the spell Abyssal Chains, and circulate my Abyss aura to activate the spell. BIP. Abyssal Chain, creates chains that appear from the air around the host, and can attack and bind the opponent. These chains are created from Abyss energy, making them apply fire and negative energy damage, and they are also extremely resistant. Every chain has to be controlled individually, putting great pressure on the host's consciousness. Consumption, Abyss aura 2 every minute. Damage, every chain can make up to 10 degrees of damage, and also it can apply a corroding effect to the body of whoever is in contact with them unless this person can use Abyss aura as well. Effective distance, 20 meters around the host. Zadiel started to focus on the spell and used his Abyss aura to activate it. After a couple of minutes, a chain that looks like it was made from burning metal with an arrow-like head in front of it materializes beside Zadiel. A minute later, a second shows up, then a third, and finally a fourth. Zadiel opened his eyes as he started to assess the chains. I can control a maximum of 4 chains at the moment, and I will still be able to attack with my body. Every chain is like a new limb that he has to control, so every single one takes a toll in his mental capacities. Right now, he can control 4 chains, and still use his body normally. As he grows stronger, his cognitive function and abilities will also improve, allowing him to increase the number of chains that he can control. Focusing his eyes in a corner of the room, he commanded the chains to attack. With an amazing speed, the 4 chains crashed against the walls, making marks on it. With another command, the chains started to move through the room, sometimes moving as if they were crunching on something, or connecting with each other to make a wall before Zadiel. This spell is truly practical. Let me see its maximum actual damage. Artificial intelligence chip, record, and show me the information about my next attack. The chains started to intertwine with itself, and thus, the 4 chains became one. This new single chain crashed against the wall, making a hole in its surface, and the surroundings starting to melt. Bip. 19 degrees of damage, and 4 degrees of fire and negative energy every second. Very good, this will be more than enough. I should rest now, tomorrow will be a long day. Chapter 13, Endless Forest. Zadiel and Ezequiel were leaving the tower to complete their mission in the Endless Forest. Zadiel was wearing his black magic robe and carrying his one-handed sword on his waist, and Ezequiel had his white magic robe on along with his short sword. As they were about to leave the first level of the tower, a group of 3 apprentices headed in their direction. The one in the lead came to Zadiel and Ezequiel and spoke. "Hello, my name is Leonard, can we go somewhere more quiet to speak?" Zadiel looked at the man and his followers, and after a moment, he nodded and they moved to an unoccupied place on the first floor. As they were moving, Zadiel assessed the apprentices. 2 were male and 1 a female. The female is a rank 3 apprentice with blonde hair, and although she had a skinny body, it was very well defined. One of the males was also a rank 3 apprentice with a robust body of 2.2 meters high with huge muscles and an ape-like face. As for Leonard, he had a 1.9 stature, with a handsome face, and although his body was thin, his magnetic force field was the strongest of the 3, proving it by how it keeps his surroundings constantly in a state of coldness. Zadiel could feel that his power was that of a pseudo-magus. This Leonard should be following the path of an elemental Magi, corresponding to the water energy, and he probably specialized in the cold intent of water. In the woman, I can't feel a dominant element in her spirit, so she should probably be following the arcane path. As for the last man, I can feel a power in his blood constantly changing him. He should be a bloodline apprentice. A pretty well-made group covering all their individual weaknesses. The Magi have a variety of paths they can follow to strengthen themselves, but the most mainstream ones are the 4 great paths corresponding to Elemental Magi, Arcane Magi, Bloodline Magi, and Body Refinement Magi. Every path has its advantages in certain areas, either battle power, versatility or endurance, so there is no superior path. The elemental path is the one in which the Magus transforms their body and spirit with the natural energies of the world. Although this path limits the type of energies and spells you can use, they create almost no restrictions in your path through the ranks and give you incredible battle power. The arcane path is for those who do not want to be restricted by the energies of the world and use arcane knowledge to improve their abilities. Although they are not the most useful in the battlefield, if you are marked by someone like this, hundreds of curses or strange phenomena await you. The bloodline path is the one where you use the blood or organ of a powerful magical creature to change your body and transform yourself into a humanoid magical creature. This is the path which generally has the strongest Magi. After all, the rest of the paths still had their base as humans with vulnerable bodies. But there is a downside to this path, the bloodline shackles. This affects every bloodline Magi, eventually making it almost impossible to advance past a certain point. As for the body refinement Magi, this path consists of constantly strengthening the body with some radioactive substance or poison to stimulate the potential of the body. Although like bloodline Magi, they are extremely resistant to physical damage, the human body has a limited amount of potential, so most of them don't advance very far in the ranks. There are always exceptions to this, and these exceptional geniuses become extremely powerful. After a moment, they arrived at a corner of the first floor where there was no one but themselves. First of all, let me introduce ourselves. As I was saying, my name is Leonard, she is Beatrice and the big guy is Arnold, says Leonard with a relaxed smile on his face. I am Zadiel and he is Ezequiel, so what do you want? Answers Zadiel with an emotionless face. As for Ezequiel, he only nodded. The man named Arnold immediately shows anger on his face by the rude way of speaking, but Zadiel didn't even look at him. Just as he was about to shout, Leonard raises his hand and stops him. I want to give you some information. According to some news I got recently, the brother of Nick, Arthur, is back from his mission and they should be making a move very soon. I must warn you, Arthur is a fire elemental pseudo-magus and he has a lot of people in his group, spoke Leonard with a smile still on his face as if he didn't detect the previous tone of Zadiel. Just as Zadiel was going to respond, the chip's voice was heard in his mind. Bip. Spells are being used in the host. The function of the spell appears to be to collect information about the emotional state of the host. Zadiel looked at the arcane apprentice but chose not to expose her. After all, using this type of spell on him was useless. Oh, is that all? Says Zadiel without really caring for the content of the information. After all, as long his opponent is not rank 1, they are in no way a threat to either him or Ezequiel. Leonard could not help but change the expression on his face when he saw the indifference on Zadiel and Ezequiel's faces. He was expecting at least one of them to show some degree of concern, but nothing happened. Remembering his original intention, he continued to speak. Actually, we can help you if you join us. Arthur won't dare to attack you. No need. If that is all you wanted to say, we need to leave. Zadiel spoke without even thinking about the proposition and started to leave. Wait, don't you think you're being too selfish by imposing your decisions on others, says Leonard, now showing obvious anger in his face as he looks at Zadiel. Zadiel immediately understood the meaning of those words, and he could not help but make a mocking face at him. Little as, I think he is talking about you. Ezequiel said nothing, but an immense killing intent radiated from him as he looked at Leonard. He understood the intention of the man right away. He wanted to create friction between them and separate him from Zadiel. How could Leonard know that to Ezequiel anyone who wants to hurt the relationship with his master was someone he will kill in the first chance he gets? The reaction of the boy startled Leonard, and even more due to the threat that he felt. There is your answer, thanks for the info, says Zadiel as he leaves. Ezequiel keeps looking at Leonard for a moment before following Zadiel. Bastards! Leonard shouted as he saw the duo leave. Boss, that boy is truly terrifying. The one who spoke was Arnold, whose back was now soaked in sweat. As a bloodline apprentice, his instincts were greater than the rest, and he could subconsciously feel how his bloodline was telling him that he was before a higher life form. Leonard said nothing about Arnold's comment. After all, he also felt scared before the boy. After a moment, he calmed himself and looked at Beatrice. I felt nothing from any of the two, but at the end, the boy was ready to kill all of us without hesitation. The reason that she didn't say a word during the meeting was that she had to be in constant concentration to release the spell and try to felt the emotions of Zadiel and Ezequiel. Unfortunately for her, both of them had an extremely strong will, and unless they want to show it, their emotions will leave their control. Let's go, they are Arthur's problem now, we will not meddle, spoke Leonard with an annoyed face. Both Arnold and Beatrix relaxed, knowing that they will not be involved with those two. The moment Zadiel and Ezequiel left the tower, they used their agility spells and covered themselves in shadows and lightning respectively as they headed towards the endless forest. Both of them had reached such a proficiency level in their spells that the amount of abyss aura they use is almost the same as the amount that they regenerate, so as long they only use it to enhance their speed, the cost is almost null. After a couple of hours, they reached the endless forest. It was a place full of gigantic trees and immense mountains could be seen at the distance. This is a place that the Magi civilization has yet to conquer. This is the home of some truly powerful magical creatures of the Magi world, and it was also the place where special herbs of all types could be found. Magical creatures controlled this place, and the deeper you enter, the stronger they get, until a point where finding magical creatures stronger than rank 2 was easy. Either for the body of magical creatures or the special herbs, the endless forest was always full of apprentices and Magi, but of course, they do not always end up like a hunter. A lot of the times the Magi become the prey and end up as food. Little as, remember what I told you. If you find yourself in danger, escape. Don't enter the forest more than enough to complete your mission. We can only act in the forest's periphery with our current strength. If you enter too deep, you could trespass on the terrain of a rank 1 magical creature. If that were to happen, contact me through the core and I will come to help you, Zadiel spoke to the boy with a serious face. After all, even he could die in this place. Ezequiel nodded. He already knows to never underestimate his opponent or overestimate his abilities. And lastly, I am sure that we will have some friends from the tower giving us company. You should take care of them when you get the chance, spoke Zadiel as he looked in the direction of the tower. He could tell that someone was looking at them, but they were very careful and made sure to stay hidden. Ezequiel nodded as he looked back. Although he didn't have Zadiel experience, the instincts of the neo-demons were superb, so he also detected that they were being watched. We will gather here in a month. Having finished speaking, Zadiel and Ezequiel split and headed in different directions as they entered the forest. Half an hour after they left, 7 figures showed up. All of them had magical robes and there were 2 men in the lead. One was tall with red hair and a stoic face while the other had a skinny body and serpent-like face. Benjamin, you will take Nick and Robert and take care of the boy and I will take the rest and head for the other one, said the red-haired man to the skinny man. Brother, this is too much. I alone can take care of that brat. The last time was just because he took me by surprise. Nick says to the red-haired man. Shut up, you useless garbage. Haven't you already made me look bad enough? Although Nick was angry at being insulted, he didn't dare to show it on his face and just lowered his head. Benjamin, don't underestimate him. Something tells me he is dangerous. Don't worry, Arthur, I know what to do. Let's go, said the skinny man before heading towards Ezequiel accompanied by 2 other apprentices. Arthur saw them leave before heading with the rest in the direction Zadiel left. Chapter 14, End of monitoring. Zadiel was getting deeper into the endless forest, heading in the direction where his mission took place, and as he was advancing through the trees, he looked back. The strongest ones are after me, well, the rest won't be a problem for little Ez. Still, I must say they are really careful. Zadiel could feel that the number of people who were following him has diminished, but the overall strength has not. They are constantly using spells to hide from me. The one they call Arthur is a cautious person, but it doesn't matter, eventually they will reveal themselves, Zadiel thought with a calm face, not concerned for the threat that the group could present to him. As Zadiel was advancing, he was making sure not to draw attention from the magical creatures that made their lair in this place. The ones that find themselves in this area barely have the power equal to a rank 2 apprentice and could not contribute anything to Zadiel, except a waste of time. Even though he will only be acting in the periphery of the forest, the periphery itself covers thousands of kilometers. After all, the endless forest in its entirety covers hundreds of thousands of kilometers. With my current speed it will take me around 5 days to arrive at the mission zone. I will take an opportunity to practice my spells. As he was advancing, chains materialized around him only to disappear in the next second. Although Abyssal chains were an extremely complex spell to master, as a neo-demon, Zadiel's talent was amazing, so he was increasing his proficiency with every minute. After a couple hours, stronger magical creatures started to show up, most of them with a strength rivaling rank 3 apprentices. As Zadiel was advancing, he found himself before an earth rhino. This was a 3-meter-tall creature with earth-like armor covering his body and a weight bordering a ton. Although this creature could not use any type of spell, it has amazing strength and its resistance was incredible. This beast is extremely resistant to physical damage, so it is a suitable target to test the strength of abyssal chains. Zadiel stood before the creature without taking his sword or adopting a fighting stance. The earth rhino detected Zadiel and roared in his direction, trying to intimidate him and making him leave. Even though the beast will normally attack anyone that dares to cross into his territory, it has already developed an intellect not inferior to that of a normal person, letting him know that something was off with the human in front of him. So instead of attacking blindly, it tried to scare the individual and make him leave, but unfortunately for it, the person didn't react to its intimidation. Seeing as the human did not retreat, the rhino finally attacked, charging with immense strength towards Zadiel. As the rhino advanced, it carried so much power that the ground was cracking, proving the amazing strength that the creature was carrying in its charge. Zadiel kept himself immovable before the creature, and when the rhino was barely 20 meters from him, his eyes focused and his abyss aura burst as 4 abyss chains appeared around him, and with incredible speed and precision, they launched themselves to the magical creature. The earth rhino felt an immense threat when it saw those chains, but he was charging with such strength and the chains were so fast that it could not dodge. The chains rotated as they headed for the creature, one headed right towards its throat, inserting itself 50 centimeters inside the creature, and another crashed against its spine. Although it didn't achieve too much, it carried so much strength that it fractured the first vertebra. Even though the chains hurt the beast, it was not enough to prove a threat to its life, but it momentarily paralyzed the rhino's head, letting the other 2 chains attack. Each of these chains went towards one ear, piercing them and reaching the brain. The pain was so much that the beast gave a thunderous roar. Even though the beast was done for, and its charge was diminishing his speed considerably, it still arrived before Zadiel with considerable momentum, and although he could have easily dodged the now dying beast, he didn't move. Let's see how strong my body is on its own. Adopting a posture and focusing all the power of his body into his fist, Zadiel launched a punch with all his strength at the rhino head. Bomb! A bang could be heard as they collided against each other. The impact was so great that Zadiel was thrown 6 meters before he could stabilize himself, and as he did, he could feel his arm shaking and his bones were cracked from the impact. As for the earth rhino, a depression in the shape of a fist appeared on its head and it was thrown 3 meters in the air before crashing on the ground. After taking a moment to calm his body and making sure the earth rhino was dead, Zadiel assessed his strength. Not bad, although I was on the losing side. The strength of that impact was enough to severely hurt any pseudo-magus even if they practice body refinement, and I merely end with some broken bones, and besides the creature was carrying huge momentum, increasing the strength of its impact. Since my bones are fractured, it is a good opportunity to see how good the abyss regeneration is. As he was thinking, A significant amount of abyss aura inside his body headed directly to his arm and started to mend the bones, and before a minute passed, these injuries were completely healed. Neo-demons, like all powerful life forms, have strong passive regeneration. But any injury can be healed quickly by using abyss regeneration. It consists of using the abyss aura to increase the speed at which the body heals. It was not a spell, but more like a natural function of the body. After healing his body, Zadiel headed towards the rhino and dissected it with his sword, taking the heart of the creature. After having done that, he left the place, leaving the rest of the body behind. The sound of the fight and the smell of blood will surely attract other creatures. I should leave, besides I already have the most important part with me, thought Zadiel as he looked at the heart. Generally, the magical creatures before advancing to rank 1 have most of their energy concentrated in the heart, so this part is very nutritious and is the most important part of their body. After a couple of minutes of moving and making sure that no beast was in the proximities, Zadiel cooked the heart of the earth rhino, and once it was ready, he devoured it. As he consumed it, his body immediately started to digest it and the chaotic core began to absorb the energy accumulated to use it to improve itself. I should rest for today. It will become dark soon and will it be difficult to advance without deviating from the path. Although seeing in the dark was no problem for a neo-demon, trying to move in a straight path in the forest during the night will be difficult and a waste of energy. So Zadiel jumped to the branch of a tree and closed his eyes to rest. Still, despite his eyes being closed, he was constantly assessing his surroundings. It was the 3rd day of advancing towards the mission zone, and during those days, Zadiel kept practicing his abyssal chains with some magical creatures and used them as food to improve his power. This day he faced a raging hyena, a beast that was supposed to be a threat even for some pseudo-magi. This beast was especially skillful in agility, so it constantly dodged the attacks from the abyssal chains. But when it got overconfident and pounced on Zadiel, trying to tear his body with its claws, unfortunately for the creature, Zadiel used his shadow form to vanish from the beast's view and appeared right by its side. The raging hyena tried to make some distance, but it didn't manage to do it before a sword was buried in its neck and it didn't even have time to scream as Zadiel rotated the weapon, killing the creature. After taking the useful part of its body, he left the place. It was when the day was ending that something strange happened. They have stopped following me, how odd. Although Zadiel could not pinpoint the location of Arthur and his team, he could always feel as though they were keeping an eye on him, but at this moment, the feeling disappeared. They wouldn't have followed me 3 days, only to disappear without doing anything. They must have been tracking me to make sure of something, and now that they know something, they are implementing the next part of whatever plan they have, Zadiel thought, and after a moment he looked in the direction where his mission would take place. Interesting, they are even more careful than I think, but still, trying to trick me is futile. Zadiel started to eat the heart of the raging hyena with a carefree expression as if nothing was happening. Chapter 15, Ambush harpies are bird-like magic creatures, and like most birds they prefer to make their home in high places like the top of a mountain. They have a high affinity for the wind's natural energy and with their ability to fly, a mountain peak makes a perfect home for them. At the base of a mountain, there is a group of 3 men. 2 of these men were in a relaxed state concentrating in their meditation with their eyes closed, but the 3rd one was walking in circles with an annoyed expression on his face, and you could see how his face was getting more red with anger with every minute. Finally, the man punched a tree with such strength that it created a huge dent in its center, before he started shouting. God damn it! Why the fuck are we not going after that brat? There are 3 of us and he is all alone. Benjamin, since when has my brother's number 2 become such a coward? Screamed Nick at Benjamin. Benjamin opens his eyes to look at Nick, but the face he made was as if he was watching a clown in a show. The disdain in his eyes was obvious, and he made no effort to hide it. This retarded moron, if it wasn't for his brother, just becoming a rank 2 apprentice would have been a miracle. I already told you, the information we bought says that the boy's mission consists of killing some harpies. We will wait until after he finishes the fight and attack him when he is exhausted. Now sit down and wait, Benjamin says before closing his eyes. Nick saw the face Benjamin made when looking at him and was furious. But although he was a small-minded person, knowing who to mess with, was maybe his only good point. He knows that unlike him that barely got to become a rank 3 apprentice even after all the resources he got, Benjamin is someone truly talented, and although he has not reached the level of a pseudo-magus, his battle strength is almost at that level. Benjamin was a very strong apprentice, and thanks to the path he followed, he was pretty powerful in a fight. Actually, he could form a team of his own, not having to follow other pseudo-magus. But when he saw that Arthur had a mentality of someone that will never underestimate his opponents, he chose to follow him. Killing that boy won't be easy. Since we entered the forest, I have been feeling that something is off. I have to stick to the plan and take him by surprise. Just as he was preparing to go back to meditation, an immense feeling of danger assaulted him. "Watch out!" shouted Benjamin at Nick. Nick was about to sit down when he heard the scream and felt how something was attacking him from the back. Mustering all the power he could, he tried to move his body out of harm's way. Unfortunately for Nick, the attacker was someone proficient in assassination and his presence was only notable in the last moment. He could not stop the sword that was going towards his body, heading right for his heart. Nick saw the tip of a sword come out of his chest, and an immense pain assault him. But although he was not able to dodge the attack, he was able to move his body at the last moment just enough to save his heart from being pierced. "I can still make it. I need to hold on until Benjamin and Robert help me." As a body refinement apprentice, Nick could still survive if someone helps him immediately, but unfortunately for him, what happens next shatters all of his hopes. The sword started to shine as lightning started to run through it and started to burn all of Nick's organs. "Save me!" Nick screamed, full of pain. Benjamin and Robert attacked the figure, trying to separate him from Nick and save him. A fountain of acid headed for the figure, followed by huge rocks that fall from the sky. When the attack was about to land on the person, he covered himself in lightning and moved behind Nick, moving away from the trajectory of the spells. Benjamin arrived beside Nick. Unfortunately for him, Nick 1 was already dead, but when he saw the state of his body, he was shocked. Not even 10 seconds passed from the moment I found the attacker, but his attack was so fast and ruthless that he destroyed most of Nick's organs before we could do anything. "You fucking brat. Do you know who just killed?" Once his brother Arthur the pseudo-magus knows this, you will beg for death. Benjamin saw the figure and knew this was the same person they were supposed to kill. Benjamin was always someone very cunning, and his words were meant to try to induce fear in the opponent and make him hesitate. Unfortunately for him, his opponent this time was someone on which this type of threat will never work. Ezequiel looked at the two apprentices with a calm face. He was always someone proactive and waiting for his enemy to attack was not something he would do. Although they were covering their tracks very carefully, the angry attacks of Nick revealed their location easily. Not waiting for the enemy to take the initiative, he charged at the duo with his body covered with lightning. "I should take care of the weaker one first," thought Ezequiel as he launched himself at Robert. But before he could reach him, Benjamin attacks him, positioning himself before Robert, and as he stands there, his body starts to expand, and he transforms himself into a gigantic 5 meters long snake. "Robert, maintain your distance and help me distract this brat." Robert knows that if he were to fight directly with Ezequiel, his only fate was death. So he backed off immediately. As Ezequiel looked at the huge snake, he started to distance himself from it. "This should be a bloodline apprentice that Master told me. They can transform their bodies for a certain amount of time by stimulating the blood in them. I should maintain a certain distance until I figure out how strong he is." Benjamin, now in the form of a snake, chased after Ezequiel trying to crush him. He made rocks fly and trees fall as his huge body crashed at them. As Ezequiel dodged the attacks from the snake, the lightning in his sword started to elongate and became a 3-meter-long whip. Benjamin opened his mouth and tried to spit acid as a lightning whip hit his face, creating a huge burn mark and making him scream from the pain. "Ah! You fucking brat, I will devour you," yelled Benjamin as he chased after Ezequiel. As Ezequiel was preparing to attack again, a shower of rocks started to fall from the sky. Although the rocks were gigantic, they were also slow, so Ezequiel easily dodged them. But just as he was about to continue the attack, something happened. He saw how his legs were sinking in the ground. He was surprised as he looked in the direction of the other apprentice and saw him kneeling on the ground chanting a spell. Robert knows that his first attack was too slow and could not damage Ezequiel at all, but his objective was only to make him head to a place where his other spell was waiting. Although this could stop him for just a moment, it was more than enough for the tail of the snake to crush him. Ezequiel put up his arms in front of him to defend, making a cross with them. He covered his body and channeled all of his lightning energy into them to defend against the attack. When the tail crashed on his body, the impact was so strong that he was thrown 15 meters away, breaking the trees apart as his body crashed into them. Chapter 16, Ratman. A pit was created where Ezequiel crashed, making a curtain of dust appear and block the apprentice's view. Although neither of them could see the result of the attack, both of them were sure about the outcome. After all, any apprentice that received an attack with that much power was supposed to be severely hurt. "Well done, Robert," Benjamin praised the quick mind of the apprentice. After all, even giving his all, he could not touch Ezequiel and he was getting hurt due to the lightning whip. "That brat may be strong, but he is too cocky. He thinks he can take care of both of us alone." Just a little spell and he was finished, Robert laughed, making it seem like it was nothing great. Although he makes it look like it was easy, Robert knows that is the opposite. When he was making the rocks fall from the sky and distracting Ezequiel, he was also using all his power to liquefy the earth where he landed, just in the right moment to surprise him, using almost all of his energy to make the spell instantaneous. Benjamin in his snake form headed where Ezekiel was, with his mouth open and spit dripping from it. "Brat, enjoy being eaten by me," he yelled as he threw himself with his jaws open, but instead of a meal, what he got was only a raised hand and 2 words. Abyssal blast. A beam full of concentrated abyss aura was discharged from Ezekiel's hand, and unlike Zadiel's blast that was black, this one had a blue color. Before Benjamin could react, the blast hit him with such an immense power that it destroys the upper half of his snake body immediately. Benjamin. Robert could not believe what was happening. One moment they were enjoying the feeling of victory and the next, one of them disintegrated due to the strongest attack he has ever seen in his life. As the dust settled, Ezekiel walked out of the pit. Although his body looked all right, his left arm was so injured that bones could be seen, and as for his right arm, it was healing with an amazing speed due to the abyss regeneration. After waiting a moment and seeing the rest of the corpse of his enemy, Ezekiel's body was covered in lightning and he disappeared. Where has he gone? Robert was terrified. His energy reserves were almost depleted and he could not fight in this state. Just as Robert was trying to think a way out of this situation, a lightning-covered hand pierced his body. Shocked, he barely had the strength to see behind him. What appeared in his sight were a couple of cold eyes that even at this moment can still terrify him. "Ah!" Robert screamed as the lightning was destroying his body and killing him. Ezekiel was indifferent before the scream of his enemies, and after a moment, he searched for any life close by, and as he felt nothing, he left the place. "I was not careful. Master was right, I have to always be aware of my surroundings, including even the most insignificant detail." Ezekiel's face was serious as he assessed his performance in the battle. Actually, Ezekiel wasn't aware how amazing what he did was. His current abyss aura makes him only as powerful as a newly advanced rank 3 apprentice, and yet he was able to fight 3 people with energy reserves and battle experience way over his, yet could kill them all, and his only injury was a broken arm that will heal in minutes if he could maintain abyss regeneration. "I have finally arrived." In front of Zadiel, there was a small mountain full of the entrance to underground caves, and as he inspected them he went through the information of his mission. "These are the caves of the rat men. According to the information I got, the aim of this mission is to collect some magical herbs that grow in the nest of these creatures. The rat men are supposed to be weak, with rank 2 apprentices being able to kill them in a fight, but they live in packs and their number can reach the 1,000, making them deadly if they corner you. Although they could be annoying, they are not an actual threat to me with my current power. I chip scan me. BIP. Analyzing host, strength, 8.2, physique, 9.3, speed, 7.9, abyss aura, 10.7, Zadiel's physical prowess could make any apprentice green with envy. His stats are even more powerful than a rank 3 body refinement apprentice, but unlike them, he was not burning his potential to enhance his body, all the opposite. While his body grew stronger, his talent only increased. Good. With my current strength, killing the rat men and getting the herbs will be easy. As for Arthur and his group, they will probably attack me when I leave the cave. As Zadiel was planning, he assessed the mountain, but when he looked at it, he felt that something was off. After a moment and with the help of the chip, he identifies the reason. I am impressed. He knows practically nothing about me, yet he used something really powerful to kill me. Unfortunately for them, these traps are useless against someone like me. Shaking his head at their futile attempt to harm him, he enters the caves. The cave was full of skeletons and waste. The tunnels looked like they were dug into the earth with the claws of some beast, and from time to time, you could hear the noise of something eating with ferocity and things crawling through the ground. It had an ominous vibe, but to Zadiel, this was like a playground. After all, in the abyss, there are millions of places much more terrifying. It didn't take long before the noises grew stronger and the rat men appeared. They had bodies filled with gray hair, long claws and a height of 1 meter. Their faces were full of ferocity as they launched themselves at Zadiel. Zadiel saw how dozens of rat men charged at him and he started using his abyss aura, making abyssal chains appear around him. The chains acted as if they had a mind of their own and attacked the rat men, going through their head or chest, killing them instantly. Chapter 17, End of the Hunt. The nights in the endless forest were usually silent, but close to the cave of the rat men, 4 people were speaking, breaking the silence. Arthur, we have been waiting for a week and we have got no signal from him. Maybe the rat men have killed him. A bulky apprentice with a magic robe covering all his body spoke to a tall red-headed man. Richard, you have already seen the state of the beast he kills. That person can kill pseudo-magus level magic creatures with ease. Before I was just being precautious, but now, we have to kill him no matter what. Arthur says with determination in his face. Arthur and his group have been waiting for Zadiel in a zone filled with trees 2 kilometers away from the entrances of the cave. Although they were 3 rank 3 apprentices and 1 pseudo-magus, they had chosen to hide and wait to surprise their enemy instead of directly fighting with him. Luckily we made plans, or else, if we fight him head-on, In the best scenario only I could barely survive. Arthur has always been someone who plans for every possible scenario and does everything in his power to eliminate every unknown variable. In reality, he was not angry at his brother for being hurt, but he knows that if someone abuses his men and he does not teach them a lesson, it will create a vicious circle and events like that will happen again, making it very difficult to increase his power in the tower. In the beginning, he was sure that with his group killing these two apprentices will be easy. But seeing the power displayed by Zadiel, he knows that his opponent is someone who can kill all of them on his own. Looking at the entrance to the caves, Arthur goes through the plan. "Martin, is the spell ready to activate?" Arthur asks a thin apprentice by his side. "The parchment with a rank 1 spell mind break is ready to activate the moment he leaves the cave. We were very careful in putting it in the entrances before he arrived so he couldn't have discovered it." Martin responds as he focuses on a small mirror in his hand that shows him the scene of the entrance of the cave. This is an overkill. No matter how strong an apprentice can get, faced with a rank 1 spell that can only be created by a rank 1 magus, they can only die, Richard says, getting angry as he remembers how long they had to save to buy the parchment from the tower. Arthur said nothing about the brawny man, as he looked at the only female of the group. "What do you think about this scenario, Linda?" Linda was a beautiful woman with an impressive figure and a pretty face, but that was not everything about her. She was also powerful on her own, almost reaching the level of a pseudo-magus. "You have never disappointed us. If you think we should use this rank 1 spell to kill him, then you must have some valid reasons," Linda says, smiling to Arthur. "Thanks," Arthur says, smiling back. "I am just giving my honest top." Before Linda could finish speaking, an immense feeling of terror assaulted her. From the dark sky, a person covered in shadows materialized itself right above her. Before Linda could even react to the death threat, a sword fell from the sky, passing from her head to her hips, cutting her in 2 exact pieces. Arthur, Richard, and Martin could barely react to the grotesque scene when the blood of Linda splashed over them. But as elite apprentices, they got hold of the emotions in a moment. The first to react was Arthur, who chanted a spell and created a dozen shields made of fire around him. The next one was Richard, who made his hands glow as he charged at the shadow. Martin was an arcane apprentice and was not very proficient in battle, so he was the last in react, but still, as he got hold of himself, he tried to chant the spell to affect the conscience of the enemy. Unfortunately for him, before he could even start, 4 chains came out below his feet and impaled him by going through his body, killing him instantly. "Bastard!" Richard saw another one of his comrades get killed and he launched a punch with all of his strength. The shadow reacted with the same move, a blow filled with strength with his free hand. Richard grinned at the response of the shadow. As a body refinement apprentice, he was very confident in the strength of his body. But this feeling didn't last long. The moment their fist clashed, his hand exploded in a ball of blood and flesh, and the rest of his arm was completely fractured. Richard could not help but scream from the pain he was currently experiencing. The shadow did not stop and tried to decapitate Richard, but before he could attack with his sword, balls of fire rushed towards him, forcing him to separate from his enemy. Arthur was channeling all of his power trying to hurt the shadow, but unfortunately for him, no matter how many balls of fire he threw, none of them could hit the opponent. The shadow looked in the direction from where the fire was coming, and with a movement of his hand, chains materialized close to Arthur and started attacking him. Although Arthur's shields were powerful, they could barely resist the chains, so he had to redirect all of his attention to defense. Now that the balls of fire were no more, the shadow attacked Richard again with ferocity. Richard was too hurt and could not hold for long before his head was separated from his body. Arthur saw how the last of his comrade was killed, and his heart was drowned in fear. Although he wanted to run, the chains were attacking from all places and didn't give him any opportunity. The shadow looks at the last person surviving, but no emotion could be detected from him, just a complete indifference before his enemy's deaths. He bent his knees and you could feel how power was accumulating from the way the ground cracked. After a moment, he jumped towards Arthur. The only thing Arthur saw was a flash before he felt something crash against his chest. It felt like a mountain had fallen on him. The impact was so great that Arthur's chest exploded. Being hit with such strength, he crashed against some trees before falling dead to the ground. The person stood where Arthur was previously, and as the shadows dissipated, Zadiel's figure was revealed. "It was easier than I thought. I wonder if I can kill a rank 1 being before advancing and rank myself." As Zadiel was thinking, he gathered the bodies of the apprentices to see if they had anything that could be useful to him. When he got to Arthur, he saw how his face was full of regret and unwillingness. Although Zadiel was indifferent before the emotions of his enemy, he had to admit that this person was someone careful. Had there been anyone else, there is no way they would have detected the rank 1 spell. Knowing of the spell that awaited him at the exit and knowing his enemies were close, he opened a new cave with his chains to go out of the mountain with no one knowing, and tracked his enemies to take them by surprise and finally end this hunt. Chapter 18, Going back as Zadiel was searching the bodies of the apprentices, he found a lot of magic equipment. Although most of it wasn't very useful to him, it could still be exchanged for magic crystals, so he was taking everything with him. After finalizing the search, two things caught his attention. The first one was found in the apprentice's body named Martin. It was a small black orb. So this was the thing they used to hide from me. This small thing can cloak all the signals of a living body. This is very useful. As for the other one, Zadiel looked at the small sack that he found in the body of Arthur. Although it didn't look like much, Zadiel knows that this sack worths more than all the other magical equipment together. How could a pseudo-magus get a spatial sack? A spatial sack was magical equipment that had a certain amount of space inside where you could store stuff. Although it didn't have a direct effect on the battle strength of a person, it could allow them to carry an arsenal with themselves, heavily augmenting their versatility in all aspects of life, not only in fight but also in exploration. Ah, I think this will get more troublesome than I expected. Zadiel sighs at this equipment's meaning. Like everything that has a connecting with space, the spatial sack is very difficult to get. It was not only the great cost that it has, but even if you have the money, this type of article is almost always sold to official Magi, so for Arthur to have one, it means he should have had a decent background. What is done is done. It's not as if a rank 1 magus is a threat that I cannot handle. The moment I show my abilities in rune crafting, I am sure that I will get some help from someone in the tower. Although Zadiel was annoyed, he was not too worried about whoever would come after him for the death of Arthur. Any other apprentice will be scared shitless if they know that they had offended a magus, but Zadiel was once a low-level demon and had to overcome circumstances hundreds of times more difficult than this to survive. So this problem, although annoyed him, it was not something that could make him feel helpless. This will be very useful to me. The black sphere can be used without problem since I doubt that anyone can recognize it. As for the spatial sack, I should change its external appearance and not keep it in plain sight. Zadiel knows that it is impossible for the people of the Synax Tower to not find out he killed Arthur. Many people know that he has been followed by the red-haired pseudo-magus. But now when he comes back and the person who was going to kill him disappeared. It doesn't take a genius to figure out what happened. But it is very different from having speculations of what happened to him and him blatantly showing the equipment of someone he killed. After doing some modification to the external appearance of the sack, he collects all the equipment in it before hiding it inside his robe. Having finished, he looks back at the place where the rat men have hidden. Before I only collected a limited amount of the heart of those creatures since I didn't have a proper way to carry it back, but now I can collect much more and pick some other materials for my runes. Having this thought, Zadiel headed back for the caves and continued his massacre of the rat men. As for the bodies of the apprentices, he knows that it won't take long for magical creatures to come here and devour them and erase their existences. Screams of magical creatures resounded day and night in those caves for a full week. The caves that once were full of rat men now only have corpses with blood covering almost every inch of the walls, making the earth soaked in red. Zadiel was resting at the top of a pile of dismembered corpses, eating the heart of these monsters. Although the scene could make most people puke, it didn't affect him at all. Although these creatures can barely help his Abyssal grow, eating hundreds of them still get him a very good overall increase in power. It's about time for me to head back and meet with Little Az to return to the tower. I wonder how his mission went. Having finished with his business here, Zadiel activated his shadow form and left for the meeting point. After 5 days of running, Zadiel was almost reaching the reunion point. Although he was stronger than when he entered the forest for the first time, he was constantly stopping in the way to get materials, so the way back took almost the same time as when he entered. When he reached the meeting point, he saw that Ezequiel was already waiting there, and on his back were 2 bags made of animal skin almost the same size as him, filled with body parts. Ezequiel immediately notices Zadiel and heads towards him. As Zadiel looked at Ezequiel running with those 2 enormous bags on his back, he could not help but laugh. Ha ha ha, you brat, when I told you that it will be good if you brought a lot of brains and claws of those creatures, I didn't mean for you to kill the entire tribe. Anyhow, you did very well. Tell me, did you also take care of those apprentices that followed you? Yes, master, I killed the 3 of them. Ezequiel was happy to change the subject, so he describes how the fight happened. Good job, now it is time for us to get back to the tower. I want to craft runes as soon as I can. Oh, right, give me those bags. Ezequiel did as he was told and gave the bags to Zadiel, who, when he touched them, made both of them disappear. Although Ezequiel was a little surprised, he was already used to this kind of things, so his reaction was subtle. Let's move on. They transformed in a flash of lightning and shadows as they headed to the magic tower. Chapter 19, Professions. After a couple of hours, Zadiel and Ezequiel returned to the magic tower. They both were carrying enormous bags as they entered the first floor, making them the center of attention to most of the apprentices that were there. Although Zadiel could have brought all of this in his spatial sack, he brought out all the stuff he would sell or use in rune crafting, and by carrying them in the bags, the sack could be kept hidden for the time being. Most of the stares of the apprentices were full of envy and greed, but everybody already knows the power that this duo has, so no one dares to do anything. Zadiel didn't even look at them as he arrived at the place where old Hal was. "You have returned so soon and with such a great harvest, you two differ from the rest of the apprentices," says old Hal as he watched Zadiel come closer with those enormous bags. Normally when most apprentices that take the missions with a level of difficulty that Zadiel and Ezequiel had, they form teams and make ample preparations focusing all of their energy in it. "You can say so. Anyway, we came to deliver the mission materials and also see if you can handle some magical equipment we want to be sold," Zadiel says as he and Ezequiel leave their bags in front of old Hal. "I can handle the mission materials right away, but are you sure that you want to sell the material directly to the tower, since the price it will give you is inferior to the one you can get by trading with other apprentices? Trading will be a waste of time. I'd rather get rid of them at once." Zadiel prefers to get fewer magic crystals and save time, than to sell all the equipment one by one. After all, he could use his time in a much more productive way than trading with other apprentices. "Okay, I will start immediately." As old Han scans the mission materials and the equipment that was in the bags, Zadiel speaks to Ezequiel about what they are going to do next. "Little Ez, for the time being, I will focus all of my time on rune crafting, and you should find something that attracts your attention and try to learn it. Although these professions are not very useful to us because of the abilities of our bodies, in the future, they become very important. Professions like alchemist or crafting are usually used for Magi to overcome the shortcoming in their bodies, like making potions to speed up the healing abilities of the body or armor to protect themselves. But the Neo-Demons have very strong bodies and amazing regenerating abilities, so the help they can provide is little. But as they advance in their profession, they become more and more useful, so learning it from a young age can help to build a solid foundation for the future." Ezequiel knows that following Zadiel's advice will be helpful, so he didn't waste time and remembers the courses that are being taught in the tower, seeing if any of them attract his attention. After going through all the options, he finally chose the one that attracts him the most. "I would like to learn to create magical equipment." "Oh, are you sure? I must warn you, although creating magical equipment is very useful, it is also very complex. In reality, its difficulty falls second only to rune crafting." Zadiel didn't want to discourage Ezequiel, but he also didn't want him to learn something just to abandon it because he could not advance in it. Since most of his abilities in rune crafting are thanks to the help of the chip, but Ezequiel doesn't have such a tool to help him. I'm sure, even after hearing the difficulty, Ezequiel didn't doubt his decision and was resolute to embark on this journey. When Zadiel saw the resolution in the boy's face, a smile showed on his, and he could not help but feel pride for having someone like this to be by his side. "You are a headstrong brat, aren't you?" Zadiel teases at the boy as he patted in his head. Although Ezequiel feels a little awkward at being treated like a child, it wasn't uncomfortable. "Although I don't know a lot about magical crafting, if you need help, just ask." Ezequiel just nodded as both of them waited for the assessment to be over. Old Han was very used to this job, so it didn't take long for him to finish. "I have finished checking everything. Your merit points are already loaded to your respective tower accounts. As for the magic crystals with the reward for the mission and the sale of the magical equipment, they are 2,160 magic crystals. For a sum of this size, you can either choose to take them with you or deposit them in the tower. How convenient. Can you deposit them in an account that can be accessed both by me and Ezequiel?" Old Han makes a weird face at the request. After all, no matter how close the members of a team were, they will never let another person have control over their money. It would be understandable if one member was only using the other and the other one could not resist, but this was clearly not the situation here. "I say it again, you are really weird. But it is none of my business, consider it done." Old Han used his crystal for a moment, and both of the crystals that Zadiel and Ezequiel got from him gave a brief flash. "You can use that crystal to monitor your account and also use it to pay for the services in the tower. Thanks. I want to know where in the tower I can get the instruments to craft runes and also some rank 0 rune diagrams. Rune crafting needs tools like devices to process and mix the materials, and also rune pencils to inscribe the runes. Although Zadiel has already written runes before, those just used his blood and didn't have a limit in the space they used, but if you want to create a rune that can be inscribed in the body of a person, you can't possibly make it 10 meters long, so the tools were necessary." Old Han was a little surprised at the request. Rune crafting is very difficult even if it is just the most basic rune, but he still did his job and gave the information to Zadiel. "Before you could just have to try your luck with the other apprentices, but now that you have an account with over 1,500 magic crystals, you can access the storage at the 3rd floor. There you can exchange your crystals and merit points for what you seek, It's with the same portal that you used to arrive at the second floor. Just say to the statue that you want to go to the third floor and that's it. Okay, thanks for the help, see you soon. Zadiel spoke to the old man as he and Ezequiel made their way towards the portal to the upper floors. Little Ez, you should go to see when the courses for magical crafting that are being taken and enlist in some of them. Don't worry about the cost. After I buy the materials that I need, you can use the rest of the crystals however you like. If something happens, just contact me through the core. Yes, master. Having said that, Ezequiel goes to the place where the missions and courses were displayed. Chapter 20, Rune Crafting. The third floor of the Sinux Magic Tower was very simple like the rest of the floors. It didn't have some beautiful crystals or pictures describing great scenes, just the plain walls that the Magic Tower has, a sample of the pragmatic inclination of whoever designed it. The entire floor was filled with tidy shelves in which there were boxes of all sizes. Some boxes attracted natural energies, proving that whatever was in them was something precious. Before the shelves, there was a podium with a crystal sphere in his center. Two lion-like statues like the one on the first floor were by its side, and in front of it, there was a metallic humanoid of 2 meters. The portal of the floor flashed as Zadiel's figure was shown. The moment he arrives at the floor, the first thing that calls his attention are the statues around the podium, especially the humanoid one. With my current abilities, although I can't defeat a rank 1 Magus, I can still escape with my life, but I can feel that the metallic golem can kill me. This level of security is to be expected. After all, some of those boxes have items that are extremely valuable. As Zadiel came closer to the podium, the statue's eyes lit up, and the humanoid talked. Apprentice Zadiel, use the podium sphere to go through the available materials. You can currently only access rank 0 and rank 1 materials, the statue spoke in a robotic voice before its eyes shut down. Zadiel stared at the statue for a moment before putting his hand on the sphere. Immediately, 5 rows were shown in his consciousness. The first one had rank 0 written on it and the last one had rank 4. Only the ones with rank 0 and rank 1 were lit while the others were gray. Zadiel tried to enter the one that says rank 2, but words show up saying rank and accumulative merit points insufficient. I see, it doesn't matter. Even if I could access them, the prices will be too high for my current wealth. Instead of going through the list searching for the items he needs, he gave this task to the chip. Chip, scan the list and search for the material needed for rune crafting, and also search for diagrams for rank 0 runes and present them to me immediately. The chip's robotic voice was heard in his consciousness. Bip. Scanning items and searching for the material and runes. Done. Equipment for rune crafting costs 740 magic crystals. Displaying a list of the diagrams of rank 0 runes available, a list of rank 0 runes appears in Zadiel's consciousness. Although in his current memories, Zadiel has some diagrams, if he shows rank 0 runes obtained from other places, it will attract unwanted attention. So to save trouble, for the time being he will only use the ones he gets from the tower. After going through the diagrams, he finally chose 2 for the ones for which he already has the necessary materials to craft. After deciding the items he wanted, he used the crystal to pay for them. The moment the transaction was done, some boxes moved on their own and landed at his feet. Zadiel didn't waste time and picked up the boxes, and he left straight for his house on the second floor to use the experiment room and start crafting the runes. Once he reached his place, he organized the equipment and took out the materials to craft runes of his spatial sack. The first rune that Zadiel was going to craft was called Secondary Consciousness. It was a rank 0 rune that allows the individual to create another consciousness to act parallel to their own. Although the second consciousness had limited cognitive abilities, meaning that it could not be used for complex thoughts, it was still very useful. For example, it could allow someone to have a constant watch over their surroundings as their original consciousness focuses on their enemy. For this rune, a lot of materials were needed, but the most important was the brain of harpies. Processing the materials is a very important part in rune crafting, and normally it takes a lot of time, but Zadiel was moving his hands without stopping, finishing with one part and going straight for the next. But even more amazing was that none of them suffered even the most minimal drop in quality, showing the great proficiency that he had. But of course, some credit was because of the chip that was constantly assessing the material and informing him if any error was going to happen. Having finished with the materials, he charges them in the rune pencil and takes a piece of magical creature skin to inscribe it. Rank 0 runes didn't need exceptional abilities to be crafted, but you must have absolute precision, writing every rune in the right order and not making a single mistake, or else all that you did before is lost. Having already memorized the diagram thanks to the chip, he starts to craft the rune. Zadiel uses the pencil and writes every single line of the rune in the right order. His movements were harmonious, not stopping at any moment. His eyes were focused as he moved the pencil just the right amount in every direction. As he continues working, he becomes more and more tired. Crafting runes consume mental capacity and energy reserves, and this rune was in the upper end of the rank 0, so even with Zadiel's abilities, it still took a lot of work. When he was finally finished, a beautiful rune was inscribed on the skin, periodically pulsing with energy. Very good, its effect is even better than the one described in the diagram. Zadiel smiled as he assessed his work. The diagrams are only a standard of the rune. If the one who inscribed the rune does an excellent job, the effect will be better, and it will become worse if it is badly done. After having finished the rune, Zadiel goes to bed. Although meditation could also help him recharge his energy, sleeping is something that he still needs, besides the effect on his recovery will be better. As Zadiel was recovering, Ezequiel was in his own house going through the information in a crystal. As he researched, he was constantly making a troubled face. This crystal was given to him when he attended his first lesson in magical crafting. The course was taught by a rank 1 magus named Ruben, and the first thing he did was to give a crystal with the basic information one needed to know for those who want to learn to create magical equipment for every apprentice in the room. After that he ordered everyone to memorize the information and have a basic understanding of the principles that are taught. According to the magus, if they are not able to do this, then they are just wasting his time. Master was right, magical equipment crafting is truly complex, but still, it is not something that can defeat me. Ezequiel's eyes were determined as he continued to go through the information. Chapter 21, Aerial Walk. It was past morning when Zadiel finally woke up. As he started to assess the state of his body, he was pleasantly surprised. Great. Although the amount of my Abyssal is the same as yesterday, now it's flowing with more speed and power through my body. Being a Neo-Demon is full of surprises, Zadiel was excited as he saw the improvement in his body. Actually, one of the major concerns he had with rune crafting was that it takes a massive amount of time and energy, so it will slow down the speed in which his Abyssal is enhanced, but now it turns out that using his energy to create runes generates a beneficial effect in his aura. Although it doesn't grow it, if the aura moves faster and stronger, it will allow him to display a greater fighting power and also enhance the speed in which it rises. Of course, this was only possible thanks to the constitution of a Neo-Demon and their amazing adaptability. I should create another 2 secondary consciousness runes, one for little as, one for me, and the last one will be sold, and do the same with the other rank 0 runes. Zadiel planned for the day as he ate the heart of some magical creatures. After he recovers his energy, he doesn't waste time and continues to work. Having already created the rune before, this time it was a little more easy. The steps were the same, processing the material, charging the pen, and writing the rune according to the diagram. This time, although he was still very tired, he didn't need to rest in bed to recharge his energy. With a couple of hours of meditation, he was in perfect shape. It was noon when the third rune was finished. As Zadiel assesses the runes, he couldn't help but feel a little pride. After all, for an apprentice to be able to craft 3 peak rank 0 runes without making a single mistake is amazing, but immediately, that feeling disappears and he focuses again. No matter how good it ends up to be, they are just rank 0 runes. I can't get complacent with something so small. Zadiel always has been very harsh with himself. If any other rune master were to see him act like this, they will be furious. After all, apprentices can hardly create the most simple rank 0 runes and the success rate they have is barely 20%. For him, being able to craft 3 peak rank 0 runes consecutively and not having failed a single time was something that they can do only in their dreams, but now, someone was saying that it was just a small accomplishment. Like the majority of things in the universe, runes are separated in ranks, and so is a rune master. Crafting rank 0 runes don't allow you to become a rune master. After all, there are some runes so easy that given enough amount of tries a lot of apprentices can do it. But to become a rank 0 rune master you have to be able to craft peak rank 0 runes with a success rate of 30%. As for rank 1 to 3 rune master, you have to be able to craft runes of the same rank, no matter the difficulty, with a success rate of 20%. The condition for a higher rank is inferior. After all, the higher the rank of the rune the more complex they become. Normally, to become a rank 1 rune master, you don't only have to be proficient in rune crafting but also be a rank 1 life form yourself. After all, the amount of energy necessary to create a rune is immense and only grows as the rank goes higher, but of course, there are always geniuses that can break those unwritten rules. I should craft the other rune. At the end of the day, having rest enough, Zadiel starts to take the materials to craft the second rune that he picked. The rune was called Aerial Walk. It was a peak rank 0 rune. It allows you to walk in the air as if there is a solid surface. Although there are spells that allow you to fly, the dexterity that you can display using them is very limited, making yourself a stationary target in most cases. But this rune allows you to display all of your movements with the same abilities you can display being on the ground. 2 of the core materials of this rune were the claws of the harpies and the heart of the rat men. The first one has a connection to the wind's natural energy and a second with the earth's natural energy. Using a combination of these two is how the rune is made. Although to craft rank 0 runes, it's not needed to learn the principles of how it works. As you go up in the ranks it becomes essential to understand them. So starting from the bottom helps to create a solid foundation and is something that all true rune masters do. In his laboratory, Ezekiel was practicing his magical crafting. There were a lot of broken weapons, armors, and jewelry lying on the floor. Although this amount of failure can break even some greater spirits, especially when you are just starting. The boy's eyes were lit and his will was like a sun that didn't stop burning. Ezekiel was so focused that he didn't realize that he was not alone in the room. A black-haired man was looking at him with warm eyes. Of course, the person was Zadiel. The houses were made to be impossible to break in with normal methods so the apprentices can focus on their activities without having to worry for their surroundings. The reason he was able to enter so easily was that Ezekiel's house was programmed to allow Zadiel enter whenever he wanted. Although all the houses have this option, almost no one uses it. After all, that level of trust is something almost impossible for the other apprentices. As Zadiel saw the number of mistakes the boy had done, he was not disappointed at all. He was actually feeling even more proud. After all, reaching for success when you know you can do it is easy, but doing it when the results tells you otherwise, is one of the hardest things you can do. Seeing how Ezekiel hadn't still realized he was here, Zadiel made a smile before he shouted with all his strength. "Brat, wake up." Ezekiel was startled and in less than a second, all of his body was covered in lightning, with tentacles made of the same energy starting to grow out of his back as he prepared to attack the intruder. Just when he was ready to throw himself to the enemy and face the threat, he saw the person that shouted at him. Ezekiel felt awkward for having fallen into such a juvenile prank, especially when he saw how Zadiel was starting to laugh. Seeing the expression of the boy and having enough fun, Zadiel stopped bothering him and changed the subject. "I see you are bent in pursuing magical crafting." "Yes, master, but I must admit that is proving extremely difficult to me." Although Ezekiel wasn't feeling let down for his mistakes, disappointing Zadiel was something he didn't want to do. Seeing the expression of the boy, Zadiel was able to understand his feelings. Remember, little as, success is not final, failure is not fodder, it is the courage to continue that counts. It doesn't matter if you fail 1,000,000 times, as long as you don't give up, you will never disappoint me. Chapter 22, Get Attention. Although Ezekiel just nodded at those words, he could feel a great weight was lifted off his shoulder, and the will to continue in his path of magical crafting was burning even with more power. Having taken care of that, Zadiel starts to speak about the reason why he came here. "I have finished my runes, I already have them in my body and they work perfectly, so I brought some of them to transfer them into yours." "Master, you have already finished?" Ezekiel was surprised by Zadiel's news. Although he was certain that his master will be able to craft the runes, according to what he has learned, even to someone extremely talented it takes at least a week just to finish a rune, but now he finds out that Zadiel has made runes for the both of them in just 4 days. Of course, this could be explained if the runes were the weaker and simpler there are, but knowing him, Ezekiel knows that they must be very powerful. "Of course, who do you think your master is?" Zadiel was having fun as he saw the boy only keep nodding like a bird at his bragging. The runes are called aerial walk and secondary consciousness. As for the functions, the names are already self-explanatory. You will find out how they work more easily as you use them. The first one will go in your legs and the last in the upper section of your spine. "Get ready." "Yes, master." Ezekiel uncovers the part where the runes will go and starts to focus so he doesn't make a mistake. Although he doesn't know much about runes, he has learned that when it is put in the body of a person it is accompanied for great pain. After all, the runes not only have to be on the surface of the person's body, but also connect with the energy inside them. Zadiel starts with aerial walk. He takes the rune parchment made of animal skin and keeps it against the legs of Ezekiel. Once there, he starts to send his energy to it. The moment the parchment is charged, the rune starts to leave the skin and begins engraving itself in Ezekiel's legs. Ezekiel immediately felt immense pain, as if his legs were being burned, but he didn't move a single muscle and maintained his concentration the entire time. After a couple of minutes, the process was done and in the boy's legs, there was a tattoo pulsing with energy. "You should give the rune a try before we start with the next one. The next rune will be even harder to transfer because of the place it will reside, so Zadiel wants Ezekiel to relax himself a little before they begin." The boy nodded and started to direct his abyssal aura at his legs. The rune started to glow as the energy charged them, and he immediately felt the effect it had. He started to walk and his footstep landed in the air as if he was on an invisible stair. As he moves through the air, he remembers the birds he liked to watch and how free they looked as they moved through the wind, and now he was able to do the same, making his heart beat full of emotion. "Ha ha ha, this feels great." Ezekiel got excited and began to jump in the air, displacing through the entire room without touching a solid surface the entire time. Zadiel was smiling as he saw the always quiet boy laughing as he moved through the air and chose to let him have fun. After a couple of minutes, Ezekiel finally stops and stands before Zadiel. Although he didn't look different from before, something about him had changed. "Thanks, Master," says Ezekiel with a relaxed smile in his face and an expression like if he had done something that his heart desires for as long as he could remember. "Ha ha ha, little brat, there is no need to get so emotional. Now that you are ready, let's start with the next rune," Zadiel says as he patted the boy. "Yes." Ezekiel uncovers his back and regains his focus. "I will start. This one will be much more painful due to his proximity with your nerves. Get ready." Zadiel put the parchment in the spine of the boys and started the process. Ezekiel clenched his teeth as he withstands the great pain. Although the feeling was torturous, he didn't move during the entire transfer. Only when the process was done he was finally able to relax. "Give it a try and let me know how it feels." Ezekiel nodded and put his energy in the rune. As he did, he started to feel like there were two of him. Although the other one was more simple, it was able to think in an entirely different way. It felt weird at the beginning, but as he continues using it he realizes how useful it is. "Thanks, Master. This will be very useful with my experiments." He chooses to maintain this secondary consciousness, reviewing his knowledge about magical crafting as he continues to talk to Zadiel. "Good, you understood the right way of using it. That rune, it's not only helpful in battle but in all aspects of life. Now that you are ready, let's go to the first floor. It's time to get a little attention." Old Hal was resting on his desk. His job was pretty simple, so most of the time he was just sleeping, waiting for the next apprentice to show up. He already knows that without a miracle, it will be impossible for him to advance to rank 1, so he prefers to spend his time relaxing instead of boring himself with constant meditation. As he was resting in his chair, Zadiel and Ezekiel showed up in front of him. "Hey old man, I need to talk with you about something." "It is you too, what can I help you?" Although he was a lazy person, Old Hal knows that there are people that you should never offend, so he responds to Zadiel with a professional tone. "I was wondering if you could spread information about some items I am selling to the people in the tower." "Oh, I'm sorry, but I am not interested in being the middleman in a transaction. Are you sure? This stuff has a very high price and you can get a percentage of it." As Zadiel spoke, he took 2 runes and handed them over to the old man. At first, Old Han was not interested in the runes. After all, there have been a lot of times when apprentices show some of their creations, but almost always they are so inferior that no one wants them. But when he assesses these, he becomes greatly surprised. These are peak rank 0 runes. But how? It wasn't even a week ago when you asked for the equipment to craft runes and now you have created such a precious thing. "What can I tell you? I am very good at crafting," Zadiel says with a carefree expression as if it was nothing important. Old Hal was staring at Zadiel as if he was a monster. Can someone like this exist? According to the news that is going around, Arthur and his team were after him in the forest, but he came back like nothing and now he is showing such talent like a rune master. "I don't want to offend you, but I am not proficient in runes, so how can I know how good these runes are?" Although Old Hal doubts that someone of the bearing of Zadiel were to try such a dumb scam, he still could not completely believe that he could do something so amazing in such a small amount of time. "Don't worry, I came prepared." Little as if he was waiting for the signal, Ezekiel activates aerial walk and moves through the air on the entire first floor. His body was very strong, so he was able to move incredibly fast, making all the disciples that were there surprised. After a moment and seeing that his job was done, the boy gets back to Zadiel's side. "So are you satisfied?" Yes. "Sorry for doubting you." Old Hal almost jumped from his chair from the shock. Seeing his surroundings and the expression on the faces of the apprentices, Zadiel knows that everything's going according to his plan. The reason he was trying to make Old Hal the person who will promote his runes is because he is the person with the most information about his short time in the tower. So when the really important people get interested in his runes, they can use the old man for information. "Keep the runes, remember, I care more for the information about the runes being spread than the price at which they are sold." Zadiel left the runes and started to leave. As for the possibility of the old man robbing him, he knows that he would not dare, and even if he does, it will only mean a couple of days of lost work. Just when Zadiel and Ezekiel were ready to leave the first floor, someone shouts at them. "Wait." Chapter 23, Lightning Giant. Wait. An apprentice with a magic robe way too big for her body and covered in bandages was running to Zadiel. Her whole body was covered and the only reason you could know it was a woman was by the tone of her voice. Zadiel will usually ignore this type of scenario, but when he assesses the apprentice's body, his curiosity is piqued. It wasn't that she had an alluring body, all the opposite. She was releasing a rotten smell, and although her bandages were very tight, On some occasion pus was leaking through it. Contamination due to a failed experiment? Zadiel looked at the apprentice and identified the possible reason for her state. The body of someone mutating in some horrible way due to some mishap is most common. It usually happens when a magus tries some new elements and uses apprentices like guinea pigs. For the magus, the mutation is only a source of information, but to the apprentice, it is the beginning of a living hell. The apprentice came in front of Zadiel and started to look at him as if trying to identify something. "How can I help you?" Zadiel's face was immutable. Even though he was so close to the apprentice that he could see the parts of mutated skin that were visible through the bandages. Seeing that the expression of Zadiel didn't change at any moment, the apprentice relaxed and adopted a respectful attitude as she expressed her intentions. "Are you possibly a rune master?" The voice of the apprentice was trembling, but her eyes were full of hope. When she made this question, a lot of apprentices that were around all focused on them, even old Hal was waiting for the answer. Zadiel didn't respond immediately. After all, inscribing runes and being a rune master is not the same, but since his ability was already in the open, he knows that the rest of the tower will find out eventually, so he nodded to the woman. The moment he did, the rest of the apprentices immediately started to whisper among themselves. As for old Hal, he was full of smiles. After all, collaborating with a rune master, even a rank 01, is something truly profitable. "Awesome. I need you to create this for me." The apprentice was excited as she threw a parchment to Zadiel. Zadiel caught the parchment, but he didn't look at it and focused on the apprentice. "It's that an order?" His eyes became cold as he looked at the woman. The reason he was being so patient with her was that she reminded him when he became a demon for the first time and his body a true monstrosity, but if she thinks she can give him orders, then she is making a serious mistake. The woman notices the change in attitude and all her enthusiasm is replaced with worry. "I'm sorry, I was too excited. It is just that I have been waiting for this opportunity for so long that I got carried away. I know I can't force you to do anything, but I can repay you for your work." The apprentice started bowing and adopted a compliant position in front of Zadiel, hoping that this one listens to her. After hearing the apology of the woman and seeing the sincerity in her action, Zadiel's coldness vanished, and he started to see the contents of the parchment. When he saw what it was in there, he understood the reason for the woman's hope. "I must say, you are overestimating the abilities of a rank 0 rune master a little." The contents were a diagram for the rank 1 rune transfiguration that allows the wearer to take the form of anything that they want, and even though Zadiel could create it, it will take an immense amount of energy with his current abilities, and that was just for him. To any other rank 0 rune masters it will be impossible. After all, this rune is a high-grade rank 1 rune. "It is really impossible." The woman's voice was filling with desperation. After all, finding a rank 0 rune master is very difficult for the apprentices, and as for doing business with a magus rune master, in the best scenario they will only take everything from her and say that they tried to create the rune but failed. It wasn't wrong to say that this was her only chance. Seeing the expression of the woman, Zadiel sighed. "Fine, stop making that face. I can do it, but you better have something truly valuable to pay for it, or else you can forget about the rune." "Really? Don't worry, I have something that will definitely satisfy you." The apprentice again became full of excitement, and under her bandages, a smile could be seen. "Follow me, this place is not suitable for negotiations." The place was full of people and they were the center of attention, so it was better if they left before continuing. "Yes." The woman follows him and the three enter the portal to the second floor. Once in there, Zadiel speaks to Ezequiel. "Little Ez, you should continue with your creations. I don't have a lot of advice to give you, but I will provide you the matrix for a weapon. You should practice it." Zadiel transferred the information through the court to Ezequiel. Ezequiel started to go through the information and was surprised. The weapon not only was useful to rank 0 life forms, but even rank 1 could use it. "I will start right away." Ezequiel leaves for his house immediately, excited about the chance to create such a powerful weapon. "That brat." Zadiel only smiled at the enthusiasm of the boy. The woman saw the care in Zadiel's eyes but chose not to ask about their relationship for fear of annoying him. "Follow me." Zadiel and the woman entered his house and headed for the laboratory. The laboratory was full of items or magic creature skin in all the places. There was some equipment lying on the floor and the room was full of dirt. The place was a complete mess. "You were robbed." The woman came to this conclusion after seeing the state of the house. After all, to her it is impossible for a rune master, someone who takes pride in their precision, to be this sloppy. When Zadiel heard those words, even though it was just a little, he blushed. The reason for the state of this place was simple: he was just a messy person. Of course, for important stuff, he was incredibly dedicated and organized, but keeping his place clean, that was his soft point, a habit of his time like a demon. After all, when have you heard of a demon keeping his house clean? "What robbery are you talking about?" "This is just how I do things." Anyway, you have not even told me your name yet. Zadiel changed the subject immediately. Oh, yes, my name is Sophia. She gave her name and didn't dare to bring the subject of the mess again for fear of angering Zadiel. As for only giving her first name, Zadiel didn't think much about it. After all, unless your family was a powerful clan with official Magi in there, most people just give their first name. Okay, Sophia, let's get to business. The rune that you want is a very difficult rank 1 rune, and although I can do it, it will take me a huge amount of time doing it, so the price is equally large. Although Zadiel had a good impression of the woman, he was no hero that helped the needy, so unless she can give him something worthy, he would not waste his time. Sophia knows that this was the moment of truth, so she became very serious. I have the whereabouts of the laboratory of a very powerful ancient magus. Sophia was concentrating on Zadiel's face, trying to pick something from him, but she was disappointed at seeing how his face kept his usual relaxed expression. I hope you understand that I can't take just your word. Actually, with Zadiel's experience, he could see that the woman was telling the truth, but even if she thinks that the owner of the laboratory was powerful, it may be just because of her little knowledge. Sophia makes a struggle face for a moment before her eyes show determination as she takes from her robe a tube with a drop of blood floating inside. This should be enough. But just as she finished speaking, it vanished from her hand. What happened? Sophia was startled, but a moment later she saw the reason. The tube was in Zadiel's hands, and he inspected the blood with emotion on his face. Too strong. If he wants to kill me, she became fearful of the idea. Zadiel didn't note any of this as he was too focused in the blood. After a moment, the chip finally reaffirms his suspicion. Bip. Analyzing blood. Most accurate match, Lightning Giant. Lightning Giants, members of the giant race that has the blood of titans running through them. When they reach adulthood, they become rank 4 life forms. They can use the lighting energy to achieve an incredible speed that, combined with their immense strength, gives them monstrous battle power. Haha, good, this is perfect, Zadiel laughed as he held the tube. The place where she found this is exactly what I need to advance to rank 1. When Zadiel finally comes down, he notices the expression that Sophia was making and he realizes the mistake he made. Sorry, I was too excited, and you were right. This is more than enough proof. Zadiel throws the tube to her, at which the apprentice almost does not catch it due to the surprise. You are giving it back. Sophia was truly surprised. After all, based on the reaction she saw, she now knows that this blood is much more valuable than she thought. I have not done the job yet. Anyway, I recommend you to keep that very well hidden. If a magus sees it, they will kill you and take it. Although the blood was useful to Zadiel, the place where she took it is much more alluring. Sophia immediately hides the tube in the safest place that she could think of. Thanks. She knows that had he wanted to kill her, she would be dead and the blood would have been his. Don't worry about it. So the location of the laboratory and the blood for the rune, I must say that it still falls a little short. You will have to help me when I perform my experiments. Zadiel speaks, and unknown to the woman, a smile was created on his face. When she hears those words, Sophia feels fear running all over her body. Experiments brought her to her current state. What do I have to do? Her voice was full of fear as she asked. She knows that this is the only chance she has to change her body, so even if it means going through hell, she will do it. Easy. You will clean this place. Chapter 24, Rank 2 Magus help you clean? Sophia was ready to face another tortuous set of experiments, but what she will have to do is just clean a house. You were the one that says that this place looks like it was robbed. So those are the conditions, do you accept? Zadiel was making fun of the apprentice. After all, he never hoped that she could help him with his runes. I will not be involved in some dangerous experimentations? Sophia still could not believe her job would be so simple. What are you talking about? I am a rune master, how could you possibly help me in my experiments? As for trying my runes, if I say the word, there will be hundreds of apprentices willing to use them despite the risk. Sorry, I was overthinking. Sophia finally relaxed, and she smiled and thought, finally, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. But there is a catch. Due to my constant experimentations, this place is always getting dirty, so you will have to live here. Sophia was surprised by the request. It wasn't that she had a problem living with someone, but she perfectly knows the state of her body and how the rest of the world sees her. Do you really want someone like me living with you? As she asked, she could not help but feel contempt for herself. If something so insignificant like physical appearance will affect me, then I would have gone crazy a long time ago. Zadiel's words were truthful. After all, there are very few things more disgusting than a mane. Even if you don't care, the rest of the apprentices will spread rumors about you. Sophia's life is a truly lonely one. Even if someone could see past her body, the looks that they get from the rest will do the trick and make them get away from her. When have you seen a dragon caring about what a lizard says? If they annoy me, I will just kill them. Anyway, You are giving too many excuses. Are you going to live here or not? Zadiel made an annoyed face as she looked at the woman, as if he was telling her to stop bothering him with such insignificant things. Yes, I will. Sophia was smiling from the bottom of her heart. For the first time in a long time she found someone that makes her feel a little normal. Okay then, you can begin immediately. This place is a dump. Zadiel gives the order, and he started to familiarize himself with the diagram for transfiguration. Sophia didn't waste time and started to clean the place from top to bottom, all the time with a smile. Zadiel saw the expression she was making and understood how she was feeling. The feeling of being normal was something he truly desired when he became a demon, but unlike her, for him, there was no one that could give him that. But this wasn't the only reason he asked her to stay here. As long as they lived in the same house, he could keep an eye on her and make sure that the information about the laboratory stays a secret. As for the option of forcing her to give the information, that could easily cause a backlash, and more importantly, he didn't want to do it, and as long he doesn't want something there is nothing that can force him. The days passed as they both reached a rhythm. As Zadiel created runes, Sophia was cleaning, and when she had time, she prepared food with the corpses of magical creatures. To Zadiel there was no difference between eaten raw meat and something prepared, but he had to admit that the woman really knows how to cook. Something out of the normal was the obsession of Sophia with not letting Zadiel see her body. Although he told her that it was not important, she was really stubborn in this, choosing to wash only when Zadiel was sleeping or in deep concentration with his runes. Even when they were eating, she always adopted a posture that hides her face. Despite telling her to stop with this nonsense, she doesn't listen and continues, so Zadiel eventually gives up and lets her do whatever she wants. In one of the upper floors of the Synux Tower, you could see two men facing each other. One of them is a middle-aged man with a dignified aura sitting in a big chair, while the other was an old man kneeling on the floor. The person that was kneeling was Old Hal. He was soaked with sweat with a pale expression and his body was stiff due to the tension. The reason for all of this was the person in front of him. Although the middle-aged man wasn't even looking at him, he released such a pressure that made even breathing difficult to Old Hal. The man had in his hands two parchment containing runes. Of course, they were the ones Zadiel gave Old Hal to advertise them. Are you sure you have given me all the information you have on that rune master? The man never stops looking at the parchments, but Old Hal could have sworn that two immense eyes were staring at him when the middle-aged man made the question. Yes, Lord Magus. I swear that I have told you all the information I have. The reason that Old Hal was here was pretty simple. The fame of the rune spread even better than he thought, reaching the ears of this official Magus, who summoned him to interrogate him about Zadiel. Even though the middle-aged man was only a rank 1 Magus. To someone like Old Hal, who was barely a rank 2 apprentice, the pressure that his magnetic force field released was too much. You can leave. I will be keeping these runes. You can have this for your problems. The man never looks at Old Hal and just gives the order as he throws a potion. Old Hal catches the potion, and he becomes excited when he finds out what it is. It was a simple vitality potion that can give a rank 0 life form 25 extra years of life, although for Old Hal it was something very precious, for a rank 1 Magus was nothing valuable. Thank you, Lord Magus, thank you. I will be taking my leave. Old Hal leaves the room, almost running when he does. As for the runes, he will never dare to ask a rank 1 Magus to return them. If Zadiel asks me, I will just explain the situation. After all, he could not have expected me to fight against a rank 1 Magus. Old Hal was a little fearful of returning empty-handed, especially with someone like Zadiel that gives him the sensation that is in front of a human-shaped monster. In reality, his fears were unfounded. The runes reached the hands of a rank 1 Magus was exactly what Zadiel was planning. So John, what have you found out? When Old Hal left the room, a person covered in shadows materialized in the air and started to speak to the middle-aged man. The moment the man sees the shadow, he immediately stands up and bows to the person. Lord Clive, I have done as you told and searched the information about the new rune master. His name is Zadiel. He has been in the tower for less than a year, and according to what I could find out, he was able to create at least 3 peak rank 0 runes in less than 2 weeks. Also, it seems that he is responsible for Arthur's disappearance. The Magus named John gives the information with a respectful tone. This was normal. After all, the person named Clive was a rank 2 Magus. Clive only nodded at the information, not expressing anything. Lord Clive, the skills that apprenticeship is showing is too high. I think he must have some special artifact or something similar that helps him. I suggest that we bring him here and heavily interrogate him. In the eyes of John, greed could be seen. After all, with the abilities Zadiel was showing, becoming a rank 1 rune master was not very far, and even to a Magus, achieving that is something truly glorious. I have used the surveillance of the tower to see his process of crafting, and there is no such thing as a cheat. He is just talented. Clive could see John's greed but didn't say nothing. After all, if there was an artifact that helps you create runes, he would have been the first in taking it. Do as I instruct you and contact him. Also handle the problem with Arthur's master as we discussed. After he finished speaking, the shadow disappeared. Chapter 25. A Magi fight. An old man with crimson hair could be seen leaving the endless forest. He was flying on top of a huge ball of fire. The oxygen burned as he flashed through the sky. If you see his trajectory, you could see he was headed towards the Sinnoh's magic tower. Although he was moving at an amazing speed, his movement was very static and rigid. This was very common. Spells that allow you to move in the sky freely were very complex and most of the time needed some high-grade magic equipment to work properly. I could not get any evidence about Arthur's death. Parts of his body were split through all the forest for the creatures that ate him, making it impossible to use his remains to see his final moments. That brat is very clever. The man's face was full of fury as he thinks of the future repercussions of his disciple's death. The flying man was named Eric. It is a rank 1 Magus and the master of Arthur, although they had a master-disciple relationship. As in most cases with these relations, there were no deep feelings between them. The reason for his rage was that he had a contract with Arthur in which he would help him to advance to rank 1 and the other party would take his place in the future plane invasion of his family. Plane invasions were when powerful individuals infiltrate worlds or planes to conquer and dominate the native races. These wars usually have a high rate of mortality, especially to a magus like Eric who was not very proficient in battle. Initially, Eric was going to just kill the responsible for his disciple death just to calm his rage. As for the evidence, he doesn't feel it is necessary. After all, why will a magus need evidence for the life of an apprentice? But when he searched for the information about the killer, he found out that the person was a rune master. This changed his plan entirely. He was going to gather evidence about the capability of Zadie Elon, use that as an excuse to arrest him. Once under his control, he will deliver him to his family and use the credit for that to not participate in the war. Unfortunately for him, the spell that will allow him to see the final moment of a person needs to have a major part of the body intact, so he wasn't lucky. Since I can't get you, I will just kill you and take everything you have with me. I don't believe that type of ability is just because of talent. Eric's face was a mix between anger and greed as he was reaching the magic tower. When he was close to reaching the city that was surrounding the tower, he found a middle-aged man standing in the air. By the expression he made when he saw him, it was obvious that he was waiting for him. Eric stopped half a kilometer from the man, and although his expression was calm, his energy was surging. May I know what I do to get the famous Poison Wind John to receive me? Although Eric's words sounded polite, they were full of hostility, having already deduced the reason why the magus was here. I just heard that the magus Eric was coming to visit my magic tower, so I came to see you. John's expression was friendly as if he didn't notice the tone in Eric's words. Enough. You know exactly why I am here. Give me the apprentice that killed my disciple and I will leave immediately, or else I will have to use force. You are not part of the imperial family, so it is impossible for you to use the tower to augment your power. Whips of flame as thick as a grown man started to appear around Eric. Oh, actually there is something new that I had wanted to practice, so you came just at the right time. Green spheres of wind start to show up as John smiles, preparing to fight. Eric didn't say another word as he commanded his whips of flames to slash at John. The whips looked like a giant flame snake as it crashed at John with amazing speed, threatening to devour him. John raised his right hand and a wind swirl faced the flame snake, stopping his advance while his left hand manipulated the green spheres to head for Eric. Eric immediately tries to distance himself from the spheres, but unfortunately, although his flying spell was fast, the spheres were faster and the dexterity he could show above the ball of flame was mediocre. Just when the spheres were about to crash on him, Eric concentrated a great amount of energy in his body and launched a spell. Flame Repulsion. A blast of flames originated from Eric and destroyed everything in his surroundings, including the green spheres. Without wasting his momentum, he increased the power of the flame snake to temporarily incapacitate John and launched his second spell. Meteor Shower. Meteors crashed at where John was, covering a huge amount of terrain, making it extremely difficult to dodge. Eric knows that the spell will not be enough to kill John, but still. He was waiting for him to show a little panic, but before the immense flaming rocks, the magus just smiled. What is happening? Although he would not die, if the spell hit him directly, he would be severely hurt. Eric didn't have to wait long for the answer as he saw a glow appear on John's legs. Before Eric's eyes, John started to jump in the air with such a skill that he was able to distance himself from most of the meteorites and dodge the rest. Eric saw how his enemy got closer to him and tried to distance himself, but before he could get away, John got in the right distance and attacked. Poison Hurricane. A green hurricane blasted from John's hands and reached Eric's body, making him crash on the ground. All the surroundings started to decay when the green wind touched them. Although his enemy was sure to be hurt, John didn't continue with the attack and stood still. Bastard! Eric's voice came from the ground and a pillar of flames rose to the air. When the flames disappeared, You could see how his body had a cloak of flames that covered him. The cloak looked like it could disappear in the next moment, and although most of his body was fine, some parts were green and you could see how they started to rot. Enough, your rank spell is barely holding. If you continue fighting, this will only end badly for you. Big words for someone who uses the runes of some brat to fight. Envy could be seen in Eric's eyes when he remembers how John used aerial walk to dodge his spell. If you want to continue, I will accompany you, but this order comes from Lord Clive. You are not allowed to harm the Rune Master Zadiel or his subordinates in any way. John's energy calmed down when he finished speaking. The moment Eric hears the name of Clive, his fighting intent vanishes immediately. Although he dares to fight John, against a rank 2 magus he didn't dare to behave rudely. Eric sneered and without saying anything, he left in the opposite direction of the tower, but still, his face was full of greed as he got away. If you think this is the end, you are severely mistaken. Chapter 26, Contract. Zadiel was in his laboratory creating the runes for secondary consciousness and aerial walk. As for transfiguration, he has already partially understood how the rune worked, diminishing the effort he will have to put to craft it, but still, he wasn't familiarized enough with it to start creating it, and even if he was, the amount of energy that takes to create a rank 1 rune is something that he still doesn't have. Even if the quality and quantity of the energy that a neo-demon has is superior to one of a magus in the same rank, to create a rank 1 rune even with the reservoir of the rank 1 life form it will be difficult, not counting that transfiguration is a high grade 1, and Zadiel is not even close to reaching the peak of rank 0. Just when Zadiel was preparing to rest and end the day, an indifferent voice was heard in his house. Apprentice Zadiel, you are summoned to the 4th floor of the tower by the magus John, you must come immediately. The voice left as abruptly as it arrived, and gave the command as if it was an absolute one without waiting for an answer. So they are finally contacting me. It was faster than I thought. I guess I underestimated the importance of the runes. It doesn't matter. Let's see what they want. Zadiel was not concerned with the summoning, although most of the apprentices will feel scared if they are called by a magus. This fear originated from the unknown that surrounds them, but to Zadiel a rank 1 magus could not be more common. But there was someone in the house that was not even close to being relaxed. Zadiel. What happened? What did you do? Why is there a magus calling you? Did you offend someone? Sophia seems like a machine gun firing question after question, and terror could be seen in her face, an obvious sign of the fear that she has for Magi. Relax, they probably just want to get information about my runes, and maybe some sort of transaction. There is nothing to fear. Zadiel will usually just ignore this type of behavior, but seeing the concern in the apprentice's face he chooses to explain the situation so she will calm down. Sophia was able to relax when understood that the calling was not to impart some punishment but to speak about rune crafting. They may want to know your process and way of crafting your runes. Sophia may not know a lot about runes, but Zadiel's talent was obvious even for her, so she was thinking that the magus wanted to know his process. They already have all the information about my entire process and my abilities in crafting. Zadiel was not worried that the way he created his runes was in the open. After all, they were just some rank 0 ones. This way it will help dissipate the notion of some type of external help. How? I swear that I have not talked with anyone about what I have seen in your laboratory. Sophia knows that besides her there was no one in Zadiel's workroom, and was scared that he would think that she was some kind of spy. You are not very bright, right? Seeing the state of the woman, Zadiel started teasing her. Hey! What is that supposed to mean? Sophia's anxiety diminished greatly as she got upset. Zadiel just nodded as he saw how she relaxed a little and started talking. Tell me, what are magic towers? Although Sophia was confused by the question, after a moment, she gave the answer she thinks is the most correct one. Magic towers are the headquarters of magus. They have the facilities they need to optimize their meditations and also the equipment needed to perform their experiment. They also can work as a stronghold to face enemies and enhance the abilities of the magus that has control over it. Sophia's answer was a simple but very complete one, filling all the basic roles of the tower. Correct. Then tell me, will you let hundreds of people be inside something so valuable without taking some precautions? After a moment Sophia understood what Zadiel was getting to. You are saying they have surveillance in the entire tower? Sophia could not help but start to look at her surroundings, trying to find some sort of device. You will not find anything, and although they monitor us, it is not at all times. Most of it happens when someone gets close to an important part of the tower or some higher-ups want to find information about someone. Anyway, I must leave. I will get back in a while. Zadiel left the house in a relaxed manner, not anxious about the meeting. It didn't take long for Zadiel to reach the 4th floor. Once he reached there, a small golem receives him and guides him to the house that the magus John owned. The house looked very similar to the one apprentice had, but bigger, and the materials were of a higher grade. The golem took him to the entrance of a big room. Once Zadiel entered, he saw a middle-aged man waiting for him. As Zadiel got closer to the man, he started to assess him. A rank 1 Elementium Magus, by the power of his magnetic force field, I can say he advanced not too long ago. Oh, he is using my runes. Apprentice Zadiel greets Magus John. Zadiel made a bow as he greeted the man, although in his previous life a rank 1 being was no different than a mortal. Now he is not Zadiel the Archdeacon, but just Zadiel the apprentice. Besides, his ego was not so insignificant that he would feel inferior just for bowing to someone. So he is the Rune Master. By what I know they usually are very slow in enhancing their power, but he is so young and the energy in his body already rivals one of a pseudo-magus. As John evaluated Zadiel, some envy could be seen in his eyes. A magus feeling envy from an apprentice was something no one will believe, but the feelings of John were understandable. After all, even though humans have amazing potential, being able to reach great heights, trying to compare themselves to neo-demons, beings that even dragons will feel inferiority, was absurd. I will go straight to the point. Arthur's master was coming to kill you, but I intervened and forced him to leave. John's face was prideful for the feeling of superiority that he had for having, according to him, saved the life of Zadiel. So he is just a middleman. Zadiel saw the expression of John but didn't care for that. What calls his attention was the information he revealed. He knows that no magus will get the animosity of someone of the same rank just for the life of an apprentice, so there must be some more powerful who gives the order. Of course, Zadiel did his part to feign fear when the master of Arthur was mentioned and relieved when he found out he was expelled. I must thank you, Lord Magus. Gratitude could be seen on his face as he thanked John. John just nodded, but his mood improved immediately when he saw the gratitude on Zadiel's face and his feeling of superiority was enhanced. Of course I did not do this for nothing. I will continue protecting you for 5 years. During this time you must reach the level of the rank 1 Rune Master, and when you do it, you must create 8 runes of my choice. When John finished speaking, he threw a parchment to Zadiel. Zadiel caught the parchment and inside it was a contract. The contents were the same that John was saying, but the one who would get the runes was another person named Clyde. I should accept it. If I don't do it, that Clyde guy could do something drastic, and although a rank 1 magus does not present an absolute threat, taking care of him right now will be too troublesome and will call too much attention. I accept the proposition of Lord Magus. After seeing that there was nothing out of the normal, Zadiel signed the contract. After the contract was signed, it floated back to John's hands. Okay, then we are set, you can leave. The moment the contract was in his hands, John dismissed Zadiel immediately. Zadiel made a small bow and left the room, heading to his house. Chapter 27, Underground Zone. Zadiel was back in the house resting in his bed. Although with meditation he can replenish all the energy that he had lost, sleeping will do the trick better, and besides it is relaxing to do it from time to time. They gave me 5 years. If, by that time I haven't met their conditions, they possibly will be the first in killing me and take all my possessions with them for the trouble that I caused them. But that doesn't matter. If I focus only on rune crafting, it will take me less than a year to become the rank 1 Rune Master, but that will raise suspicions. After all, for a rank 0 apprentice reaching that level is supposed to be impossible due to the shortage in energy that humans have. Zadiel's logic was correct. After all, even if the person was a supreme genius, rank 1 is one of the great breakthroughs of life forms, triggering an immense change in the individual, especially in humans since they are one of the weakest races when they are in rank 0. I should first reach rank 1 before advancing as a Rune Master. With the laboratory of the ancient Magus, I will get the most important component in advancing, but those places are often full of danger. I will need to do a lot of preparation before going there. It was morning and 2 figures could be seen leaving the magic tower. They were Zadiel and Sophia. They were moving at a great velocity. Of course, to Zadiel this was trotting, but he had to slow down due to the presence of Sophia. Sophia was an Elementium apprentice and her affinity was water. Usually, the body of these apprentices is very weak, but those deformities that torment her so much allow her to reach the body strength of a rank 3 body refining apprentice, permitting her to keep up with the speed. Zadiel, do we need to go to the underground zone? That place is full of bloody races that attack in the first sight of anyone. Sophia was scared of going to such a dangerous place. But the truth was that she doesn't know anything about the underground, just the rumors that are passed among people. That place has some materials I need to craft runes. Besides, if you are talking about blood races, humans definitely are in the top 10. In Zadiel's view, humans were one of the more warmongers races of the entire universe, especially those that came from high worlds like the Magi world. You don't know what you are talking about. A lot of people are good and loving with those closest to them, especially in villages, where everybody takes care of each other. Sophia usually will never scream at Zadiel, but anger overcomes her rationality at this moment. Most of Sophia's anger with Zadiel's words came from the memories she has before embarking on the path of magic. Those memories are something precious and what helps her in her darkest moments, so she wants to protect everything she has. The moment she finished speaking, she felt fear crawling his body, making her stop. As she tried to find the origins of it, she saw Zadiel coldly looking at her. "Are you sure I am mistaken?" The coldness in Zadiel's eyes just grew stronger as he waited for the answer. Fear started to grow in Sophia's heart. She thought she had a basic idea of Zadiel for all the time they have been together, but at this moment the threat of death seems very clear. She knows that if she retracts she will be fine, but just as she was about to lie, memories start to flash through her mind, and as they do, a flame could be seen growing in her eyes. After a moment she looked back at Zadiel. She held her head high as she responded. "Yes, you are wrong." The moment she finished talking, the feeling of how a little something was growing inside her showed up. As that feeling passed, she was ready to accept what was coming next, but what she received was unexpected. "Ha ha ha, good, you have hope after all. You may not be the smartest or talented, but I don't give a shit about that. Remember what you are feeling now and do all you can to strengthen it." Zadiel nodded at the woman as he saw the resolve she displayed. "Are you really not angry?" Sophia was a little confused by what was happening. In a moment she felt he was ready to attack her, and the next he was laughing and complimenting her. "Do I look so pathetic that I will attack the people next to me just because they have different opinions? Take this as a little test and congrats, you pass wonderfully." Zadiel smiled at Sophia, as the image he had of her improved greatly. This was a test, of what and for what reason? Sophia was confused. After all, according to her, the value she had to someone like Zadiel is very little and not something worth testing. "What I was testing was your will. Staying true to what you believe in the face of death is something truly brave. Of course, it is also truly stupid. The next time something like this happens, just lie. If what you need to be safe is to just say some false words, do it. As long as your heart stays firm, words do not matter. As for the reason, although you passed this test, you still have a long way to go." Part of the reason Zadiel brings her with him was that it will be dangerous for her to be alone in the tower. Now, the rest of the apprentices can do nothing to him, but they may want to try to get information about him from her, and the other part was that he was fond of the woman, and if she manages to prove herself worthy, he has no problem helping her. As for Zadiel, Zadiel was planning to bring him too, but the boy was at a crucial point in his creation, so he chose to let him stay. The Magus already had all the information they wanted about him, and apprentices would be sending themselves to their graves if they messed with him. "Let's keep going. The entrance to the underground zone is a long way to go, and relax. We will just be staying in the first layers. I know my limitations." Zadiel didn't waste time and continue his journey. Sophia stood still for a while as she touched her chest. After a moment, her eyes became determined as she followed after Zadiel. They continued traveling for about a week before they reached the entrance to the underground zone. The entrance was nothing fancy, it was just an immense mountain with a cave that leads to the first layer of the underground. If something was worth mentioning was the darkness devoured all light in the cave. When Zadiel was about to enter, he abruptly stopped and looked at the sky. As he did, annoyance started to show up in his face. Sophia saw his reaction, and she looks at the sky but could not see anything. "Is there a problem?" She could see that something bothered Zadiel but could not realize what it was. "It's nothing. From now on do not stay more than 20 meters from me at all times." Zadiel was serious as she commanded Sophia, and she did not dare to disobey. After they entered the cave and disappeared in the darkness, a figure showed up from the sky. Chapter 28, Kobolds. The person that shows up in the sky was an old man with crimson hair. "Humphrey, it doesn't matter how talented you are, before a true magus you are just a toy. Even if I can't kill you directly, I have other ways. Soon all your secrets will be mine." Eric looked at the cave where Zadiel vanished, and his face was full of anger and envy. After all, Zadiel was very young and his possibility of becoming a magus in the near future were immense, and as for him, he was already in the twilight of his life without the possibility of becoming a rank 2 magus. His life was already closing to his natural end. "Although Clyde is dangerous, as long as I erase all the evidence of my involvement, he will have no proof and the family head will not let him kill me." Ruthlessness radiated from him as he was thinking of the future of the pawns he made do his bidding. The Magi world was truly enormous, not just its surface but its interior as well. This world has layers, although the surface is the most sustainable and where life can grow most easily. The lower layers have a great amount of life and civilizations. Some of them were non-human races that due to one or other reason chose to make this place their home. These layers are also the place where those who are chaste or did not want to be involved with the 3 great powers of the surface came to live. Although every layer has a name of their own, a lot of the people just refer to them like the underground zone. Zadiel and Sophia were descending to the first layer. Although the cave that connected to the first layer has no light, With the first one being a neo-demons and the second having her eyes mutated, neither of them struggle to see in the dark. That old coward would not dare directly attack me, so he must have made some preparation for me to be killed for some races here. As for how he finds out that I was coming here, it is simple, someone of the tower must have told him. Zadiel's eyes were becoming colder as he thought that someone dared to play games with him. Before, I was just going to kill you, but now, I think he will enjoy devouring a rank 1 Magus alive. As Zadiel was thinking, he hears a voice that distracts him. It was Sophia who is looking at him with a worry expression. What happens? Zadiel got confused at the expression of the woman. After all, they were not even close to finding enemies. You have been acting weird since we entered the cave, are you alright? Sophia was concerned that something bad was happening with Zadiel. Oh, sorry, I guess there are some things that are difficult to get used to it. Don't worry, I am fine. Zadiel's expression returned to his usual relaxed one after the talk. As long as you are fine, it is okay I suppose. Sophia didn't entirely understand what Zadiel meant, but seeing him relax, she didn't press the topic. Zadiel was feeling complicated. After all, accepting that a rank 1 Magus dares to plan your demise, when there was a time when you could literally change fate with a move of your hands, was hard. But he was not someone who complains about his situation and lives in his glory days, so after a moment, those feelings disappeared. They continued descending for a couple of hours before they reached the exit of the cave and landed in the first level of the underground known as the Wastelands. Although this place was under the surface of the planet and the ground was mostly rocks and land not suitable for farming and the like, it was by no means small, with a height of 50 meters and a landmass reaching several thousands of kilometers. This place was the home of a lot of species, but of course, the ones that chose this place to live are not very powerful. If they were, they would go to the inferior levels. According to the information Zadiel has, the lower levels have a living condition not inferior to the ones on the surface and groups as powerful as them. Although the wasteland didn't have a sun that gave it daylight, there were rocks on the floor and ceiling that absorb energy and releases light, so there was a certain level of visibility. We are going to go for some materials that can be found in this level, and after that, we will go to kill some races that habit this place. Remember, do not separate from me. Zadiel was serious as he talked to Sophia. As long as she stays with him, he will be able to guarantee her safety, but if they split up, her fate will be an uncertain one. I understand. Sophia knows that this is not a playground, so she was vigilant as they advanced. Zadiel nodded as he saw her attitude and started to communicate with the chip. Chip, use the information I got in the tower about the underground to generate the most efficient path to collect the material and attack the tribes. Before coming here, Zadiel got all the information he could about the underground, like the geography, danger zones, and the races that inhabited this place. This was so he could use the abilities of the chip to generate the best course of action. After all, the wasteland is huge, and if he starts to explore it in the search for all the things he needs, it will be a massive waste of time. As always, the voice of the chip was heard in the next moment after an order was given. BIP. Scanning environment. Tracing the most optimal path. Task completed, showing to host. As the voice of the chip ends, a line appears on the ground in front of Zadiel, showing him the path to take. Let's go. Zadiel and Sophia follow the path that the line marked, and after a couple of hours they reached their first destination. In front of them were small mountains with caves that led to its insides, and in the entrance, you could see small humanoid creatures with a lizard appearance. They were kobolds, a race known for their hate for other species. Kobolds usually have a power bordering between a rank 2 and 3 apprentices. By what I can feel inside those mountains, there must be around 100 of them. Zadiel was assessing the enemies and preparing his plan of action. We have come here to kill those kobolds. Sophia knew that with his power she would not be of much help in a fight, so she was nervous before a possible battle. No, what we are after is some mineral that can be found inside those mountains. As for killing those kobolds, although they are dragon spawn, these here are too weak, and even if we kill all of them and purify their blood, it will not get us a single drop of dragon blood. Besides, we need someone to mine this place. You are hoping that they obey you? Sophia could not imagine how Zadiel was going to get those creatures to mine for him. Of course, if the only choice they have is between certain death and obedience, I am sure they will take the last. Zadiel spoke with such a certainty, like it had done this type of thing hundreds of times before. Sophia didn't know what to answer to that. After all, although Zadiel is very powerful, there is a full mountain of kobolds against him. Zadiel saw the confusion in her face but did say nothing and commanded the chip artificial intelligence chip scan both of us. BIP. Analyzing host. Strength, 12.3, Physique, 14.8, Speed, 11.9, Abyss aura, 15.7. After eating hundreds of rat mans, always having for meals the bodies of some magical creature and the acceleration in his abyss, or thanks to his work in runes, Zadiel's stats have grown tremendously. When an apprentice reaches spirit force of 15, they get the title of Pseudo-Magus, due to already reaching the level of energy they needed to initiate the process of advancing to rank 1, but the Neo-Demons require much more energy before they advance, having to get to 20 points before they can begin. Although the difference didn't look like much, those last 5 points will take more effort to get than all the others before them, and from now on, only food that has the energy level of a rank 3 apprentice or more has an effect on his body. Bip. Scanning Apprentice Sophia. Strength, 5.1, Physique, 4.6, Speed, 5.3, Spirit Force, 7.3. Status of the body, severe deformation is detected in the organism. Due to the contamination of the body, advancing to rank 1 life form is almost impossible. The contamination allows her to get great physical power even though she has never trained her body, but it also contaminates her energy and constitution. Zadiel figures out the condition of Sophia immediately with the chip. He had several ways in which he can help her, but now is not the time, and he focused back on his current mission. Stay behind me. Having said that, Zadiel walks directly to the mountains without trying to hide from the kobolds. Sophia didn't know what he was planning, but after a little hesitation, she followed him. The kobolds detected Zadiel and started to scream threateningly as they called the rest of their members. It didn't take long for a dozen of them to get together and charge at him. Zadiel saw them attack, and his abyss aura started to burst, but he didn't launch any spell. What he did was releasing all the strength of his magnetic force field. The moment he did that, a pressure so huge originated from his body that made the kobolds that were running to attack them stop at once, almost falling. Their bodies started to tremble with fear showing up in their eyes, and as Zadiel walked forward, they started to move back. Chapter 29, Draconic Language. The magnetic force field is the result of the accumulation of energy inside a body. The greater the amount of energy, the more powerful the force field is. Due to its origins being the natural energy of the world, when the force field is uncontained, it can affect other organisms, the same way a nuclear reactor can affect the environment if there is a leakage. Apprentices do not need to worry about containing their force field. Due to their weakness, even if they release it will not generate an effect in their surroundings, and at most, it will be useful to scare mortals. But when it comes to Magi, they must keep their force field contained. Otherwise, if they don't, the energy they release is enough to kill mortals in their surroundings and generate immense pressure that can affect those weaker than them. Zadiel should not be able to use his force field to generate a pressure strong enough that can affect kobolds due to the quantity of his energy not been high enough, but the type that runs through his body, his abyssal aura, an energy of a higher level than spirit force, and also it contains the evil and chaotic presence of the abyss, so it generates an effect strong enough to be of use. Sophia was shocked at the scene that was occurring in front of her. The number of kobolds was getting higher, but even then they didn't stop moving back as Zadiel got closer to them. Due to her proximity to Zadiel, although the pressure was not headed in her direction, she could feel the power that was released. How can he be this strong? No matter how powerful an apprentice is, it is not possible to be able to scare these creatures just with your force field. Sophia was very confused but didn't ask, knowing that this was not the time. Zadiel keeps walking and only stops when the kobolds are with their backs against the mountains. His pressure keeps getting stronger as he coldly looks at them. By this moment all the kobolds have already got together, numbering a little more than 100, although most of the faces were showing fear, some also display hatred and desire to fight. Even the most fearful person will be able to display some type of courage when he is part of a big enough group, much less kobolds that are known for their aggressiveness. So it didn't take long for one of them to straighten his body and start roaring. When Sophia saw this, panic inundated her heart, knowing that this would trigger a response in the rest of the tribe. But before the roar ended, chains appeared in the air and attacked the kobold. They moved with such a speed that the creature didn't even realize when his body was pierced. Although the chains were going in and out of his body, they do it with such precision that all his vitals organs were fine, so although he was badly hurt he didn't die, and his roar of rage became screams of pain. Zadiel didn't even look at the direction of this kobold and kept his eyes with the rest of the group, as he raised his hand and clenched his fist. The moment he did that, the chains that were going through the kobold started pulling in different directions, making the creature scream harder with pain, until his body was dismembered and broken into pieces. Seeing the fate of their comrade, the rest of the kobolds started to tremble. Surrender or die. The moment the kobolds hear those words, the fear in their eyes grows exponentially. The reason was that Zadiel didn't say them in the common tongue of the Magi world but in draconic language. Just like the final straw that broke the camel. After hearing those words, the kobolds started to kneel one by one until all of them were on the ground. Whoever is the leader, come in front of me. Zadiel words were like a decree that can't be refused. After a moment an older kobold starts to walk out of the group and stands before Zadiel. Mighty being, I am Rax, what can we do for you? Rax's voice was full of fear, just hoping that the monster in front of him would leave sooner. I will be staying here for 5 days. During that time all of your tribe will mine those mountains and bring all the minerals that you can find. After that I will leave. If you do a decent job nothing will happen, but if you do a mediocre effort half of your tribe will die. Zadiel released a will to kill that proved that he didn't mind slaughtering them all. We will bring all the minerals. Rax knows that the person in front of him would not hesitate to kill them all if he was displeased, so he was ready to make his tribe work the hardest. Just when he was about to leave, Zadiel spoke again. Wait. One more thing. If you can bring me something precious I will give you a way to become stronger. Zadiel didn't wait for the kobolds to respond before going away with Sophia. Rax looked at Zadiel with fear, but there was also a struggle in his eyes as he went back to his tribe to start the mining process. Zadiel and Sophia were resting on a small hill not too far away from the kobolds. If you have something to ask to, do it. Zadiel could see that the woman was full of confusion, and was struggling to make a question. Sophia looks at Zadiel, and after a moment she speaks. Are you an official magus? To Sophia the only explanation for Zadiel power was that he was a rank 1 magus, that he was hiding his identity. After all, even pseudo-magus can't possibly do what he did. I have not reached rank 1 yet. As for my strength, you will find out the reason one day if you are lucky. Zadiel was ready to start meditating after answering, but the woman hasn't finished yet. Then if you are not a magus, what you did was truly risky and unlike you. The impression that Sophia has of Zadiel was someone who will always want to be in control of things and never let something to fate. But with the kobolds, a lot of things could have gone wrong. If you know your enemy like the back of your hands, then you will not be defeated. Kobolds can be dragon spawn, but the reason they were created was to serve those more powerful than them, so it is in their nature to bow down to someone stronger. That plus the use of draconic language affects the most primitive part of their consciousness that compels them to surrender. Of course, there will always be exceptions, like those who can overcome their instincts. That was why I had my energy ready to burst the moment I entered this place. Since the moment he saw those kobolds, Zadiel had already created a plan to subjugate them. Even if they somehow overcame their innate fear and attacked him, he was sure he could kill most of them before the escape. Sophia was surprised. To her it seems like a random act, while it was a coordinated plan developed step by step. Now, sit down and meditate. We will be here for 5 days before we leave for our next destination. Zadiel closed his eyes and started to meditate to replenish his lost energy. Chapter 30, Path Technique. It was at the beginning of the 5th day when Rax and some other kobolds started to walk to where Zadiel was resting. They carried shabby boxes full of all sorts of minerals and gems. When they were about 20 meters from Zadiel, they left the boxes in the ground and all the kobold came back to the mountain, leaving Rax alone. The old kobold didn't become surprised at their action, because he was the one who commanded to leave the moment they left the boxes. The plan was in case the person in front of them became unsatisfied and planned to kill them, they would take their tribe and disperse in different directions, making the possibility of some of them escape higher. As for Rax, he will use his life to buy some time and improve their chances. Although the idea of sacrificing yourself for others was something laughable according to the standards of the Magi world, the kobolds in this level have never been in touch with another of their kinds, so to them this tribe was their entire species, and there are very few things some creatures don't do when the future of their kind is at stake. Zadiel was watching them the entire time, and it didn't take him long to figure out their plan, but the actions of the kobolds did not make him angry. Instead, the impression he had of these creatures improved. Not bad, they could be of use. Mighty being, we have taken all the minerals and jewels that we could mine and bring them to you. Rax kneeled in front of Zadiel, nervous about the decision of the person in front of him. Zadiel stands up and goes to see the boxes, assessing the contents. Relax, you did a decent job. Although most of the minerals in here are not very valuable, there are some that will become useful for my experimentation. Zadiel was satisfied with the result of the excavation. After all, he was not expecting something great out of this place. Rax immediately relaxed after hearing that this was over. What you bring here ensures that I won't hurt your people, but it is not enough to be exchanged for something to help you become stronger. The only reason the kobolds worked for him was because he forced them to do it. Zadiel knows that had he been not strong enough these creatures would have killed him, so he didn't feel like he owed something to them for these boxes. Rax looked at Zadiel for a moment before speaking. Please wait here for a moment, I will be back immediately. After bowing to Zadiel, he heads back to the mountains. Are you really gonna help them become stronger? The one who asked the question was Sophia, who had seen the interaction with the kobold, but knowing it was not her place, she didn't meddle. If they bring me something valuable, why wouldn't I? Zadiel believed in equal exchange, so as long the other party was willing to give something good, he didn't have a problem helping them. But most Magi say that working with non-human races is a degrading act. Sophia was concerned that Zadiel's acts could bring him trouble in the future. If rumors begin that he was helping other races, it could bring him a lot of difficulty with the rest of the Magi. Humphrey, those are rumors spread by hypocrites, so the rest don't meddle in their enterprises. Magi are pragmatic beings that have no problem doing business with anyone. Besides, a great part of them have altered their bodies so much that calling them human is wrong. Zadiel would not let himself be influenced by the propaganda of some groups and will do business with anyone who he sees fit, regardless of their race. After all, he wasn't human, so how could he had a problem with non-human species? After hearing the words of Zadiel, Sophia understood once again how wrong her way of thinking was, affected by what the rest of the world wants her to believe. Sorry, Sophia's head was low as she was ashamed for making that question and proving her naivety. Don't worry, as you become stronger, you will be able to see how the world truly works. Just remember that common knowledge is not true knowledge, is just something that those with power let the weaker believe it is true. Zadiel knows that the woman was not the brightest, but as long as she was willing to learn, he had no problem teaching her. After they finished speaking, they saw how Rax was running at them to bring something covered with a cloth in his hands. Mighty One, I bring you this rock I once found in my explorations. Although I don't know what it does, I am sure it is very valuable. Rax respectfully handed the rock to Zadiel. Zadiel took the rocks and removed the clothes. Inside was a beautiful gem that was pulsating with energy with the rhythm of a heartbeat and constantly changing color. Is this something precious? Sophia could not help but ask when she saw the beautiful gem. Rax didn't stop seeing Zadiel's face for a single moment since he delivered the rock, and when he heard Sophia question, he became even more focused, hoping that this gem was something truly valuable, but the words that came next destroyed all his hopes. No, it isn't. This gem is called Rainbow Flash. Its function is absorbing energy and then release it with such a frequency that can affect some magical equipment. As for the color is just an optical property of the mineral, nothing more. Zadiel was not lying to try to deceive the kobold. The gem has exactly the property that he said it has. Rax sighed at the information. As for the possibility of him being tricked, he knew that the person in front of him could just kill him and take the gem. There was no need for lying. But you got lucky. Although it is true that this gem is not very valuable, it is exactly what I need right now. Without waiting for the old kobold to react, Zadiel put his hand on the head of Rax and commanded the chip. Artificial intelligence chip, send him the first level of burning blood and put a backdoor in the technique. Although Zadiel didn't have a problem helping them become stronger, that was on the basis that they will not become a threat to him, so altering a little the technique was something logical. When the transfer was finished, Rax started to go through the information of the technique, and the more he saw the more shocked he became. This technique is truly that wonderful? The look that Rax gave to Zadiel was not anymore one with fear but full of reverence. Yes, it is, but this is just the first level and will help you arrive at the peak of rank 0 but no more. I advise you to share this technique just with those you have absolute trust, or else your entire tribe could be destroyed if the information is leaked. Although the technique that Zadiel gave him was very useful, it was just the first level and not something truly valuable for him, but if the races that habit the wasteland find out about it, they will slaughter the entire kobold tribe to get it. I will listen to the Mighty One, and Great Lord, about the next levels. Rax had a pleading expression as he asked, although he was scared of offending Zadiel, the temptation of the technique was too great. I will come back, and when I do, if you have something valuable to exchange, I can trade with you the next level. I suggest you use the technique to become stronger first and then try to collect valuables. You will be able to get more precious things and your possibilities of surviving will be greater. Zadiel's plan for those kobolds was simple. He will help them get stronger and they will use that power to get wealth for him. As for the possibility of the kobold could betray him, that was the reason the back door existed. We will follow the instruction of the Mighty One. I will take my leave. Rax bowed to Zadiel before he left. But this bow was different from the others. It was one of respect and not of fear. What did you give him? The moment the kobold leaves, Sophia almost jumps to Zadiel as she asks. By what she heard of their conversation, she already has an idea, but it was too preposterous to be true. I just gave him a path technique. Zadiel didn't find the necessity to lie, so he just told her the truth. What? Chapter 31, Danger Approaching. Zadiel said it in such a relaxed manner that it seems like it was not a great deal, but by the expression of Sophia, it was clear that it was not so simple. How could you give something so precious like a path technique just like that? Sophia still could not accept that Zadiel has given that technique to some kobolds he just met. Although the expression of Sophia was a little exaggerated, path techniques are indeed very valuable. The most basic description of path techniques is that it is a method that allows someone to become stronger and shows a way to advance in the ranks. Apprentices use meditation techniques to enhance the amount of energy in their bodies so they can later advance to rank 1, but although this way is the easiest and has the least requirements, it is also the weaker way. Path techniques allow you to enhance your energy and improve the quality of it, as well as teach you spells that are the most suitable for you. Although path techniques are not an absolute necessity to advance in ranks, it helps you clear most of your doubts and shows you a way to advance from one rank to another. Hence the reason for their name path. Due to these reasons, path techniques are a dream for most apprentices, and it is pretty weird seeing someone above rank 1 without one. Calm down, that path technique has only one level and will help them get to the power level of pseudo-magus but not beyond. Besides, that technique has its basis in atavism, meaning going back to their ancestor. So it is very useful for kobold because of their dragon heritage, but for humans, is of no use. Zadiel wasn't worried about someone tracking the origin of the technique to him. After all, although it is true that path techniques are valuable, finding one that allows you to get to peak rank 0 is not a great thing. So he was sure no one with real power would bother him for it. Sophia finally calms down once all of it is explained. For any chance do you have one suitable for me? She could not help but ask. After all, with a path technique her possibility of becoming a magus will improve greatly, and with the power of a rank 1 being, restoring her body will be easy. Keep dreaming. If I had one useful for humanoids I would have used it on myself a long time ago. Zadiel was lying. Actually in the first level of memories there were some useful path techniques for humanoids, but they will be of no use for Sophia due to the contamination of her energy. As for neo-demons, the chaotic core enhances their energy the most efficient way possible on their own. As for the quality of their energy, abyssal energy has always been one of the top sources of energy in the universe, so altering it with some technique will just create troubles. So for him path techniques are useless. At least the ones focused on developing his energy and advancing in ranks. Sophia became very disappointed at the response. After all, in her mind a path technique would have solved all of her problems, but although she had not realized yet, her will had advanced a lot in the time they have been here, so she didn't take long to get better. Zadiel smiled and nodded, seeing the reaction of the woman. Getting better, I can count this as another approval. Zadiel saves all the minerals in the spatial sack, before commanding the chip to show the path to their next destination. Let's go. Zadiel and Sophia follow the indications of the chip to the next place where the materials for his runes were there. In another part of Wasteland, a couple of 100 kilometers away from Zadiel, a group of about 50 ogres we all marching. This was not too abnormal, but the thing that makes this scene so weird was that there was 5 human at the head of this group, and the ogres who are known for the habit of eating people were obeying all of their orders. All of the humans had magic robes and the energy inside their bodies was very strong. Hey Alan. Do we really need all of this power just to kill someone who is just at the peak of rank 0? The person who spoke was a young black-haired man, who assessed at the ogres that followed them, and as he did, a small amount of fear appeared on his face. Ogres are a very powerful race when it comes to their bodies. If it wasn't because of their almost non-existent ability to use magic, the threat that they could represent will be of a pseudo-magus, so for the man, this was an overkill. Luis, you have heard the order of Lord Eric. We have to kill that person and we can't leave anyone alive that can identify us. Besides, that individual was able to kill an entire group of apprentices led by a pseudo-magus by himself. The man named Alan was someone of short stature, with white hair and a solemn expression on his face, but despite being the smaller of the 5 the power that came from his body was the higher. Relax you two. Magi have always been decisive beings that use their entire power regardless if their enemy is a mouse or a lion. Lord Eric even gave us magical equipment that can cloak our presence from other Magi so we can ambush that person. He is undoubtedly dead. The person who talked was a bald, bulky man with a tattoo on his face who was playing with a clown mask that released a glow that covered the apprentices and ogres. I guess you are correct, but will these creatures obey us when the time is right? Luis was looking cautiously at the ogres. The reason was simple. He was the weakest of the 5, and if the creatures were to attack them, he would be the first casualty. Don't worry about them. Lord Eric did a deal with the leader of their tribe and they will follow our orders until the mission is over. Besides, we need these creatures and their abilities to hunt, or else trying to find someone here will be impossible. Alan's face was still solemn. The reasons of his concerns were not these creatures, but the amount of energy the Magus had sent in this mission. After all, the 5 of them were pseudo-Magus, and even with the decisive personality of a Magus this was a little too much. But what concerns him the most was the secrecy of the mission and the emphasis in the order of not leaving anyone who has seen them alive. No one who has reached the level of a pseudo-magus on his own is stupid, and Alan has always been someone very smart, so he already has an idea of what was happening. But that only made his mood even worse, making him sigh. This will not end up well to any of us. Alan was feeling helpless. Even as a pseudo-magus, if you have no backer, then against a magus's scheme there is little you can do even if you know it. Is there a problem? The bald man asked Alan, not because he was concerned about him, but to make sure that his problems don't affect the mission, so his tone was cold. None of them was friends with the others, and the only reason they were working together was that they were commanded, so they would not let any one of them lose their focus and endanger their task. Humphrey, nothing that should bother you, Johann. Let's continue. Alan keeps his suspicions hidden and they continue on their way. Chapter 32, Real danger in a desolate area of the wasteland was a swamp. The only thing that grows in this place is a type of plant known as a ferocious grower. It didn't have many uses and it had the property of devouring every other type of plant in its surroundings and taking the place they occupy. Due to this, almost no race wants to live in this place, but there was a species that inhabits this swamp, the goblins. Goblins were some of the lower life forms in the wasteland. Their main characteristic was their insatiable lust and rapid growth. So the tribe that habited this swamp had a little over 1,000 members. Although goblins could not pose a threat to a rank 2 apprentice, a couple hundred of them could defeat even a pseudo-magus, taking into consideration the stupidity of this race and their instincts of attacking without regard for their life. Due to the little value the corpse of a goblin has and the fact that there was nothing truly valuable in this place, the swamp was usually a quiet place. But today, screams could be heard throughout the entire region. A shadow-covered figure moved throughout the area, and the fate of all the goblins that crossed his path was to end with their bodies shattered. This was not all. Chains were moving through the swamp. They were like demon snakes that went through every single living form in their path. All other races would have seen the fate of their comrades, but the goblins that habited the Westland are almost animals controlled by their instincts, so they attacked at the shadow without care for their life. But their acts were useless. When they got within 3 meters of the figure, their bodies were cut in two. As for the ones further away, the chains took care of them. Sophia was at the periphery of the swamp and she was surprised. This display of power was superior to the one any group of pseudo-magus could make. She could not really see Zadiel due to his fast movement and the fact he was in his shadow form, but she could see the chains, and the way that they destroyed every single thing in their path was amazing. Someday I will also. She clenched her fist as she saw this display of power and her eyes started to shine. But in the next moment, she was startled by those thoughts. Since when did I dare to aspire so high? Since her mutation, Sophie has thought herself of someone inferior, and her most higher aspiration was going back to normal. So the idea of becoming so powerful that the lives of hundreds could be decided with a movement of her hands had never passed through his head until now. As she was thinking about the reason for her changes, a person came to her mind. It's because of him. Her fist gets stronger and the flame of her will burn even brighter. After a couple of hours, the screams finally stop. The thousands of goblins that once ruled this little swamp were all dead and pieces of their bodies were thrown all over the place. Zadiel left the swamp with his usual relaxed expression and came to Sophia. Okay then, now's your turn. Go and pick the roots of the plants that grow in this place. I just want the red ones, the others have no use. Zadiel didn't wait for the woman to reply before he closed his eyes and sat to meditate. Yes, right away. May I ask a question? Sophia knows she is not very smart, so she is trying to figure out the reason why things happen in her surroundings to develop her abilities. You probably wonder why I take such a different approach with the goblins than with the kobolds. Zadiel didn't even try to subjugate the goblins when he arrived at the swamp and started to kill right away. If he was someone who enjoys killing, it would make sense, but by his interaction with the kobolds, Sophia knew that this was not the case. Sophia only nodded, already accustomed to her thoughts being revealed. Easy. They were not worth it. If the kobolds used that technique correctly, they would become very useful, but the goblins are too stupid and savages. Making use of them, even temporarily, is a huge problem. Since the energy used to kill them is less than the one used to subjugate and make them harvest the materials, it is better just to finish them off. Although killing just because it saves time sounds cold, for Zadiel that was a normal way of seeing things. Although his words weren't meant to be hurting, Sophia became afraid. So, if someone isn't worth the effort, you will just throw them away. Sophia's voice was trembling, due to the words reaching her most innate fears. Yes, Zadiel keeps his eyes closed and it seems like he didn't realize the state of the woman. Sophia's heart fills itself with crippling fear and for a moment she feels as if it was suffocating her, but unlike before when she let herself be overcome by the fear, this time she fights against it. I will prove my worth. She looked back at Zadiel and her determination was obvious. I will go to recollect them now. As Sophia left, Zadiel opened his eyes and a smile could be seen on his face as he looked at the woman. As long your will keeps growing like this, even destroying a world would be worth it. Zadiel shakes his head and closes his eyes to start and meditate, but in the next moment, his body disappears. He reappeared 30 meters away and with all the strength of his body he threw a punch at the ground. Zadiel's strength was already at 12 points, so his fist carrying all the power in his body had an impact that could be measured in tons, making the ground tremble and a crater form at the site of the impact. A figure could be seen leaving the debris. Despite being fast enough to escape the bulk of the impact, his leg was bleeding badly. Not bad, you managed to dodge most of the damage, but with your leg like that, I doubt you will be so lucky next time. Zadiel didn't need to ask the reason this person was here. He has been waiting for the people sent by the Magus since the beginning. Wait. I didn't come here to hurt you. You and I have a similar problem and we could help each other. Alan was shocked by the power of Zadiel. After all, he was a very strong body refinement pseudo-magus and that attack alone had enough power to severely hurt him if it landed on his body. There is nothing you can say to stop me. Yesterday your mission was to kill me and now you say you want to help me. If I were to trust someone like that I would be a fool. Zadiel's eyes were cold as he prepared to finish his enemy when he hears someone approaching them. The one who was closing in was Sophia, who came back when he heard the noise made by the fight. Are you okay? Sophia was running to Zadiel to see if he was fine. She knows he is very strong but could not help but feel worried. Zadiel was going to tell her to stay away when an immense feeling of danger appeared. From the sky, a ball of light came crashing with shocking speed. It was so fast that before any of three could try something to stop it, it exploded, creating a ball of fire that covers all of them. Chapter 33, Abyssal way of fighting. The ball of fire was immense and the heat that it generated consumed all the oxygen in 50 meters around the explosion. Of the three people covered by the spell, from the center of the ball of fire two were blasted out. One of them was a badly wounded short man with a ring that created a glow that covered all of his body, and the other one was someone covered in a cocoon made of chains. Although there were parts broken in all places of the cocoon and it looks like it would vanish in the next second, the figure inside was still fully covered. As for the third one, it looked like it was disintegrated by the flames. 300 meters away the air started to change and four people and a group of ogres appeared. At the head of the four were a man and a woman. The man held a parchment that was glowing. This person had ash-colored hair, a delicate face, a height of 1.8 Mount, and he was laughing as he saw the explosion. As for the woman, she had a beautiful face and crimson hair. In her hand was a clown-like mask full of cracks. At the back of these two were Luis and Johann with a respectful expression on their faces. Eric, like most rank 1 Magi, was someone who likes to put contingency plans. So in the group of apprentices he sent, there were two of his disciples. They were tasked to keep themselves hidden and make sure that there was no problem in the mission. When the acts of Alan raised suspicion, they revealed themselves and took control of the ogres, and the other two apprentices. They then tracked Alan and attacked them by surprise. Ha ha ha. That asshole of Alan really thinks that could trick us. He deserves tasting the power of a rank 1 spell made directly by Master. The man keeps laughing as he watched the flames. Concentrate, Christian. We wasted almost all the power in the mask to not be detected and take them by surprise, but the target is still alive. The woman looked at the direction the cocoon made of chains, and a grave expression appeared on her face. Who cares? Even if he used his magical equipment to cover himself, he should be barely breathing in the 35 degrees of damage that the explosion caused. Don't tell me that you are scared of him, Barbara. Christian was openly disdaining the fearful attitude of the woman. Humphrey, those chains are not magical equipment but a spell. I guess I don't have to explain what that means. Barbara sneered at the foolishness of her comrade. Impossible. Even if a parchment can only bring out the weakest power of a rank 1 spell, it is impossible for a rank 0 spell to match. If those chains are truly a spell, then... Christian's smile vanished from his face and was replaced by gloominess. The reason for the apprentice's apprehension was simple. When two spells crashed, the one with the most power should eliminate the weaker one. Although the winner would lose potency, it will still manage to damage the target. So for the chains to be still active even after being reached by the explosion, it means that the spell launched by the apprentice has the power of a rank 1 spell. Even if it was the weakest one, it was still something that no apprentice should be able to do without external help. Ogres, attack that cocoon with all you have. Christian wasn't stupid and will not put himself in danger when he has a disposable task force at his command. The ogres were ordered by their leader to obey the commands of the apprentices, so they immediately started to march to where the cocoon was. The 4 apprentices were focused in the ogres to see what the person in the cocoon would do, but just as they were at half the way, the ground under their feet started to tremble. A figure came out of the ground right in the center of the 4 of them. The person was Zadiel. His robe was destroyed and the upper part of his body was exposed, showing his perfectly attuned muscles but also the severe burns all over his body. His eyes were cold, and not letting the apprentices recover from the surprise, he attacked ferociously. His first target was the strongest of the 4, Christian. Zadiel grabbed the arm of the apprentice and with his other hand threw a punch with all his strength at his head. The moment the fist was going to impact, an armor made of earth covers his head. Although it managed to save his head from exploding, the power of the punch was so much that he was blasted away. And since Zadiel had his arm grabbed, it detached from the rest of his body, making the apprentice scream in pain as he was sent flying away. Already in the process of developing his rank spell, how annoying, Zadiel didn't chase after Christian and attacked at his next target. Barbara barely managed to recover from the shock with Christian's scream and made the energy in her body explode as she prepared to launch an attack. Wind blast. But just as she was about to finish the preparation and launch the attack, she saw two eyes staring at her with such coldness and savagery that made her lose focus. Although it was just for a moment, she was the closest to the place Christian was, so her carelessness allowed Zadiel to reach her. Zadiel grabbed her head and blasted it on the ground, but just like with Christian, an armor, this time of wind, covered her head and allowed her to diminish the impact just enough to save her life. But still, she was severely hurt. Zadiel prepared to give her the finishing blow when spears made of bones came rushing at him. They were incredibly fast and he was barely able to dodge due to the close distance. Just when he managed to dodge the last spear, an enormous fist crashed into him, barely giving time to cover himself before being thrown away. He managed to stabilize himself 20 meters away. Zadiel looked in the direction where the spear came from and saw Luis surrounded by bone shields and a 5 meters gorilla by his side. Johan, we have to delay him the most we can and wait for the ogres. Besides, by the lack of spells he is throwing, I bet he barely has any energy left. Luis may not be the strongest of the four, but he had an excellent battle sense, so the actions of Zadiel give him a lot of information. Johan nodded and adopted a defensive posture. Zadiel didn't say anything and only looked at them. The guess of the apprentice was correct. After killing all the goblins his energy was already low, and with the explosion, he had to use an immense amount to maintain the chains and use abyssal regeneration to heal his body. So he was not able to use any spell by the moment. Darkness Elementium and a Bloodline apprentices. One has stealthy attacks and the other great vitality. I need to end this fast and I can only depend on my physical might. Zadiel looked at the direction of the cocoon and a small flash of worry appeared in his eyes before he concentrated on the ogres that were already coming back. When he refocused on the enemies in front, a smile formed in his face, and a small laugh came out. Haha, it has been a long time since I fought like a true abyssal, defeating enemies with brute power. Zadiel took a sword from his spatial sack before flashed at the 5-meter gorilla. Just when he was about to crash with him, he made a stomp on the ground lifting a huge curtain of dust. Luis, be careful, he is surely coming for you. Johan believed that Zadiel rushing to him to just blind them was to trick them and take the opportunity to kill the weakest of the two. Luis arrived at the same conclusion and diffused the spear he was summoned to focus all of his energy on his shields. Johan was coming to help Luis when he saw a sword pierce straight to his eye. He moved just at right the moment making it fly past him. Humphrey, if you think a trick like this is going to... Johan didn't finish talking when he heard a scream and he saw how Zadiel grabbed Luis's head with a smile in his face before applying so much pressure that made it explode. If the two worked together they could stop Zadiel for a couple of minutes, but the moment Johan focused on defending himself, Luis's fate was sealed. Zadiel's face was covered in blood but his smile only became wider as he looked at Johan. I have forgotten how good this feels. Now it is your turn. You fucking devil, die. Johan roared and his body grew even bigger as he threw a punch with all his strength. The fist was the size of his chest and came with crushing power and impacted Zadiel, but instead of being sent flying away, he managed to catch the fist making marks in the ground as his legs sank in it. Not devil. Demon. Zadiel roared and grabbed a finger with each hand he pulled in separated directions, splitting the fist in two. Ah! Johan could not even stop screaming from the pain before Zadiel reached for his head and started bombarding it with his fist. Boom, boom, boom. Every time his fist crashed on his skull a blast could be heard, and although the Bloodline apprentice had great vitality it didn't take long for Johan to be dead. But Zadiel continued punching until his skull opened and his brain matter splattered. Chapter 34, too weak. By the time Zadiel stopped hitting the head of Johan, the ogres already reached out to him. Instead of distance himself from the group, he just raised his hand and coldly looked at the group. Abyssal blast. A beam made of pure abyss aura blasted the ogres and due to the proximity between them, almost half died by the attack. As for the rest, most of them ended up hurt. Abyssal blast uses the energy that is saved in the core. So even though Zadiel energy was low, he still could use it. Not letting them regroup, Zadiel attacked them, but unlike before with the apprentices, his face was emotionless. He flashed to the closest ogre and he sent a kick at his back with so much power that it pulverizes his spine. Once the ogre was incapacitated, instead of killing him, he continued to do the same with the rest. All his attacks were brutal, destroying organs and bones with every hit. But although they were screaming from the pain, none of them died from the damage. Once he made sure that all the enemies were taken care of and checked the area in search of enemies, and upon finding nothing, he ran to the place the cocoon was. When he arrived next to it, he waved his hand and the chains moved, allowing him to see the interior of the cocoon. The person inside was Sophia, but despite the chains protecting her and saving her life, she was badly wounded and the flames destroyed most of her robe and bandages, showing her body. Her body was full of tumors that showed through her skin and there were areas of putrefaction leaking pus. Her face was also deformed and looked like it was the combination of a pig and a human. Almost anyone would feel disgusted by what they saw, but Zadiel got closer to her and caressed her face with warmth in his eyes as he put a liquid in her mouth that he took from the spatial sac, and gave a sigh. "You are really dumb, aren't you?" Zadiel was remembering what happened right before the explosion occurred. The ball of light was headed for him, so everyone's first instincts should be getting away from him, but the girl started running faster in his direction. Zadiel's original plan was to divide the chains between the two, with that he was sure he would be fine. As for Sophia, her chances of surviving were low. But he will not risk his life for someone he has known for less than a year. But when he saw the determination of the girl reaching for him, the idea of leaving her to her luck infuriated him a lot. So of the 5 chains that he could use, 4 cover her, and using aerial walk he jumped in the air and buried himself in the ground. Luckily, the earth was broken for the impact when he attacked Alan. So he was able to enter easily and use one chain to create a shield over him, partially protecting himself from the flames. Later, using the chain he excavated to the place where the apprentices were, and after the ogres left for the cocoon, he attacked them. He saw how the potion was starting to heal her, closed the cocoon, and went for the ogres and the 2 living apprentices to start the ritual. Although the ogres were heavy, with his strength it was easy to knock them and put them all together. Barbara was unconscious due to the strong blow to the head, so there was no problem with her. As for Christian, it looks like he had passed out from the pain, but when he got closer to him, he flashed to his side, punched him in the stomach, and ripped off his remaining arm. Ah, the apprentice screams from the pain, and blood comes from his mouth with pieces of organs with it. Zadiel didn't even look at him and just took a small sphere that was in the hand of the now amputated arm. "Humphrey, if you think I will fall for such a pathetic trick, you are more stupid than I thought." Zadiel picked up the screaming man and threw him with the rest. Zadiel got to where Sophia was and made the chains disappear before covering her body with a robe and started meditating and eating the heart of some of the dead ogres to heal his body and recover his abyss aura. It barely took him a minute to devour the heart of an ogre. After an hour, his energy was mostly recovered, and he went where the apprentices and ogres were to start inscribing the runes on the ground with his blood. This time his body was stronger, so he didn't have to rest before activating the secondary array and affecting the mind of the group inside the runes. Like last time, the ones inside the array got crazy and started to kill each other. When they were all dead, the chaotic presence of the consciousness of the abyss arrived to take the souls of the group inside. Zadiel manipulated the runes and the bodies started to melt and become abyss aura. The 2 apprentices created almost the same amount of aura that all the ogres made together. This was because the natural energies were purer in the body of humans due to their being the ruling race of this world, so their souls were more useful to the abyss. Once the process was done, the consciousness of the abyss left and a 2-meter sphere of abyss aura was left. Although it was only double the size from last time, the concentration now was way superior. Once the process was over, Zadiel goes to Sophia and wakes her up. Sophia started to wake up slowly and the first thing she saw was Zadiel. Warmth filled her heart as she remembered how the chains protected her, but when she felt her face and knew that her bandages were off, she started panicking and tried to cover herself. "Enough. What we are going to do next will transform you completely, but if your will is so weak then there is no point in trying." The process of becoming Neo-Demon relies heavily on will, so Zadiel was very serious with the panic displayed by the woman. Sophia focuses after being reprimanded and sees the ball of abyss aura and she becomes terrified of it. It was normal, after all, the abyss aura is evil in its essence. What will that make me? Sophia was scared of what will happen if she uses that energy. "You will become like me." Zadiel didn't give any more explanation, and for any other, that would not even be close to being enough, but the moment Sophia heard that, all of her fear and doubt were replaced by determination. "Good, now let's begin." Zadiel moved her to the center of the runes and made her sit down. "Remember to always maintain your focus and never let your will weaken." Zadiel's face was solemn and Sophia took his words with seriousness. Zadiel uses the rune array with the chip, and the abyss aura starts to enter Sophia. The pain was horrifying, but Sophia's concentration was absolute and her eyes were full of will. The most powerful someone was, the greater the pain will be and the longest will the process take. So by the end, the pain that Sophia was taking was almost too much, but then she saw how a yellow liquid started to be excreted from her body and it started to change. Her tumors started to melt and were expelled from her body as well as her putrefying skin. By the end, her face started to transform. Although the pain was even greater, Realizing that her body was recovering made her will even stronger and helped her endure the rest of the process. When the transformation was over, Sophia could not wait and conjure a piece of ice to see her appearance. Her face was small and delicate with beautiful blue hair, her body was thin but voluptuous with a height of 1.8 meters, she was by all standards someone extremely beautiful. Tears fall from her eyes as she turns around to see the reason for all her happiness. Since the moment she saw how he risked his life to save her from the explosion, she was already in love, and now the core makes those emotions even greater. So she could not resist and jumped at Zadiel. Zadiel was tired from the work, but the moment he saw Sophia jumping at him, he immediately dodged her. Sophia became fearful, seeing him not letting her get closer. After all, even when she was mutated it never happened. Am I still not good enough? I have already told you that something like appearance could not affect me, but I admit you are indeed really attractive now. Zadiel indeed found Sophia beautiful, but there was a small problem with her now. Then why? The moment Zadiel says that he finds her beautiful, bliss fills her heart, but she became confused by the distance he was maintaining. Easy. You're smelling. Zadiel was not trying to make fun of her, but the woman had not realized that some of the yellow liquid was still on her body. Sophia's face became red, and as she started to smell her body, she realized it had indeed a bad odor. Humphrey, you should learn to have tact with women. Sophia created a great bowl of water and started to clean her body and robe. Some intimate parts were being shown, but the only person in her surroundings was Zadiel. She didn't have a problem with him seeing her, but when she turned to see him, he was leaving. Zadiel arrived next to a badly wounded person. He was Alan, who was barely conscious. Despite using a piece of magical equipment to protect himself, the damage from a rank 1 spell was still too much for him, and if he was not healed soon, he would die. I can't let you live, and since I don't consider you an enemy I will tell you the reason. Zadiel's face was calm and his eyes were indifferent as he looked at the man. I'm too weak. Zadiel pointed at him and a chain materialized and pierced his head, killing him instantly. Zadiel could not risk the possibility of Alan leaking any of his secrets. After all, the number of people that could kill him and search his soul were in millions. Chapter 35, Leaving Wasteland. Zadiel and Sophia continued to explore the wasteland in search of resources and body parts of some species. Zadiel continued guiding the path, but when it came to a fight, the one who takes the lead now was Sophia. This was the idea of Zadiel so she could get used to her abilities and also practice the spell he gives to her known as Ice Mind. The spell allows the user to control the natural energy around them to summon a dome of ice that protects them and also can be used to attack the enemy. The defense of the spell can reach up to 10 degrees and the attack almost the same. Of course, this was the basics. As Sophia improves her proficiency in it, the offense and defense will improve as well the versatility of the spell. This is thanks to the chaotic core and the fact that the spell is not limited to only follow a spell rune. After reading the description of the spell, he considered that this one was the most useful to someone like Sophia thanks to the fact that the spell also helps to calm the mind and to be cool-headed during a fight, something she wasn't very good at. Sophia was able to prove the power of the spell when she had to fight a group of ghouls. The creatures attacked madly at her, throwing themselves like mad beasts, but the moment they got closer to the dome, their bodies started to freeze, making them move slowly. But this was not all. Sophia moved her right hand and from the dome tentacles made of ice appeared and attacked these creatures, sending them flying, breaking their bodies, and freezing them. But still, the ghouls were in the hundreds, and despite only having the power of a rank 2 apprentice, they could present a threat to pseudo-magas in the right quantity. So there were a couple of dozen that were already reaching the dome and were going to attack Sophia. Before, even with her current power, Sophia would have been nervous before the horrifying creatures threatening her to devour her, but thanks to the spell, she was able to maintain calmness, and using her left hand, she conjured a stream of frost that attacked the ghouls, freezing their bodies and ending their lives. Zadiel was a couple of 100 meters away, seeing how Sophia handled the situation. The spell covers her weak points perfectly. It would not take long for her to become truly proficient in it. Artificial intelligence chip, analyze her. BIP. Scanning target. Name, Sophia, race, Neo-Demon, strength, 8.2, physique, 12.4, speed, 12.2, Abyss Aura, 13.1, her strength is now her weakest attribute. But that is normal, after all, it is due to the mutations that they were so high before. Her main way of attacking should be at distance with her spells, and with her speed and constitution plus the dome, harming her will be very difficult. After all the ghouls were finished, Zadiel collected some parts from their bodies before continuing to their next destination. Zadiel and Sophia were around a campfire eating a stew made by the latter that contained the heart of some creatures. Zadiel was going to eat them raw, but the woman started nagging him about not appreciating good food, and since the food of Sophia was indeed delicious and they were not in a hurry, he didn't mind waiting. This looked like a beautiful scene of a couple, but not even 10 meters away from them, Hundreds of corpses were still bleeding in the ground. These creatures had bull-like heads and muscular bodies. They were minotaurs, one of the strongest races that could be found in the wasteland. But now this powerful tribe was massacred. Some of them had their heads blasted and there were holes in their bodies. As for the rest, they were frozen and their chest was split and their hearts missing. To Zadiel a scene like this was nothing, but Sophia was different. She was inexperienced, but by using Ice Mind, she was able to calm herself and ignore the corpses. We have been in Wasteland for 4 months already. I have all the materials I need, so it is time we leave. Zadiel has all he came looking for, and the spatial sack was full of high-energy food enough for the 3 of them, so staying here was no longer useful. Do you think that Magus will attack us? Sophia already knows about the reason for the attack from the pseudo-Magi and the contract that Zadiel made with John. He will definitely do it. The moment I leave this place alive and the group he sent doesn't, he will know that I can kill a group of pseudo-Magi accompanied by 50 ogres. No matter how I do it, the threat I will represent for him is too much. Although the situation Zadiel finds himself in was very dangerous, he didn't look worried about it. Zadiel knows that the only reason Eric has not attacked him was that he was afraid that the Magus named Clive will find out about it and make him responsible. But with the abilities that Zadiel has shown, having taken care of the group he sent after him, killing Zadiel himself was the only possibility unless he wants a genius going after him the moment he advances to rank 1. So we will fight against him? Although Sophia was scared of facing a Magus and knew that her possibilities of surviving the match were very low, her will did not weaken at all. Zadiel saw the determination on the woman's face and smile, but he shook his head. Of course not. We were barely able to survive the attack of that rank 1 spell, and that damage is the lowest a Magus can create. We have a lot to do before we face him. Don't worry, I have a way of leaving without being detected. Fighting against a rank 1 Magus was too much for the current him, but escaping undetected was very easy. 2 figures could be seen running at an amazing speed, getting closer to the city that surrounded the Sinuk's magic tower. It was only when they reached the entrance to the city that the 2 stopped. They were Zadiel and Sophia, and by their faces, you could see they were exhausted. They had run at their maximum speed since the moment they arrived at the cave that connects the surface to the underground. We made it. Sophia was practically jumping from happiness when she saw the tower in the distance. After all, since they left the cave, the threat of the Magus had been present like a sword above their heads. Although his reaction was much more composed, Zadiel was also smiling. In his hand, a clown mask was disintegrating slowly. A shame, but it served its purpose. The mask was the same Barbara had used to cover her group and surprise Zadiel. Although it has almost no use left, it was able to hide the 2 of them from Eric until they arrived at the tower. Chapter 36, Preparations. Ezequiel and Sophia were with Zadiel in his house on the 2nd floor of the tower. They were not speaking, but by the expression of their faces, it was obvious that they were communicating in some way. They were talking through their cores to avoid being found out by someone in the tower. None of us can leave the tower for the time being. I doubt that Magus will dare to enter the city, but it's never good to underestimate a desperate enemy. Zadiel already had a plan to take care of Eric, and the trip to the underground had given him all the material necessary to do it, so leaving the tower would only be an unnecessary risk. Sophia and Ezequiel knew that against a Magus, there is little they can do besides escaping. So they have nothing against Zadiel's plan. Our priority should be reaching the peak of rank 0. Once we reach it, the number of times we can use Abyssal Blast should be 2 and the damage should reach over 50 degrees. I will also use the time to prepare the necessary runes for the fight and also the search of the laboratory. Little as how did the creation of the weapon from the matrix I give you turn out? Zadiel didn't have much hope. After all, the matrix was from peak rank 0 magical equipment, and Ezequiel had less than a year of training as a magical craftsman. Yes, master, I have managed to create one. To the amazement of Zadiel, Ezequiel took out a white orb and handed it to him. Zadiel picked up the orb and started to assess it, and it looked exactly like the type of magical equipment that the Matrix described. Artificial intelligence chip scan it. Zadiel knew that Ezequiel would not trick him, but the complexity of the equipment was incredibly high and he was using the chip to make sure there were no imperfections. Dip. Scanning magical equipment. Metamorph orb, peak rank 0 magical equipment. It can take different forms according to the user's desire, varying from a single-handed weapon to a partial or complete armor. When it is used as a complete armor, it can offer protection of 15 degrees of damage, both physical and magical, and the defense is enhanced as the range of protection is reduced. It can be stored inside the user's body to be enhanced with the user's energy. Status, optimal condition, functioning perfectly. Ha, little as this is a marvelous thing, awesome job. Zadiel was truly amazed by the work of the boy. After all, when he gave him the Matrix, he was hoping in the best scenario that he could create it when he was at peak rank 0 and had at least 2 years of practice, and even then the possibility of creating it will be low. But not even half a year has passed and he already has made it. Thank you, Master. Ezequiel didn't say much but the pride was obvious in his face. Do you think you can create another 2 of these types of equipment? With that magical equipment, the plan of Zadiel would become much easier to implement. I should be able to do it, but I would need more materials. Ezequiel was already very familiar with the matrix and as long he had enough material, he was sure he could create it again. Don't worry about that, I have brought a lot of things with me. Take whatever you need and if there is something that is missing, sell some of them, and use the crystals to buy what you need from the tower. As long as he could get one of those spheres for all 3 of them, the price was not something that worried Zadiel. So he handed the spatial sack to Ezequiel so he could take the thing he needed. Ezequiel nodded and started to check the spatial sack and took all the material he needed. Once the part of the plan with Ezequiel was already in motion, Zadiel started discussing with Sophia. Sophia, you told me you have chosen alchemy as your profession, right? Once Zadiel ended the process of transforming her into a neo-demon, he asked a lot of questions so he could help her in choosing spells and other things. Yes, but I have never been too good in it. Sophia wanted to help Zadiel, but her talent in alchemy was never too good. Don't worry about that. All of your abilities have been enhanced when you became a neo-demon. I am sure your talent in alchemy has improved as well. I will give you some recipes for pills that will be helpful. Don't worry about the times you have to try before you create them. As long as you don't give up I am sure you will manage to do it. Zadiel used the core and transferred some recipes to Sophia. Sophia started analyzing the information on the recipes and the difficulty was indeed high, but a resolution could be seen on her face. She didn't give any promise, but by her attitude, Zadiel knew that she was going to prove with her action. We all know what we have to do. So little as, you can return to your house. Let me know if you need anything during the process of creation. Sophia, I will inscribe the secondary consciousness and aerial walk runes in you, it will be very painful so prepare. Once he gave the order Zadiel started to prepare for the process of inscribing the runes. Ezequiel took all the material he needed and was leaving when someone stopped him. Sophia appeared in front of him with a smile on her face. You have not introduced yourself. My name is Sophia. I always hear Zadiel calling you little as, but I haven't heard your real name. Sophia's attitude was friendly when she spoke with Ezequiel. My name is Ezequiel. Ezequiel didn't have a bad impression of Sophia, and since she was a neo-demon like him, he responded with a good attitude. After answering he was preparing to leave but he was stopped again. Wait, I have seen you always call Zadiel, Master, so how about you start calling me Madam? Sophia was smiling and looking at the reaction Zadiel was going to make. When Zadiel heard that, he started to get angry, but when he saw the mischievous expression on her face he understood it was not that Sophia wanted to put herself above Ezequiel but the term was because the connection it will create with him, so he just shakes his head and continue with his work. Ezequiel also realizes that the woman was not trying to undermine him, so he didn't get angry, but that didn't mean he will follow her game. Master? Before saying something Ezequiel wanted to know what Zadiel's opinion about the title. You two are equal, Zadiel only says that before going back to preparing the runes. So can you call me Madam? It will make me happy. Sophia smiled at Ezequiel and he smiled back but the word that came next was something entirely different from what she wanted. Old hag, Ezequiel says with a straight face and there was not a noise coming from him, but a laugh started to be heard in the house just after he spoke. The source of the laugh was Zadiel. Even with his abilities, predicting how this will develop was impossible and that made it hilarious. Sophia became red when she heard the insult and even more when she saw Zadiel laughing. You little rascal. Sophia threw herself at him, but even though she had become very powerful, Ezequiel has been a neo-demon more time than her and his forte was speed so he dodged her and before she could act again, he left the house. That brat has no manners. Sophia was still upset but she didn't chase him. She knows that truly fighting between themselves was prohibited, besides, she was not really angry. Don't give it more importance than it has. Anyway the runes are ready to be inscribed in you. Zadiel took the parchment with the runes and came closer to the woman. Sophia sees the runes and smiles playfully as she takes all her clothes off, displaying her sensual body in all of its splendor, but what she got from Zadiel was his usual calm expression. Come on. Will it kill you to show something on your face? Sophia didn't know what to do before the always composed man. This process is delicate so I can't allow myself to be distracted. Zadiel starts to inscribe the runes on Sophia and his movements were coordinated and proficient without a single mistake. The process was indeed very painful but Sophia had already resisted the transformation into a neo-demon so when it ended, she only felt tired. I will go to sleep. But before Sophia could even end her sentence, she was put against the wall by Zadiel. Okay, We have finished the inscription, now I will teach you what happens when you entice a demon. Zadiel's face had none of his previous calm, but pure lust and desire as he positioned himself behind Sophia. Wait, I am a little tired, maybe later. Although Sophia was constantly tempting Zadiel, the truth was that she was a virgin and had no experience at all, so she became timid and nervous when the real thing was going to happen. But her attitude only made the lust in Zadiel even greater. As he thrashed his manhood inside her, although it looked rough, he was very experienced and it didn't take long for moans of pleasure to be heard. Chapter 37, Eric's Wrath. Close to the center of Wasteland, a thunderous fight was happening. Explosions and flames inundated the place. The ones fighting were an old man and an ogre. The ogre had a height of 3.5 meters and his body radiated immense physical power. He had a muscular figure and a large head. In his hand was a giant club made of some rare metal. Every time he swung his weapon, air blasts were created, and although his body was heavy, his movement was impressively fast. The old man had red hair and surrounding him were shields made of magma, whips of flames moved by his side, and he was constantly throwing balls of fire that carried great power. Surrounding the two there were hundreds of dead ogres, and from the way their bodies were displayed on the ground, it was apparent that they were trying to run but could not make it in time, giving the idea that this attack started as a surprise. The ogre roared as he attacked the man. He struck with his club at his opponent, but the shield got in his way. Despite the attack destroying them, it forced the ogre to stop, making him a perfect target for the explosions of the man. A fireball exploded in the chest of the ogre, throwing him dozens of meters away and harming him greatly. But even so, the vitality of the creature was great and the injury didn't diminish his ability to fight at all. Treacherous Magus, how dare to kill my tribe after I help you? The ogre roared as he ran towards the man, dodging some of the attacks and using his club to block the others. Filthy creature, if it wasn't for your race's incompetence, how could a mere apprentice have escaped? Eric's face was full of wrath as he launched spell after spell against the ogre. Eric waited for the group for a long time. After all, the wasteland was rather big, and finding someone could become very difficult, especially if they are in constant movement. But after 6 months of not receiving any news, he entered the underground himself and investigated. It didn't take long for him to find out that all the people he sent were dead. In his fury, he attacked the ogres he hired to help the pseudo-Magi. The ogre who was fighting Eric was a rank 1 creature and a leader of the tribe of ogres of the wasteland. His days were usually ones of pure bliss, using his tribe for all his needs and enjoying himself all the time, but right now all he could feel was regret and rage seeing the fate of his people. The fight continued for some minutes. But the longer it prolonged, the more obvious the advantage of Eric was. The movements of the ogre were too direct and lacked variation, so his body was accumulating wound after wound. Even though his attacks managed to get up to 40 degrees of physical damage with every swing of his club, the shields were enough to stop him and give enough time to the Magus to finish his spells and maintain a safe distance between the two. The ogre was already closing in on his last breath, but you should never underestimate a wounded animal. The creature's eyes got red as he roared with all his power and his body grew a size. He charged at Eric with all his power, breaking through all the spells that were through in his path and bulldozing his way to the old man. He finally reached the shields and threw his club, breaking it and taking advantage of the opportunity he tried to grab the Magus. Humphrey, an animal who doesn't know his place. The eyes of the Magus were full of disdain as he saw the desperate attack of the ogre and his body start to disintegrate into flames and vanished. The ogre was shocked by what happened, but before he could figure out where he went, he heard a voice above him. It was Eric, who had appeared 2 meters above the ogre and was launching his spell. Core explosion. A small sphere of light impacted the ogre and immediately exploded, creating a miniature ball of fire. Although the size was not a big deal, the damage reached 75 degrees, finally killing the creature. Your entire tribe deserves to die for failing me. Eric's eyes were cold as he stored the body of the ogre. Once he made sure that there was no one left alive, he conjured a ball of fire and left flying. No matter what, I have to kill that brat and find out his secrets. Eric's was full of fury, but there was also fear in his eyes. The threat he felt from Zadiel was so much that even if it means offending a rank 2 Magus, he was going to act himself. Actually, his problems didn't end up just there. The death of 5 pseudo-Magi was something he will have to answer for. It is true that compared to a Magus, a pseudo-Magus has little value, but they are still valuable resources to any family. After all, they have the possibility of becoming a rank 1 being themselves. Eric's original plan was to erase the memories of the ones he sent to hunt Zadiel. Although doing it will severely affect their future prospect, as long they were alive, he could just invent some lie to cover it. But now all of them died and his problems were too much for some simple charade to hide it. So his only choice was to kill Zadiel and take whatever it made him special and give it to the head of his family as compensation. Zadiel was in his laboratory and in front of him were 2 small spheres. One was from Christian and the other was the one he took when he killed Arthur's group. The sphere of Christian should reach 25 degrees of damage and it looks like it has poisonous properties. If I can enhance its power and combine it with the stealth abilities of the other one, it will become very useful. There were dozens of materials in front of Zadiel. His job will take a lot of time. As he was working, someone started to get closer to him. It was Sophia, who was walking in a little funny way. "Are you fine?" Zadiel found it weird that the woman was moving like that. After all, the physique of a neo-demon should heal any minor wound. "Humphrey, you don't know how to treat a lady. You didn't let me rest all night." Sophia was not hurt, but she was feeling weird, hence her posture. "You were the one who was screaming for more." As soon as Zadiel finished speaking, Sophia hit him on the head. "You need to learn how to treat a woman." Sophia's blow didn't have any strength in it, but the moment she did it, she started to feel awkward as two eyes stared at her. Zadiel said nothing and just continued looking at her. "Are you angry?" Sophia was scared that she had offended him. Although to her their relationship was significant, the idea that to him she was nothing special started to frighten her. Zadiel kept looking at her for a while before smiling and shaking his head. "No, actually it feels kinda nice. It is really weird. I guess I have changed." If any one of his subordinates had dared to do something like that in his previous life, having their souls extracted and tortured until they vanished would have been a soft punishment, but now he just felt it was funny. "It doesn't feel bad, so I guess I will go with the flow." Zadiel saw how his answer made the woman smile and he just continued with his runes. "You have work to do, so get going." "Yes, boss." Sophia could not stop smiling as she heard Zadiel respond and started to work on the recipes filled with liveliness. Chapter 38. 3 main characteristics. Zadiel was in his laboratory, inscribing a rune on his forehead. Due to the localization and the effect of the rune, the pain that it carried was immense even for him. But still, his hand was steady and his movement flawless. Normally, it would be easier to just inscribe the rune on a parchment and then transfer it to the body, as the loss in effectiveness on a rank 0 rune is almost null. But the one that Zadiel was inscribing was a rank 1 rune, so to not lose power, he inscribed directly. When the process was finished, Zadiel almost crumbled to the floor and his face was pale due to the exhaustion. On his forehead now was a pentagram with strange symbols going around it. "I guess now I can call myself a rank 1 rune master." Smile and pride were evident on his face. This was not the first rank 1 rune that Zadiel had created. Some were for Zadiel and Sophia, to enhance their abilities for a fight. Inscribing a rune on yourself is much harder than inscribing it on others, so his abilities are more than enough to gain the title. Of course, Zadiel would not reveal his skills with the runes before advancing to rank 1. At that time, although his abilities would be considered those of a genius, it would not be at the level that would attract too much attention. He was not worried about someone spying on him and finding his progress. After all, unless you are a much more powerful rune master than the opposite party or you have seen the power of the rune yourself, trying to identify its rank just from the exterior appearance was foolish. It has been 7 months since the trip to the underground. There is not much left to do before fighting that Magus. Zadiel was serious as he went through the plan for the fight. They were going to fight a rank 1 Magus while being rank 0, and not only were they going to defeat him, but the plan was also to capture him alive. This was something that not even the greatest genius of this world could think it had absolute certainty of accomplishing. Even though neo-demons are superior to Magi, their greatest advantages are unlocked when they advance to rank 1, so Zadiel needed to make sure that everything is taken care of. As for advancing in power during a fight, although it was not unheard of such a thing happening, he would not rely on something so uncertain, especially when defeating the Magus was what he needed to advance. Zadiel looked at the corner of the laboratory where Sophia was finishing her pills. Her body had more runes than before and there was a particularly powerful one in her arms. "She is also ready. Little Ez, come here." Zadiel used the court to call Ezequiel to make the last inspection and go through the plan with the 3 before leaving the tower. It didn't take long for the boy to arrive. His height was greater as was his strength, and just like Sophia, there were more runes in his body and the most powerful one was covering part of his legs. Zadiel looked at the runes of the boy and nodded. Although adding more runes could be helpful, the body has a limit of how much it can withstand. Actually, just a rank 1 rune would take all the capacity of a pseudo-magus, and it was only their constitution as neo-demons that allowed them to have more inscribed on them. Artificial intelligence chip, scan the 3 of us. BIP. Scanning the targets. Name, Zadiel. Race, neo-demon. Strength, 16.5, Physique, 19.7, Agility, 15.9, Abyss Aura, 20.5, Name, Ezequiel, Race, Neo-Demon, Strength, 16.1, Physique, 16.4, Agility, 19.5, Abyss Aura, 20.3, Name, Sophia, Race, Neo-Demon, Strength, 12.1, Physique, 18.9, Agility, 18.4, Abyss Aura, 20.2, all of us have reached the peak of rank 0. Trying to enhance more of our energy will only be a waste of time and will not improve our battle power. Now that all three were together and he was sure that they were individually prepared, he started to communicate through their core. Although our abilities allow us to kill pseudo-magi easily, when we face a real magus it will be very different. There are three main characteristics that a magus has that makes them so powerful. To Zadiel this was basic information, but to Sophia and Ezequiel this was something very important. The information about Magi is only given to apprentices that had signed a contract with some family or were part of one already. And since both of them have refused any type of recruitment they had very little valid information about what makes a magus special. The first one is the ability to use rank 1 spells. This type of spell is not only much more powerful than rank 0 but also they can be used in a faster way due to the mastery that the magus has over their particular natural energies. Second, their rank spell. When an apprentice reaches the level of a pseudo-magus, they choose a spell and they start to learn how to use it without the help of a spell rune. The energies in their bodies start to familiarize themselves with this spell to the point that they can activate them with a single thought and it is almost instantaneous. Most of them chose a defensive type, and when they can activate them from every single part of their bodies, not only will their bodies become more powerful, they would fulfill one of the most important conditions for advancing to rank 1. When they advance to a rank 1 magus, this spell that they master during their stage as a pseudo-magus becomes their rank spell, meaning that this rank 0 spells can become a rank 1 spell with them and can be continuously activated using an insignificant amount of energy like a cloak that protects them at all times. When Zadiel finished speaking, Ezequiel made a confused expression so he made a sign for him to ask. Master, we have never needed a spell rune to use our spells, and I have mastered my lightning armor to the point it is almost instinctively activated. So that means I have already met the condition to my rank spell? Ezequiel and Sophia were concentrating on the response of Zadiel. After all, this information was important in their advance to rank 1. Yes, the reason I gave the two of you a spell that has defensive abilities is that I was hoping that they would be useful as your rank spell. As for the reason we don't need to use spell runes since the beginning, it was because as Neo-Demon, our bodies are strong enough to withstand the natural energies going through them from an early stage unlike a human. And also the help our core gives us into gaining proficiency in them is important. The difficulty in mastering them is what makes a lot of pseudo-magi never advance. After all, there are hundreds of medicines that can increase your energy, but things that help you to master a rank spell are few because it has a direct connection with your proficiency in using the natural energies of the world. Of course, to us, there is another important thing we need to have to advance, and can give us something even more powerful than a rank spell. After hearing the words of Zadiel both of them nodded and a lot of questions were answered. As for the thing they needed to advance to rank 1, they already knew it. It was revealed to them the moment they achieved the peak of rank 0 by their cores. Okay, the third one is consciousness. The consciousness is related to the soul and can be considered the part that gives us our sense of individuality and helps us interact safely with the exterior. If you were to eliminate the consciousness of someone and avoid injuring their soul severely you will get an ownerless soul. When you advance to rank 1 the soul is strengthened, so is the consciousness. In rank 1 you can make part of your consciousness leave your body, using it to explore your surroundings, among other things. Dragons call it draconic sense, for a magus it is called spiritual mind, as for us we have primal chaos consciousness. Going back to the point, the spirit mind of a magus makes any attempt of a surprise attack not very effective unless you can use your consciousness to block theirs. When Zadiel finished, both Ezequiel and Sophia had a solemn expression. Any of those 3 points alone can make a fight against a magus extremely difficult but all three together made it sound like a suicide mission. Good, they understand what we are going against. Zadiel was happy to see those expressions on their faces. After all, if you don't truly comprehend what you are facing, only defeat awaits you. Besides, their will had not shaken it at all. Chapter 39, Severe Injuries. After giving them time so they could understand completely the information and seeing that they were focused again, Zadiel continued. Our main advantage is his arrogance and the fact that he will underestimate us. The moment he realizes what we are capable of doing, that carelessness will transform in cautiousness and a defensive attitude, so we have to take that window to make the most damage possible. After that you two will follow the plan and carry out my instructions without hesitation. Yes. Sophia and Ezequiel know that any accident could cost their lives, so they were ready to act as a perfect soldier and obey orders without question. Let's go. Once everything was ready the three of them headed to the first floor to leave the tower. Once they reached the first floor, they became the center of attention for almost all the apprentices there. To them, they were extremely powerful pseudo-magi and unlike the rest, they had shown no intention of joining any type of family or clan, making them an abnormality. Among the ones that were looking at them was a man at the corner of the tower. In his hand, there was a small crystal sphere. The apprentice used some of his energy to activate it and whisper at it, "Lord Magus, the target is leaving the tower," accompanied by two of his companions. At first, there was no response, but a moment later an old voice was heard from the sphere. "Well done, I will reward you later." On the fourth floor, John and Clive were seeing how Zadiel was leaving the tower through a crystal that was floating in front of them. "Lord Clive, by what I know, Eric has been surrounding this place and I think he will attack them." John didn't care if Zadiel died, but he knows that the rank 2 Magus has a use for the promised runes, so he was seeing if there is an order to protect him. If they are foolish enough to leave the tower and ignore the threat of the rank 1 Magus, then there is no need to continue helping them, and in the chance they return, we will continue enforcing the contract. Clive was indifferent to the fate of Zadiel. Although his abilities like a rune master were useful to him, he will not act as a guardian. But still, you have informed Eric about my protection over them, so if he kills them, try to gather some evidence so we can demand compensation. After he finished, Clive vanished from the floor. Zadiel, Ezequiel, and Sophia were heading to a part of the endless forest where there was a frozen lake. This place was close to where the periphery ended and the area where you could start finding rank 1 magical creatures. Close to the frozen lake was where the laboratory of the ancient Magus that Sophia found was located. She arrived at this place after running from a magical creature and she didn't dare to enter too deeply. Zadiel chose to go to this place to hide after the fight. As for Eric following them all the way to the laboratory and finding it, he was not worried about it. At the moment they were far away from any possible witness, so he was sure that the Magus would attack them. As they advanced, the three of them had the energy of their bodies ready to act and they had partially activated their most powerful spell. Around Ezequiel's body little arcs of lightning were moving, encircling him, improving his speed, and on Sophia, a small amount of frost was covering her and in her hands from time to time blasts of cold air were launched around her body. Unlike the two of them, Zadiel had two spells active. One was the shadow form that was only covering part of his legs to enhance his speed, the other was a thin thread of black fire that was forming a ring at his back. This new spell was the one Zadiel had chosen for his rank spell, and this was a special one. It should be a rank 1 spell, but thanks to the chip, he was able to downgrade it to a rank 0 so he could use it, but still, it greatly drained his energy, and it was only when he was close to the peak of rank 0 and his physique has got over 19 points that his body was powerful enough to withstand the energies of the spell and he was able to start using it. Even now it is still difficult to control it. As expected from a spell that was previously rank 1, as Zadiel was practicing the spell, he remembered the information the chip gave him about the spell. Ring of Abyssal Fire, rank 0 spell, downgraded rank 1. It generates a ring of black flames at the back of the user. You can control part of it to launch attacks to the enemy as well as cover a part of your body or weapon in it. This fire has special properties due to his connection with the Abyss aura. The flames have a corrosive attribute and when it reaches the target, it can use the energy of the target to increase the power of the flame and continue burning. There is also an effect on the consciousness of the target, harming it. Consumption, Abyss aura 2 every minute. It was only thanks to his proficiency in the spell that the cost was only 2 points a minute. When he just started to use it, it could barely be active for a couple of minutes before draining all of his energy. As for having it partially activated, with his basic regeneration of Abyss aura, the cost was almost null. It was on the 7th day of his travel as they were going through the forest Zadiel felt it. It was very subtle, but thanks to him reaching the peak of rank 0 and having his consciousness strengthened, he was able to detect the killing intent. Now, as soon he gave the signal through their cores, the three of them ingested a black pill. Just when they finished ingesting it, a group of flames formed over them and turned into an old man. Eric didn't waste time and used a powerful spell that covered the three of them. Firestorm. A sheet of flames fell from the sky and it was going to consume them, but unfortunately for the old man, instead of the screams of pain he was expecting to get, he only received 3 raised palms. Abyssal Blast. 3 beams of pure Abyss aura, 1 black, 1 blue, and another light blue crashed against the spell of the Magus, and although individually the spell was just as powerful as the flames, the 3 together disintegrated the flames immediately, and the blast continued its way to the Magus. Normally Eric would have his lava shields to protect him, but to try to make a surprise attack and believing that there is no way an apprentice could harm him, he did not have the defensive spell activated, and the beams were so fast that didn't give him time to react before they struck him. Eric blasted away from the attack, and surrounding him was a yellow cracked sphere that originated from a pendant on his neck, and over his body was a cloak of flames with some broken parts. He was badly injured and bleeding all over his body, and the pendant did not hold on longer and disintegrated, taking the sphere with him, but still, it was thanks to it and his rank spell that he was able to survive. He managed to stop his body and conjured a ball of flames to stay in the air, and his consciousness was inundated with savage and chaotic thought, making it difficult to concentrate, and it was generating a splitting pain on his head. Those pieces of shit, I will. But immediately, the attack continued. From his back, Ezequiel appeared enveloped in lightning with an armor covering his body and a small sword launching an attack to his lungs, and from above, spikes of ice with a dark glow were falling on his head, and in front was Zadiel with a ring of flames at his back, covered entirely with chains and armor under it. His hands were covered in dark fire punching his stomach. Chapter 40. Escaping. Eric was hurt and surrounded by attacks in all directions. His rank spell was barely functioning and his consciousness was full of voices threatening to consume his sanity, but still, he was a rank 1 magus. He used all his power to concentrate on evaluating his situation. From the 3 attacks, the ones with a higher degree of damage or the ones in front and back, they are powerful enough to pierce my rank spell, but there's something weird in those spikes. Eric's energy was rising and he prepared to launch a spell. With his current condition, he could block 2 of them entirely and 1 partially. He was preparing to stop the 2 people when he realized the reason for the black glow in those spikes. Magic penetration. But how? A rank 0 being cannot possibly enhance their spells with this. He focused on the woman covered in a dome of ice at the distance and saw the reason for the uniqueness of the spell. There were runes in her arms. If he uses a defensive spell to stop these spikes, most of the attacks will be able to trespass it and reach him. Having understood the nature of the attacks, he chose to respond with what he thought was the best option. Although this took some time to explain, it happened in less than a second. Flame repulsion. A blast of flames originated from him and pushed away all beings in his surroundings. Having made that most of the power directed to his back, he was able to stop Ezequiel from perforating his lung, but the repulsion that reached Zadiel was not enough and he was able to get closer to the old man. As for the spikes, they were able to pierce the flames, but the magus raised his hand to launch a spell at them. Firebolt. A ball of flames impacted the spikes and was able to destroy them, but before he could relax, a hand was buried in his stomach, burning his insides and generating enormous pain. The pain reached directly to his consciousness, and with the previous damage, it almost made him pass out from the agony, but taking hold of all his rage, he managed to retain some focus and saw how Zadiel had his fist embedded in his stomach. Die, you piece of shit. From Eric's hand, a blast of flames came out and consumed Zadiel, throwing him away and making him crash on the ground. Master. Zadiel. The moment they saw how Zadiel was ravaged by the flames, both Ezequiel and Sophia could not help but panic. But luckily, all their fear vanished immediately when they heard a voice through their cores. Continue with the plan. After hearing that order, both of them regained their focus, and their energies spiked as they attacked the magus. Ezequiel's eyes were cold as he started to throw spears of lightning at Eric, moving through the air, never stopping, making it extremely difficult to land a spell on him. Sophia was launching her spikes as well, but this time they no longer had magic penetration abilities. If she were to continue activating that rank 1 rune, she would be exhausted in a moment. Eric was able to conjure 2 of his magma shields, but even so, he was not able to control them well due to the splitting pain on his head, and some of the spells managed to reach his cloak of flames, weaken it even more. What the hell are these black flames? The most pressing matter for Eric was not the spells that reached him. After all, his rank spell was able to block all attacks inferior to 20 degrees of damage, and although it was barely holding, it would withstand some time. The thing that was bothering him the most was the voices in his head and the flame that was extending to the rest of his body. If he didn't use his energy to contain it, it would have already expanded and covered him entirely. If Eric was alone, he could have easily used all of his energy to expel the flames. After all, they are formed by a rank 0 spell. But now, with all this damage and the constant attacks, he could barely think, much less focus his mind into a concrete task. Sophia managed to reach the place where Zadiel landed, and she used her tentacles of her dome to turn down the fire. When the flames were extinguished, Zadiel's figure could be seen. The chains were gone. They exploded the moment the attack landed, and as for the armor, it was covered in cracks all over. His body was full of burn marks and his left arm was missing. It seems as if the damage had been immense, but to have received a magus point-blank attack and just finish with this injury is a miracle. Zadiel stood up, and took a pink pill from his sack and consumed it. The moment he does, the bleeding starts to stop and his complexion gets better instantly. Her medicines are really helpful. Both the black pill and the pink pill were the creations of Sophia. It was thanks to the black pill that the injuries on his body were so little. After all, the attack of Eric almost reached 60 degrees of damage, and it was the flame resist attribute of the medicine which protected him from the worst part. Having taken care of his injuries, he focused on the magus. Eric had managed to consume a potion that healed some of his wounds, but unfortunately for him, the damage to his consciousness was not so easy to heal, and the attack of Ezequiel on Sophia did not stop at any time. Artificial intelligence chip, scan him. Normally, The chip could not scan a Magus due to the protective effect of their rank spell and their magnetic force field, but now, because of the damage, it was able to do it. Dip. Scanning target. Name, Eric. Race, human. Rank 1 Elementium Magus. Strength, 12.3. Physique, 20.3. Agility, 11.2. Spirit force, 46.1, as expected from a rank 1 being. Even though he is a pure Elementium Magi, and I bet he has never truly trained his body, his physique is even greater than mine despite my body being constantly enhanced by the core and my Abyss aura. Despite his attributes being inferior, Zadiel didn't feel that there was anything wrong. After all, it had been less than 2 years since he became a Neo-Demon and his opponent was a rank 1 Magus that had lived for hundreds of years. Zadiel saw how Sophia and Ezequiel were constantly attacking the Magus, but he didn't join them. All his attention was on Eric, waiting for the right time to make his move. He didn't have to wait long before he saw how the Magus's face became full of wrath and the energy in his body spiked. I will show you insects, the price of making a Magus furious. Eric's consciousness was influenced by the chaotic effect of the Abyssal blast and he used his energy without care as he tried to bring out his most powerful spell. Now, the rune in Zadiel's forehead activated and his eyes started to bleed. The rune was known as Mind Shock. It allowed you to use your consciousness to attack the consciousness of your enemies. Due to him being rank 0, the effect that it should be almost insignificant, but there is something that helped the consciousness grow in power and that is will, and Zadiel's will is stronger than Eric's, that plus the fact that Eric's consciousness already hurt, made the outcome obvious. What is happening? Eric didn't understand what was occurring. In a moment he was preparing to launch his spell Meteor Shower, and the next he felt a stake plunging in his brain, his eyes blurring, and lost control over his energy and body. Due to him launching a spell and not controlling the energies, it backfired and harmed him, but what came next was worse. The blackout of Eric won't last more than a couple of seconds, and that time would not be enough to launch a spell powerful enough to penetrate his rank spell, but at this moment Ezequiel acted. The runes on Ezequiel's legs activated and he flashed to where Eric was. The speed was incredible and even Zadiel was not able to see him before he reached the Magus. Eric was recovering the control over his body when he felt a sword burying in his chest and releasing a huge amount of lightning power destroying his left lung. Bastard! A torrent of flames generated in Eric's hand and were going to reach Ezequiel. The boy separated immediately after attacking, but still, he was too close to dodge the spell, but luckily, shields made of ice started to appear in front of him. Although they disintegrated almost immediately, they gave him enough time to dodge the flames and get away from the Magus. Eric didn't follow after Ezequiel. Instead, he created hundreds of small balls of fire and threw them at the three. The attack filled the sky, but the damage that it could create was minimal, so it was more of an annoyance than a threat. As Zadiel and the rest were destroying the flames that headed in his direction, Eric put all that is left of his energy on the ball of flames under his feet and started to fly away. Using the flame teleportation would be more effective, but that spell uses too much energy and your concentration needed to be unaffected, so it was impossible at the moment. I need to escape or else I will die. Although the fight looked like a hard one for both sides, Eric knew that he was the absolute loser, and besides the first attack where he was able to hurt Zadiel, he was never truly able to damage any of them. Now one of his lungs was destroyed, he had a fist-sized hole in his stomach, his energy was almost depleted, not to mention the monstrous pain in his head. So his only option was escaping. As for honor and courage, since when has a Magus cared for that? As they saw Eric getting away, neither one of them started to chase him. Both Ezequiel and Sophia looked at Zadiel with reverence in their eyes, since from the beginning, every single thing that has happened was exactly as he said, even of the Magus leaving, and now they saw how he raised his hand and snapped his fingers, sealing the fate of a mighty rank 1 being. Chapter 41, Advancing to rank 1. Eric had his spirit mind focused on Zadiel and the rest, and got confused when he saw how no one tried to stop him. But the moment he saw how Zadiel snapped his fingers, a feeling of pure danger appeared, and before he could figure out the origin, inside his stomach a small sphere started to glow before it exploded, destroying all the organs in his abdomen. When did? That attack was more than Eric could withstand, and the ball of flames at his feet vanished and he fell from the sky. Before he crashed to the ground, chains appeared and covered his body, bringing him to Zadiel. We need to leave before someone else arrives. Zadiel picked the cocoon, and left the place with Sophia and Ezequiel. When they were at a safe distance, Zadiel concentrated all the power of his ring of abyssal fire on his hand and threw an immense fireball at the place of the fight. Immediately black flames exploded in the area and started to consume everything in its surroundings, as they expanded. A couple of hours later, a man showed up in the sky where the fight happened and started to assess the flames that continued to burn it. The man generates a vortex of green wind and started to suck all the oxygen in the surroundings. But even then, the flames continued burning, although in a weaker way. John concentrated his energy and blades of winds started to destroy everything, finally managing to turn off the fire. Since when Eric has been able to use this type of flame? John never thought that the spell could be caused by an apprentice. After all, despite the flames not being too powerful, they were persistent and propagated easily. As he scanned the area, he became disappointed. The fire had destroyed everything, and trying to get evidence from here was impossible. Forget it, I guess you got lucky, old man. John returned to the tower, thinking that the death of Zadiel and his group was certain. After 2 weeks of travel, Zadiel, Ezequiel, and Sophia managed to reach the frozen lake. Thanks to the medicines of Sophia and his physique, Zadiel's left arm had grown back and he was again in perfect shape. Zadiel was assessing the cocoon and the status of the magus inside it. Eric was in a comatose state and all his skin was green, but even so, his injuries had healed a lot and his stomach didn't have that huge hole in it. It was more effective than I thought. What created the explosion in Eric's stomach and the poison in his body was a small sphere that Zadiel managed to deposit when his hand entered him during the fight. The sphere had explosion and stealth abilities and was the combination of the ones he obtained from Christian and Arthur's group, and the damage was so great that it resulted in the current state of the magus. Let's enter. Zadiel broke the surface of the frozen lake and covered himself in dark flames before submerging in the water. Ezequiel and Sophia did the same with their spells and followed him. From the three, the one who had the easiest was the woman. After all, even before being a neo-demon, she had control over the natural energy corresponding to water, and now, instead of the coldness the men were feeling, what she felt was just comfort. After submerging themselves 50 meters deep, they arrived at a submarine cave. This was the entrance to the laboratory of the ancient magus. After advancing for a couple of hours, they arrived at 2 massive doors that were broken. Pieces of magical equipment, and some shattered vials with blood were in front of them. Zadiel started to assess the broken doors and the things that were on the ground. You didn't advance past this point, right? No. The vial with the blood I showed you is the only thing I found here that wasn't broken. I didn't dare to enter deeper. Sophia was looking at the door and now she knew how lucky she was by not going further, as her instinct as a neo-demon was alerting her of a threat. By what I can tell, someone came here before, and whoever it was, their power was superior to the one of a rank 1 magus by the mark he made on the doors when he destroyed them. But I guess he died during the exploration or else this place would have already been occupied. Seeing the marks on the door and the material they were created, Zadiel was able to make an educated guess. If even a rank 2 magus could die here, then does that mean it is impossible to explore? Ezequiel knew that even though they were able to defeat a rank 1 magus, that was only because they planned everything, and against a rank 2 being they had no chance in a confrontation. Not necessarily. Those marks are hundreds of years old, and the defensive protocol is surely defective after all this time. We must evaluate everything as we advance. I will enter first. Zadiel put his armor on and covered himself with chains as he advanced towards the door. He had only taken a step past the doors when he was sent flying and crashed into the cave wall. Blood came out of his mouth and his ribs were broken. If it was not for his armor and chain, the damage would have been much worse. Ezequiel and Sophia reacted immediately, positioned themselves in front of Zadiel, ready to face what harmed him, but nothing came out. Zadiel was gasping as he took a pink pill from the ring in his hand. This spatial ring was from Eric. As for the spatial sac, it was now owned by Ezequiel. After taking the pill, his injuries began to heal and he started to go through what happened. Whatever it was, there was no spell in the attack, just pure physical power. With those abilities, there is no reason to wait for us to enter to attack unless it can't leave. Relax, whatever it was, it looks like its function is stopping anyone from entering the laboratory. It should be some magical automaton or similar. When they heard that, both of them relaxed. Something that could harm Zadiel without giving him a chance to react was something they had no chance of defeating, and even escaping would be difficult. Zadiel, that means that we stop here? Sophia didn't see a way of defeating the automaton and explored the laboratory with their current abilities. No, we will continue. I was hoping to enter the laboratory before doing this, but I guess that the isolation of this cave should be enough. Zadiel started to draw runes on the ground with his blood. Ezequiel and Sophia did not understand what Zadiel was doing, but they had absolute trust in him, so they just sat down and meditated. It didn't take long for the array runes to be completed and Zadiel put Eric at the center of it. But this time, instead of using a secondary array to attract the consciousness of the abyss with chaotic souls, he used his energy to activate the runes and call it. This time, the pressure that the consciousness of the abyss exercised was much greater than before. Because it was summoned here and it didn't come by itself, black energy started to conglomerate and generated a massive disgusting mouth. Ezequiel and Sophia became alerted immediately and got as far away as possible from the runes as they could. The pressure was amazing, but Zadiel stood firm and started using the runes to complete the transaction. Maybe it was because of him feeling that something horrible was going to happen or just a coincidence, but Eric was able to wake up. Unfortunately for him, it would have been better to just remain unconscious, because what he saw when he opened his eyes was a monstrous mouth devouring him entirely. He wasn't even able to scream before he disappeared. At the moment the magus vanished, Zadiel could feel the satisfaction of the abyss. Not wasting time, he asked for what he wanted in return. What Zadiel requested was not something important, but he wanted the consciousness to transport something that was kept in one of his layers, in a safe location. The mouth made of abyss aura opened itself again, and from inside it, a vial with a fist-sized drop of blood came out. After that, the abyss consciousness vanished. Zadiel moved immediately and grabbed the vial, and there was excitement in his eyes as he assessed the blood. When Sophia and Ezequiel saw the blood, they understood what Zadiel's plan was. "Master, you are going to advance to rank 1. Ezequiel was excited. According to the information of his core, the advancement to rank 1 was one of the most important thresholds for a Neo-Demon. 2 of the conditions for Neo-Demons to advance to rank 1 is to reach 20 points in Abyss Aura and having mastered a spell that can be transformed into their rank spell. But even more important is that they need to obtain a bloodline that can be assimilated by their chaotic cores, giving them the abilities of that race. But unlike bloodline Magi, they don't seek to transform their bodies into the one of another species, but to obtain total control over the bloodline and use the core to erase any type of connection that it had with the creator of it. This gives the Neo-Demons the abilities of a powerful bloodline without any of the restrictions that came with it, like the bloodline shackles. This is one of the reasons why Neo-Demons can be considered the most powerful race. They not only can use Abyss Aura that enhances their bodies and gives them powerful spells, a chaotic core that gives them monstrous talent, but also the power of a bloodline without any restriction and even the possibility of evolving it. There is a third point that can be obtained due to their demonic heritage, but to say that can be awoken in rank 1 is hard. Zadiel only nodded at the boy before he sat and started to meditate to be in his top condition before starting. Ezequiel and Sophia looked at each other before positioning themselves around Zadiel and having their bodies ready to act in case of anything. After a couple of hours, Zadiel was ready and activated his chaotic core. The core started to rotate dozens of times faster, and without wasting time, he picked his sword and made a cut that reached directly to his heart. The moment the wound was made, tentacles made of runes started to come out from it. Zadiel got the vial closer to his chest and broke it. The moment he does, the tentacles surround the blood and bring it directly to the core, closing the wound in the way. The moment the blood disappeared, the greatest pain he has felt since he awoke in this world started. Chapter 42, A Fight Outside the Abyss. High worlds usually have a unique sun that provides light and warmth to them, and it moves along with them. But there are places in the universe where the sun is the primordial star of the galaxy and planets are circling it. In a part of the universe, there was such a sun. The size of this was even bigger than some high worlds or planes, but this was not the only thing that made it special. As its size was getting bigger, the amount of energy it was producing was growing. The planets that were in its surroundings either end up swallowed by it or destroyed by its radiation. As this sun grows, it reaches a point that it explodes, destroying absolutely everything in the galaxy. But when the explosion ended, instead of nothing, 9 small suns remained, and inside every single one of them was a humanoid life. They were very similar to a human, but in their forehead, they had a third eye. Around every single one of them different things happened. The suns were different, the colors and phenomenon that generated varied. One of the sun had a golden color, and surrounding it you could feel that the laws of creation and life were active. The man inside the golden sun looked at his brethren but didn't say a word to them before he left. His speed was amazing, moving millions of kilometers with every dash, and from time to time he vanished only to appear galaxies away from where he was before. The man explored the universe for thousands of years. From time to time he found other beings, but when they saw him, they always escaped. One day the man was outside a lower world. The life in this world could barely reach the peak of rank 0 and the energies were extremely thin. The man looked at the world for a long time, before he released all the power of his sun and flooded this world in golden flames. All life in this world was consumed by the flames, and the more it consumed the more prominent the golden color was. When all the life of the planet was absorbed, the flames that surrounded this world were so brilliant that it made it look like a sun. The man saw the flames for a long time before he raised his hand and clenched his fist. The moment he did, his third golden eye started to glow. The golden flame started to enter the world, reaching the core of it, but instead of harming it, the flames started to nurture it. The energy of this world started to improve and a new life started to grow at an accelerated rate. This low world that had barely begun his path was already in the way of becoming a middle world. Usually, when flames consume something, they release a great amount of energy to the exterior, but the golden flames maintain all the energy of everything it disintegrated inside them, to be used later. The man continued doing this in hundreds of low worlds, although he killed billions of lives. The worlds that were touched by his golden flames always end up in a better position than before. After a couple of thousand years, the man was able to manipulate the law of life. The man stood before a low world again. He looked at it for a long time before he acted. He releases his golden flames, but this time the power in them was much greater, and they not only consume the life in the world but the world itself. His third eye was monitoring the entire process, and when it ended, there was no longer a world but a giant ball of golden flames. The man stood still for a long time and only looked at the flames. Eventually, he concentrated all his power and started to manipulate the flames. His golden third eye started to bleed, but he was able to transform that immense ball of flames into a plane. Although worlds and planes have a similar function, they are different, so what the man did was take the energy of something and create a different thing. This moment the man started to manipulate the law of creation. The man continues to explore the universe, practicing his law of life and creation. There were times he faced some creatures, but with his immense power they always died or ended up running. One day the man reaches a place where uncountable layers of infinite variety connected haphazardly. Dark and chaotic energy surrounded this place, and even with his consciousness he was not able to see it entirely. The man felt weird about this place and was going to leave when he felt someone approaching. The one who approached was a figure covered in darkness, and you could only see his red eyes. For the first time the man felt threatened by someone. He knows that this person was able to harm him, the same way the laws of life and creation surrounded him. The law of death and destruction were with this individual. The man understood the reason the person covered in shadows was coming, and he launched himself at him. A figure covered in golden flames and another covered in shadows crashed against each other. Every time their attack opposed, the space around them broke, and the energy they released was enough to kill any creature under rank 5 at 1500 kilometers around, just as the collateral damage. As the fight continued, the man was starting to lose. Although his flames were more powerful than the shadows were moving in a way he could not predict and occasionally were able to cross his defense and reach him. When they fought at a close distance, the disadvantage was even more prominent. The man had a stronger body, but the person covered in shadow was able to predict his every moment and attack in the most unexpected way. The man separates from his enemy and makes the energy in his body spike as an immense golden sun is created around him. The person covered in shadow saw this, and his energy also burst as a black hole is formed surrounding his body. They reached monstrous speed as they struck each other. The sun and the black hole fought to consume the other. The power was so much that any middle world would be severely harmed, and even a high world would find its landscape affected horribly. The fight between the sun and the black hole ended up in an enormous explosion. The space in the area was broken and the energy of the place was volatile. When everything calmed down, only one person remained. It was the shadow-covered individual, and in his hand was a heart. He made it disappear inside the darknesses and departed from the area. By the way, he was moving. It was obvious he was severely hurt. As Zadiel was resisting the immense pain due to having a bloodline assimilated by the core, this majestic scene was passing through his head. So those were his memories. It is really weird fighting against myself, even if it was just a recollection of someone else. Even though Zadiel was withstanding tremendous pain, he made sure to focus on those memories and commanded the chip to save them, since they will be very helpful in the future. As the process continued, golden flames started to cover Zadiel's body, and immense pressure started to originate from him. Ezequiel and Sophia were now away from him. The pressure he generated was already affecting them, and those golden flames made the instincts of both scream in fear. As the flames rose in power, his body started to grow to reach a height of 2.2 meters. His muscles started to increase but contracted immediately, making him have a perfect body, and in his forehead, the rune he had was disintegrated by the flames and his skin was breaking as a third golden eye started to appear. In his interior, there were also changes. Next to his heart, where the chaotic core was, another smaller heart started to form, and inside this one, a tiny sun started to form. It was not until a couple of hours later that the process finished and he opened his eyes, and the moment he did, a blast of golden flames launched at his surroundings. The ground around him was melting and becoming lava due to the high temperature, and everything the flames touched got burned. Luckily Ezequiel and Sophia were away and didn't get hurt. Zadiel stood up and started to laugh as the golden flames surrounded his body and he felt the amazing power-up he had. Chapter 43, Regeneration against Defense. With the golden flames covering his body, Zadiel started to assess his current condition, and with the help of the chip was able to see even the most insignificant change in him. My body has improved greatly, especially my speed and physique. These flames are not originated from my abyss aura but by the small sun inside my new heart, and I can feel that the way to control them is with my third eye. The golden flames are truly special even by Zadiel's standards. Zadiel started to manipulate his abyss aura and sent it to the small sun in his heart, but the moment the energy touched it, it was burned down immediately and consumed. It can swallow energy of such a purity like my Abyssal so easily, and there was absolutely no loss in energy. Amazing. Zadiel marveled. After all, there is always a loss of energy when something is transformed in a different thing. The most simple example will be when his chaotic core transforms the food he consumes in energy for his body. Even though the core was one of his proudest creation, it could not do such a thing like a perfect transformation. Next, Zadiel started to manipulate the golden flames with his third eye. He could use the flames without the eye but bring out the amazing properties of the flames like using the life energy that was inside them. The third eye was necessary. The abilities of the golden eye didn't end up here. He was able to see how the energies move inside everything, even the ground he was standing on. When he saw Ezequiel Sophia, he could see the abyss aura running through their bodies as well, a huge amount concentrated in their hearts where the chaotic core was. After seeing the changes that the bloodline brought to his body, he started to inspect his abyss aura and core. The quantity of his aura has grown a lot, but the biggest change was on his quality, with the purity highly surpassing the one he had in rank 0, and as for his core, the size was bigger and he could see how it was releasing small parts of it and fuse them with his heart. Finally, he checked his consciousness. Now that he had advanced to rank 1 Neo-Demon, he was able to use Primal Chaos Consciousness, and let a part of his consciousness leave his body to explore his surroundings, but this was not all. He was also able to use it to affect the mind of weaker targets and create chaotic pressure on the enemy, and as it became stronger, more abilities would be unlocked. Having already seen his new abilities, he turned off his golden flames that were covering his body and contracted his magnetic force field, and the pressure he generated disappeared. Ezequiel Sophia came running to him, amazement and anticipation in their faces. Before Zadiel advanced, although his fighting experience was greater than them, their physical abilities were similar, but now the difference in their power was like day and night, and the idea that they will become that powerful soon was exhilarating. Zadiel, those flames are incredible. How powerful was the bloodline you assimilated? Sophia still could remember the fear she felt when those golden flames were near her, so she assumed that the race that could generate such power was amazing. The easiest way of determining the power of a bloodline is seeing the rank that the creature from which it originated reaches when it becomes an adult. After that, those creatures could no longer depend on their racial heritage to advance, and even worse, the same thing that helps them advance in power now becomes shackles that hinder their progress. For example, a frost dragon can reach rank 4 just by depending on the power of his blood, but after that, unless it gets help from a higher life form or some special heritage, advancing any longer is very difficult. If you have to rank it, it should be a law bloodline. Meaning that on its own, it would provide help until I become a law being, and that is not counting if I manage to evolve it. Zadiel was smiling as he explained. A law being is the peak of the universe, and every single one of them is a force to be reckoned with and the goal of every individual in the path to power. Ezequiel and Sophia were shocked by the answer, and although they don't know exactly how powerful the law being is, they know that the true leader of the Ethereum Empire had reached such a level. Zadiel started to laugh when he saw the expression of the two. He usually won't do such things, but seeing how powerful the blood has made him from the beginning made him be in an excellent mood. After a couple of minutes of teasing the two, Zadiel concentrated on the broken door. He used his primal chaos consciousness and started to explore the inside, but even then he was barely able to detect the presence hidden in there. Impressive. It must be barely functioning, and still, I can hardly detect it. Let's try this then. Zadiel's third eye focused on the weak presence he felt in his consciousness, and he was able to see energy channels that take the form of a 3-meter man, but those channels were so wrecked that it was a miracle the energy could still move through them, and the area of the right arm was turned off. Let's try this new spell. Zadiel smiled and a golden light started to cover him. Ezequiel was going to ask about the light when Zadiel disappeared. The speed was so fast that he didn't even realize when he left, and the next thing he heard were explosions past the gates. Ezequiel and Sophia could only see how a golden light crashed against a gray figure, and every time they did it, a massive boom could be heard. Eventually, the gray figure was blasted outside the gates and they were able to see its appearance. It looked like an armored human with spikes all over him. It had old broken pieces all over its body and its right arm was missing. Zadiel came chasing immediately, and he was going to bash its head when the automaton moved with great dexterity, dodging his attack, and managed to punch him in the stomach with his spiked gauntlet, penetrating his stomach and making him crash against the walls. The wound looked serious, but immediately golden flames surrounded him and healed the damage in seconds. The moment Zadiel saw this, he started to laugh and launch himself against the automaton. Ezequiel and Sophia saw how they continued fighting. Every time Zadiel struck, a blast could be heard, but whatever material the creature was made of was incredibly resistant, and it was only thanks to the missing pieces of its armor that his attacks were able to harm it. As for the creature's attacks, every time it managed to hit a blow it sent Zadiel flying with a great wound, but those golden flames always appeared and healed him immediately. This continued for a time, but neither of the two was able to truly harm the other. One had unbreakable defense and the other never-ending regeneration. Finally, Zadiel separated from the creature. The reason for his recovery was the golden flames originated from the sun inside his heart, but the energy was diminishing at an alarming rate, so he could not fight in such a brutal way for too long. I have a good hold of my current power, so I guess it is time to end this. Behind him, a ring of black flames appeared. It was much more impressive than before, with a diameter of 4 meters, a width of 1 meter, and in his hand, a sword appeared. Immediately, all the flames of the ring started to enter the sword, and by the end, the ring had disappeared and the sword had a black color. Smoke came from it and the air was disturbed by the immense temperature. Zadiel looked like a deity floating in the air with a golden light covering his body and a sword that looked like it was made from dark flames in his hand. The creature did not remain still and launched itself at Zadiel. His dash had so much power that the ground he was standing on got destroyed. Zadiel concentrated his third eye on the automaton and attacked it. The moment they crashed against each other, a massive explosion occurred and the entire cave trembled. Zadiel was blasted and crashed in the ground. His chest was bleeding badly, but the golden flames acted and healed him. As for the automaton, the sword managed to break his defense and pierce all the way to his back. The creature fell from the air and stopped moving. Although a wound like this should not be enough to neutralize it, the sword passes through the most important channels of energy thanks to the ability of the golden eye to see them. Zadiel, are you fine? Sophia saw the grave wounds that he had in the fight, and although the flames healed him, she feared he had internal injuries. Don't worry. Although my energy is almost depleted, I am in perfect condition. Little S, sorry, I think the weapon you gave me was destroyed. The metamorph orb was made from excellent materials, but to withstand all the power from his ring of fire inside it was too much. Doesn't matter, I will be able to create something better soon. Master, what was that golden light? And your speed, I was barely able to see you during the fight. If it is a spell, can you teach me? Ezequiel's specialty was his speed, but Zadiel's movement with the golden light was faster than he could ever hope to be. So if he could learn it would be very helpful. It is a spell and it's called Sunlight Speed. But unfortunately, I can't teach you. It is an innate spell that I was able to awaken from my bloodline and uses the energy that my new heart generates, so it can't be passed. But don't worry, this place surely had powerful bloodlines for you too. The moment Sophia and Ezequiel heard about the bloodlines, excitement filled their faces. Little as you should keep that automaton. Although now it has only the power of a peak rank 1 being and only can use physical abilities, by what I can see in his peak it should have the power of a rank 4 life form, and if you can fix it, it will become very useful. Zadiel may not know a lot about magic creation, but he was able to identify some of the material it was constructed, so he was able to guess the original power of the automaton. The moment Ezequiel heard the original strength of the automaton, he moved immediately and saved it in his spatial sack. Although he knew that he doesn't have the expertise to fix it yet, just examining it will become very helpful in his path as a magic creator. Let's enter and see what the laboratory of an ancient magus has to offer. Chapter 44, Reaching the center of the laboratory. Zadiel, Sophia, and Ezequiel were going through a large tunnel that connected the doors with the laboratory, and surrounding the three of them was a golden dome made of flames. Sophia and Ezequiel were nervous at first, but when they stood inside the flames, instead of harm they sensed the warmth and even felt how their bodies were filling with vitality. This was the second and last innate spell that Zadiel awakened from the bloodline with his advancement to rank 1, and it was named Sun Domain. Interesting. To those I consider my allies, the flames release their restorative properties, and still, I can feel that it can generate considerable damage to anyone it enters. As Zadiel was evaluating the domain, he saw how Ezequiel and Sophia were looking in all directions and were being careful with every step they took. What are you two doing? Zadiel found it funny the way the two of them were walking. What do you mean? We are in the laboratory of an ancient magus, and we have to be careful from the traps. Sophia was serious and Ezequiel nodded, showing his approval of the woman's words. But to their surprise, Zadiel started to laugh as if he heard a joke. Haha, you two have read too many stories. Tell me, who in his right mind will fill his workplace with traps, especially ones that could be activated by mistake if you touch the wrong place? But there must be a safety protocol in this place. Sophia felt embarrassed, so she tried to argue, but her logic crashed right away. Of course they are, but they are placed in important areas of the laboratory and not in a mere tunnel. Remember that there was an automaton that once had a rank 4 power, and to anyone who manages to pass that, traps on the ground and such things are useless. Zadiel was smiling as he saw the embarrassed expression of the duo. But still, you can't let your guard down. After all, this place is severely damaged and there are leakages of energy that may have created some type of magical life form, so stay inside my domain. Even though the idea of hidden traps was laughable, Zadiel knew that there are dangers in here, so he had his consciousness explore his surroundings and his third eye was active. Ezequiel and Sophia nodded and they concentrated. They were no longer looking for hidden artifacts but focused on their surroundings and summoned their energies, ready to act in case of anything. Zadiel nodded and got back to assess his flames and eyes. By what he can tell, when the flames consume something it can absorb the energy and potency the power in them. As for the eye, it can manipulate the flames and use the energy that the flames consume to heal or enhance the vitality of the target. At the moment the flames can absorb the energy of living organisms to enhance itself, but Zadiel knows that as the sun in his heart grows stronger, it will be able to consume the energy of inorganic objects and make it his own. After inspecting them for a long time, the chip was able to describe his changes and the innate spells. All-encompassing sun flame, golden flame that has its origin in the sun occupying the heart of the host. The flames can consume all types of energy and contain 100% of what it devours inside them. As the flames consume something its power will be enhanced, increasing the damage and its restorative properties. Eye of life and creation, eye originated from the bloodline absorbed by the host. This eye allows the user to see the energy that moves through everything in his view. It's able to give the user the ability to use a basic form of the principles of life and creation and can work together with the golden flames and use the energy that is contained in them. Sunlight, speed, use the energy of the golden flames to enhance the speed of the user and allow the user to fly. The flight is soundless, it can negate things like inertia and the user is in total control of his body during movement. Cost, Sun Force 1 every minute Sun Domain. It generates a domain of golden flames surrounding the host that can generate 30 degrees of damage by second to any target inside and to the individuals the user considers allies. The flames do not harm them and their regenerative properties are activated. Area of effect, 10 meters surrounding the user. Cost, Sun Force 2 every minute, Sun Force? A.I chip, showed me my statistics. BIP. Scanning host, name, Zadiel, race, Neo-Demon, rank 1, strength, 29.2, physique, 44.7, speed, 42.5, Abyss Aura, 45.6 Sun Force, 40.3, so the energy of my new heart is considered an entirely different source. From the previous experiment I learned that I can use my Abyss Aura to enhance the Sun Force but I can't do it the other way. Zadiel was assessing his changes when his eyes focused on the road. They were already reaching the end of the tunnel but what attracted his attention was the thing he felt in his consciousness that was crawling in his direction. It didn't take long for him to see it. They were hundreds of huge vines with thorns that break the ground as they move. Zadiel activated his Sun Force and his body was covered in golden flames but he didn't attack. He was going to use this mutated plant to see the power of his domain. Sophia and Ezequiel knew that they would not be of much help to Zadiel so they just maintained their energies ready to act in case of something and waited. The vines reached the dome and threw themselves without hesitation. But the moment they entered, they were consumed almost immediately by the golden flames. Still, more and more vines attacked but not only were they not able to reach the people inside but the more the flames consumed them, the brighter the golden color became, and the more powerful the domain became. The vines seemed to act on pure instinct, so when it felt that it became dangerous, it started to leave. But how could Zadiel let it go after it attacked him? Zadiel concentrated all the energy that the dome had gained by consuming those vines, and created a 3-meter-long whip of golden flames and threw it. The vines detected the danger and tried to flee but the whip was faster and managed to reach them, burning them entirely. When it all ended, the whip's golden color was brighter. Zadiel used his third eye and called back the flames. The moment he had them in his hand, the flames entered his body and went straight for the sun in his heart. As soon as they reached it, Zadiel was able to feel that he had recovered all the energy he had used and although it was almost insignificant, the small sun in his heart grew a little. These flames are incredibly helpful fighting hordes of weaker enemies. The vines could pose a threat to Omegas due to the great number, but against Zadiel that numeric advantage only became a nutrient for his flames. After that setback was taken care of, the three of them advanced and reached the laboratory. The place didn't have beautiful gems nor statues, just 2 rows of small square houses put one next to the other with a bigger one at the end in the middle. Truly fitting of the pragmatic character of Magi. From now on we have to be careful. Those houses are the places the Magus did his experiment or kept the material he used. Although this place is barely functioning, there surely are safety protocols in the most important areas. Zadiel's consciousness could not trespass the material those small houses were made of but luckily his third eye could see the energy channel that surrounded them. Ezequiel and Sophia knew that their experience was too shallow to be of any use here so they only followed Zadiel and didn't act unless they were told. Chapter 45, Titan and Styx. As Zadiel was assessing the defense of the laboratory and their subunits, he came across a problem. His eye of life and creation allowed him to see the energies that go through these houses, but knowing how something is powered up does not mean that you know how to safely deactivate it. Besides, the defenses were reinforced with runes so the difficulty was even higher. Runes can be used for a myriad of things, and inscribing them for a safety formation for a laboratory is pretty basic, but the ones in this place were fairly high-leveled, so to deactivate them will be very difficult. Lucky for him, the place has been abandoned for hundreds of years, and the energy that once filled these runes barely was enough to make them work. Zadiel stood a long time seeing the energy channels of the formations and looking for a way to deactivate them. Everything was so simple back then. Zadiel could not help but sigh when he remembered his past life when he was weak. He was too busy keeping himself alive and slaughtering his path to power, and when he became strong enough, he just used his immense power to break any obstacle in his way and rarely did this sort of work. So although he is an incredible rune master, his abilities for this type of thing were regular at best, but still, he had something that could help him, and that is his knowledge. My energy and consciousness should be more than enough to withstand the next level of memories. I will prefer to do it in a safe place, but I guess this place is as good as any. I chip, upload my memories. Bip. The host meets the condition for the safe upload of memories. Beginning upload. Zadiel was prepared, and he had advanced tremendously since the first upload, so he was able to withstand it without a problem. But due to the massive amount of information, he was severely disoriented and he could not focus on anything. Ezequiel and Sophia saw the odd behavior of Zadiel and were going to cheek on him. But just as they got closer, golden flames blasted out, covering his body and creating a sort of cocoon around him. Both of them retreated immediately. They were able to feel that unlike when they were in the dome, the flames now considered them enemies, and the power in it was enough to harm them severely. Zadiel was able to realize that something was happening, but the upload was in progress and he could not do much, so he just waited. It was not until the memories upload was completed that he was able to see what was occurring. Sophia and Ezequiel were 10 meters away looking at him with concerned expressions, and the golden flames were covering him and burning with such a power that the ground on his feet was melting. These flames keep bringing surprises. Zadiel could feel complete control over the flames and can use them however he wants. But when he was defenseless, they acted on their own. He was able to feel something from the small sun in his heart. It was too basic to be called a concrete thought, but if he had to describe it, it was like a small child that wants to protect his father. It has some level of sentience. This could be troublesome. Zadiel's eyes turn cold and he starts to concentrate all the power of his primal chaotic consciousness inside the sun in his heart, ready to release all the power in it and destroy any type of consciousness. Allowing someone else to inhabit inside him was not a pleasing feeling, but in the end, he did not act. Obliterating the consciousness inside the sun could affect the abilities of the flame. Besides, it was obvious that it acted thinking that it was protecting him. Of course, he will put safety measures in case of anything. Being cautious was always a good idea. Zadiel deactivated the flames and saw how Sophia and Ezequiel were looking in his direction but didn't came to him. It didn't take him long to figure out what was happening to them, and when he did, he shook his head and smiled. Come on, don't look at me like that, they acted on their own. It was not like I think you two would hurt me. Really? Sophia's expression relaxed greatly and a beautiful smile appeared on her face. As for Ezequiel, although he didn't show it, he also calmed down. If I didn't trust you two, you would have been dead the moment you find out about any of my secrets. Now sit down and stop disturbing me. I have to break these defenses and get you bloodlines. Zadiel did not bother with them anymore and went to the house with the most damaged defensive protocol. Although Zadiel's words were harsh, it didn't upset any of the two. With the time they have been with him, they know that although he shows genuine concern and affection to the two, he is a ruthless person for whom the rest of the world are just pawns and pieces in a chessboard that can be used, and unless you show your worth, that is the only way he would ever see you. There are several ways to break magical defenses. Zadiel had the chip, his third eye, and his mastery in runes, so he chose to sever the links that were more weakened in the energy paths and alter the runes that serve as the core of the defensive formation. It didn't take long for the formation to be broken. Zadiel went through the door and used his consciousness to explore it inside. The place was full of shelves with crystal and books of different sizes. This place was the library of the ancient Magus. Any other person would have been excited by the possibility that this represented, but to Zadiel, the knowledge that this person could have accumulated was not truly tempting. Still, he would not undervalue the work of any Magus, even if they were weaker than him in his previous life. After all, Magi has a reputation of always searching for diverse and obscure knowledge, and although the amount of information he was able to collect with his power and the chip was immense, he was not so narcissistic to think that he knows more than everyone weaker than him. Due to the passage of time, only a few of the crystals still had information on them, and most of the books were damaged with only some pieces remaining. Before, he would have to go from one-on-one to recompile the information, but now he only used his consciousness and all the information in those books and crystals was at his disposal. After commanding the chip to save everything, he went for the next house. The process was the same, and before long the defensive formation was broken and he was able to see the inside. This one was used to save the ingredient for experimentation. There were plants and liquids of different colors and shapes. Most of them were in a very bad state and would not be useful. But when Zadiel's consciousness arrives at a corner of the house, his expression changes. Zadiel flashed and arrived in front of a box with 4 gems the size of a chicken egg that looked like they had a nebula inside. Awesome. These are mirage crystals and are in perfect condition. With this, my time in this world will become much more simple. Zadiel was smiling and his excitement was obvious. Mirage crystal is a type of gem that has space properties and is formed when the world is in its initial stage, so the only way to get them for Magi was to take them from other worlds. They are incredibly precious and they are used as the main material from things as simple as a space sack to plane portals needed to connect different worlds to transport troops and materials. It was not wrong to say that there wasn't anyone in the Magi world that wouldn't want to have them. The ones he found here were too small to be of much use in the fabrication of equipment and much less in a portal, but to Zadiel they were more than enough because, in the second level of memories, the perfect way of using it was mentioned. Zadiel was excited, and after checking the house again and making sure that he didn't miss anything, he went to the next one. Although he knew that obtaining something so precious again was difficult, he still was hopeful. But the next ones were a disappointment. He found broken energy pools, a meditation facility, and some other miscellaneous buildings that would not be of use to him. Finally, there were only 3 houses left. They were the central chamber and the ones at the right and left of it. Zadiel went for the left one, and when he entered it, it turned out to be the place where the magical equipment was stored. But the place was almost empty. If it was not for some pieces being left, he wouldn't know what the purpose of this place was. So the broken equipment that was at the gates came from here. He didn't take long to figure out that someone was able to access this place and tried to escape with the equipment only to die. As for how it happened, to Zadiel it didn't make a difference. What worried him was that since this place was almost empty, the fate of the room where the bloodlines were stored could be similar. Zadiel headed to the house on the right, and as he assessed it, he realized that this one was different. The level of security was way higher, but still, he was able to pass it, although it took a lot more time. This was the place where the bloodlines were kept, and it was a mess, but luckily, his worst concern didn't happen. The place was divided into 2 sections. The front one was almost empty with only some broken vials left, but in the rear, there were containers covered in inscriptions, and he was able to feel a high amount of energy inside them. Zadiel went to them and started to open every single one. The defensive formation of the containers was similar to the ones this house had but smaller, so it didn't take long for him to break them open. Inside every single one of them was a vial with a great amount of blood. Due to the long time they have been stored, the blood should have been degraded, but the containers can gather the energy in their surroundings to keep the bloodlines in prime condition, enhancing their purity. Finding the race to the one it belongs was very difficult by just seeing their blood with naked eyes, but Zadiel's knowledge about bloodline was very deep, and with the help of the chip, it didn't take long for him to identify them. After assessing them, he put all but 2 of the vials in his ring. These are excellent for them, Titan and Styx, truly powerful bloodlines. Zadiel smiled with satisfaction as he saw those vials. Chapter 46, Golden Sun against Storm Titan and Styx Dragon. Zadiel was in front of the last house. This one was in the center and was the biggest. The defense was more complex than all the ones before, and the runes that were used were even more obscure. But nothing that really troubled Zadiel. What was making him hesitate in beginning to break down the defense was the feeling his instincts were giving him about this place. Although things like premonitions and instincts sound too vague to be trusted, they are actually a way of feedback that the natural energies and laws give you about events that can affect you. The more powerful you are, the clearer they are, up to the point that you can glimpse in the future when you are strong enough. Although Zadiel was not that powerful yet, the affinity of neo-demons with the energies and laws is the highest in the universe, especially when they had assimilated a bloodline. Whatever it is inside there, I don't feel that it is a direct threat to me. But still, those 2 will be in trouble if something truly dangerous happens and they are still in rank 0. I wanted to explore everything first, but I guess they will have to use these bloodlines. Besides, I heavily doubt that this place has a bloodline more powerful than Emperor level ones. Sophia and Ezequiel were waiting close to where the houses begin when they saw Zadiel coming to them with 2 vials in his hands, and their faces filled with excitement when they saw that blood. You 2 got lucky. This place has the blood of truly powerful races. Little S, you will assimilate the bloodline of a Storm Titan, and you, Sophia, will assimilate the bloodline of a Styx Dragon. Ezequiel and Sophia didn't have a problem with Zadiel choosing for them. After all, his knowledge was way superior to them, and even though they don't know how powerful those bloodlines were, dragons and titans have always been top predators in the universe. So obtaining their abilities was something anyone would want to have. Master, are these bloodlines as strong as yours? Ezekiel had seen the immense upgrade in power that Zadiel had with his bloodline, so he was curious about how powerful his own would be. Sophia also focused on Zadiel when she heard that question. "Pa. You two keep dreaming. If the person who owned this laboratory was powerful enough to get bloodlines of my level, we would have died the moment we entered this place. The bloodlines that you two will have, fall in the rank of Emperor,